right, surf fans, this is your first look at the Duct Tape Invitational, live from Huntington Beach, part of the Vans US Open of Surfing. We've got some of the best longboarders on the planet. They're literally from all over the world, and we're going to be getting into competition right now with round one, heat one. Looking for our finalists, and we've got a great lineup to start. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes and Pete Mell, and we're just going to bring the vibe right down to the middle ground because, you know, of course, we've been witnessing all the high performance action throughout the week. And right now, the tempo, the cadence, it's going to back down a little bit, but the performance level subtly will be just as high as ever. This is going to be super fun. Chris, Shannon, Pete. Shannon, I know you're excited to watch these surfers take to the lineup. We've got an eclectic group this year, as always.
We always do have an eclectic group with the Longboard Tour, and you're saying we're going to kind of take that tempo down. I'm going to have to keep that in check because this is my favorite sport on the planet, longboarding, and I get extremely excited anytime I get to watch surfers like this.
Well, you know, all the maneuvers, the tricks, you know, they're just as difficult, if not more difficult, you know, given the fact that they're riding 9-foot-plus boards. These are most likely classic style logs, as you know, I feel like the sport of longboarding has been heading in that direction, and you know, helped with events like duct tape. But the cool part about this year is that we're mixing World Surf League Championship Tour longboarding with duct tape style longboarding. And we get these cool names like you see on screen: Jao Dantas, Kiyoki Sugibo, Tosh Tudor, and Jules Lepachot. Lepachet? Lepachot.
The first one you went with?
It's like Cajun style, right? Okay. So we're going to see a lot of cross-stepping like we just saw right there. We're going to see nose rides of all different types, hanging heels, wild styles. Again, eclectic surfing from a unique group of individuals. And it's all about flow. And Shannon, I mean, you can attest to the fact that it is not easy to throw boards of this weight and size around.
I mean, you can see Jules just go down there on the inside section. There is a lot of rail on a longboard. Everyone out here today, I'm guessing, is riding something. You might see a few of the smaller surfers. Oh my goodness, he's already broken his board.
Okay, that was something I did not expect.
I didn't expect it, but at the same time, when you get that much rail and that much board into an inside section like that, it's bound to happen.
And I'm going to take back the action level comment as well, because we're already seeing tons of waves ridden and lots of action in the lineup. The cadence is high. Pete, I know you've ridden a log in all different types of conditions. It's difficult, especially in a beach break like this. I mean, these waves are crushing down fast, but this is where longboarding got its competitive start right here in Huntington Beach.
It sure did, you know, and we have a little different criteria for the judging panel. I'd love to go through that and just talk about the criteria, because we have elements for shortboarding. There's same thing for longboarding. We got elements which are similar, but a little bit different. As we watch this replay here of this one, oh, getting a little loose. But, you know, nose riding and rail surfing is part of the criteria. Those are elements. Variety is a big element. Critical sections of the waves, which we just saw, a broken board riding in the critical section. But also speed and power, similar to what we have in the shortboarding. But commitment, control, and footwork are all elements that are coming into this. And I think footwork is something that I personally think is so cool to see, because that's how you trim through, get through flat sections. But that footwork, you have to have it smooth. You have to have it look cool. You know, just running up and down isn't cool. I think it's got to be a glide up and down, you know, just that nice flow to it.
Wow, that 9.4 just became an 8.10. How did that happen? That was wild. It almost looked like his body busted through the nose.
I think partly it's really difficult on sucky sections like this. Longboards just tend to get a little bit deeper into the water, so they'll often just actually pin straight into the bottom, like you said, Pete. Also, it looked like his body connected with it, and that's a lot of weight going into, even though it's kind of that front section of the board, I would say that's probably more an indication that it would have hit the sand, rather than when you see those breaks that are kind of clean through the middle, sometimes it'll be just a body going through the middle of the board.
Yeah.
Carnage already. That's why we call it the Duct Tape Invitational, because a lot of these boards are held together literally with duct tape.
I was going to say, why don't we just fix that thing real quick?
Where's
Perfect.
the duct tape?
Send him straight back out there.
We got 24 minutes on the clock, so the basic rules still stand. Your top two waves will be totaled up. Our top two surfers will move through. Third and fourth place are out. But back to the footwork and the style. I feel like the flow element that in the speed power flow equation is really on top of that equation when it comes to World World Tour longboarding as we see Tosh Tudor.
Now that is a good critical nose ride to start off with. Out the back section, found himself not quite that full re-entry, so that'll go incomplete. But that opening nose ride was really good. He put that board in a position on the wave that was really critical.
Wow, that is iconic right there. One of surfing's most famous storied maneuvers, the hang 10. The cool part about these longboarding events as well is it is really hard to tell which stance these surfers are. They're constantly switching back and forth. The judges know full well going in, okay, this guy's a goofy foot, regular foot, and switch stance surfing is rewarded. I haven't seen it really rewarded yet in shortboarding events, but definitely rewarded in longboarding.
It can be, it just still has to be functional. So it's obviously really cool to kind of throw in that style shift, but it has to be that it's got to be in a really functional section. Look at that nose ride from Tosh Tudor. He's really charging it out that back section, making sure that he gets that clean footwork up to the nose, gets that nose ride where there's a big pocket of air underneath it. That's going to be one of those things. We'll start talking through it as we call the action throughout today. We'll get to be a little bit more detailed on what the judges are really paying attention to, and I'm really excited to share with our audience that's maybe not as familiar with some of those things. But what Tosh is doing right now for those nose rides out the back, he got a 4 for the last one. We've got the score coming through now, but a 4-point ride just for that clean nose ride without even getting that finish re-entry.
And another subtlety. I feel like longboarding is a world of subtleties. You saw right there, so Tosh, none of these guys in this heat are wearing leashes. The way he kind of jumped down on his board when he straightened out. I mean, that, Tosh Tudor has been doing that since he's about 6 years old. Lately, he's become one of the most barreled surfers in the world.
Look at that, he's actually turning with his feet on the nose of the board. So hard to do. I mean, it's tracking, and he was able to just very subtly turn down the face and keep that thing engaged, which is so hard to do.
It's that element of control, which is what you mentioned as part of the judging criteria. So for these guys to be able to control where their board is going from the tip of it instead of from the tail is really good, and that's where you'll see there's a reason why all 20 of them are in the draw. We've got 20 men, 20 women in the draw this week for the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. And it's really exciting that it has been introduced now to the World Longboard Tour because we're getting to see a little flavor. So we've got 2 surfers in the draw right now between Tosh Tudor and Jules Lepacheau, who are both the Vans wildcards to this event. It's actually the first time that they're competing at this level of the WSL Longboard World Tour, where for both Joao Dantes and for Caity Simmers, they've competed at this level before, but they're actually both the 2 lowest seeds coming into this year's event here for the Vans US Open. So they've got to battle it out with the 2 wildcards in order to advance past round 1 into round 2, which is where the rest of our surfers in the draw are seated.
We got 20:43 on the clock for now. Tosh Tudor, the nose rides are reigning supreme with a 4 and a 5.33. So as our surfers make their way back into the takeoff zone, it's like having a look right here is surfer in blue, Caity Simmers. Caity is a super talented photographer and obviously a great surfer there, controlling that 9-foot-plus surfboard. Comes from Honolua, Hawaii. He's a regular foot, so take note of where his front foot is while he's riding these waves. The cool part about the mid portion of this wave in Huntington Beach, where usually we see surfers either bouncing or weaving through, you know, that's where you get a little bit of extra style points from longboarders. They can kind of like switch their stance around and make the transition look cool. Well, since we have made the transition from short to long, let's go to our last winner of our last Challenger Series shortboard heat, Caity Simmers, standing by with Louisa Florence after we see Tosh Tudor up and out real quick. Let's go to Louisa Florence with Caity Simmers.
Girl, it's needless to say that you're having an amazing season. Do you carry that feeling into the water in heats like that?
I mean, yeah, if you like do good, I guess, in the past, or like if you get on a roll, I guess then it gives you more confidence into a heat. So yeah.
I was with you in the athlete zone, and Garth was just like, "Let her be alone. Let her concentrate." How did that roll for you with all the knowledge that he was dropping and the conversations and the directions? How was it?
Yeah, Garth is the man. He's been helping me. He's like he's just such a legend, and he's been helping me for like a couple years now. He just tells me all the things that I don't know, I guess. Like
what?
it's a secret, but I don't know, just like, even if it's like simple stuff that I just like go past me, like, I don't know, like remembering, I don't know, like check my fins, whatever, I don't know.
Little things that that made you be here right now.
Yeah.
So you were just telling me that the conditions are much better than was before. Did that like turn into a complete new strategy for today?
Yeah, I mean, the last, like, I guess not yesterday, but the day before when it was huge, it was kind of just like, you're trying to just survive, I guess.
Yeah.
But at least I was, because it was pretty scary. I mean,
You feel like you could surf now?
yeah, I guess it's like actually surfing now, because you're kind of just dodging sets and trying to get the insiders, and now you can kind of wait. I mean, it's still kind of a current, pretty hard, but it's
amazing.
Better.
Go sip in this victory, and good luck on your next heat.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Caity Simmers doing what we all thought and expected her to do, powering her way through heats. She's found herself into the quarterfinals and one step closer to another Vans US Open of Surfing win. 17:25 in the lineup here. First heat of the Duct Tape Invitational. Surfer in blue, Caity, representing the North Shore of Oahu. Wave kind of closed out around him, and yeah, no worries. Get back out there. So a few different aspects and elements to this event than we just saw with Caity Simmers, as will be on display right here from Jules. You know, it is about style and grace. We're not looking for airs, vertical snaps. We're looking for fluidity and traditional longboard surfing. And it literally is in the rule book. We're not looking for shortboard surfing on longboards. And one word that I'm seeing here, and I'm seeing here on my sheet, is the word grace. And this is something different than we see in the shortboard rules. So how would you describe the new equation we're seeing for longboarding, the flow, speed, and grace?
Yeah, so it's actually kind of wrapped up in the terms style, flow, grace. So style is actually part of the criteria, which is a little bit subjective. Everybody has their own style. They get to bring their own flair to things, but in longboarding, that's something that we really celebrate. And then flow, obviously the same in shortboarding, and you can notice it in these waves where they're just linking those maneuvers together and making it look really simple and really functional. Also, having flow means that they're maintaining speed, they're maintaining their right line on every wave in the similar kind of way that shortboarding does, but then wrapped in between the words style and grace. Grace is something that I think really we see showcased in women's longboarding. It's almost the most natural thing for them, for us as women that longboard. And then the men's side of it, it's something that can come through really well in their surfing, and really the best of them you're seeing it in. I think Tosh right now is displaying a lot of that. Just making things look really relaxed, really simple, even down to the posture and their stance on a board.
Well, making the difficult look easy.
Exactly.
Right?
Nailed it.
Yeah, it's really, you know, and if you can do that, all of a sudden you saw how he just gracefully jumped to the nose. It didn't take, there wasn't like, his body almost didn't like it moved. It was only the feet that just kind of glided to the nose. And again, that's so hard to do because you generally, you're like, you don't want to look like you're hopping to the nose, and all those things are coming into play. So I love watching this. And the reason being is that everyone has such a unique, I mean, Jules is a prime example of somebody who has really impeccable style. It's so much different than anybody else. You can pick him out in the lineup from miles away because you can just see how he works the board.
So with 14:50 to go, it is our Vans wildcards up on the top. Tosh Tudor and Jules Lepishow. Score for Tosh is the highest single wave score, 733. Beautifully ridden wave. And use of board, use of entire board will be on display throughout the rest of this heat. We'll get into that in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. Tosh Tudor and the crew taken to the lineup. More action to come. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing. Welcome back to the largest action sports festival on the planet, the Vans US Open of Surfing. This is the Duct Tape Invitational. You've got 4 of the world's best traditional longboarders in the lineup as we speak. Tosh Tudor's in the lead, Jules Lepichot in second. So when you're looking at what these surfers are able to do on these giant boards, I mean, just being able to drop in and do a bottom turn on a 9-foot plus is so incredible. And that's why we're celebrating longboarding right now. And the longboard celebration continues. We've got some new leadership in the upper ranks on our WSL Longboard Tour. AJ McCord is on the scene.
I am with Kira Seal, who is brand new to this role of in charge of the Longboard Tour. So first and foremost, just tell me how great it is to be back at Huntington Beach for the Duct Tape Invitational.
I love Huntington, and I love duct tapes, and I love longboarding. So being down here is just amazing. The fans, the support from everyone, it's going to be a great event.
It already is a great event. We've already had action. We're with like 1 heat in, and we saw a board break. Is that a very common thing in longboarding?
I've honestly never broken my log before, knock on wood. Might go out after this and do that, but on the inside we had Jules doing a great hang 5, and all of a sudden his board snapped in half. So it just goes to show that this hurricane brought some power. So it's exciting to see what the logs will do in these conditions.
And a lot of our viewers are very familiar with the judging in shortboarding, but what can we expect? Like, what are the judges looking for in the longboard competitions?
So we're looking for classic surfing. We want to see the speed, power, flow, and criticalness of maneuvers. So we want to see everyone surfing in the pocket with a lot of power as well, because you don't want the waves to overpower you, but you have to do everything looking smooth because we are logging.
And you so far have looked so smooth as the leader of the Longboard Tour, but I know you have big hopes and dreams for this. What do you want to see happen in the next few years especially? Give us your short-term goals.
Well, my long-term goal would be to build a sustainable tour, or help build a sustainable tour for future generations. I hope one day my daughter is able to longboard and be at the US Open as well. So I think short-term is just giving the surfers a platform to shine and to continue that and grow the tour stops and grow the events. So I think next year is going to be even bigger and better than it is already.
Speaking of shining, you're no stranger to shining here at Huntington Beach in the longboards competitions. 2019 Duct Tape Invitational, you were in the finals. So what's it like now being, what's it like watching?
It is so fun because as a former competitor, I see different things and I know what the competitors are thinking. So I get to watch and observe in a different way than usual, and it's a little sad to not be competing too, I won't lie, but I'm just so happy to be here and advocating for all the surfers and this tour.
We're so excited to have you here and looking forward to see what the tour is going to do in the future. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Back to you guys.
That made me feel great. I feel like longboarding is in solid hands with Kira at the helm of the Longboard Tour. 9 minutes to go. Tosh Tudor still in the lead. Jules in second, and Jules up at it. And this is where we can all do our research. Jules is such a rad surfer. I mean, he has dance moves on the deck of that board. Right there, he goes down again, but that shows us he's charging. He's already busted one stick. I don't know if this is a loner board or not. That's one other element, the companionship. You know, the Longboard Tour seems to stick together a lot. You break your board like we just saw, I'm pretty sure any other competitor in the contest is going to give you their board to ride.
Oh, there's going to be so many offers like that. Also, one of the crazy things too, thinking about longboarding and traveling with longboards, I do it a lot around the world, is that we're traveling with board bags that are about 10 feet long. They carry a lot of weight to them, and you can usually fit 2, maybe 3. Like, if you're lucky, you can get a third board in, depending on what you're riding, but these guys are all riding such traditional boards that they're really big, they're really heavy, and they're really thick. So it's pretty much like most of them are going to be traveling with 2 boards around the world. Jules coming out of France, this could be his backup board and his one and only left.
Tosh Tudor doesn't like the look of that one. He didn't need that one. He's got a 7.33 and a 5.33, so he's got the luxury now of hanging out, waiting for a magical moment to happen. And it's pretty amazing to me how Tosh is able to stand up, cross step to the nose, and it's all in one motion. It's like there's no wasted activity on the board.
And it's happening like literally from the knees below. It's
Yeah.
like everything else is just as quiet as could be, and it's so smooth. It's incredible to see. It's actually, I don't know how he does it, and I'm actually kind of getting closer to the screen to actually get a really clear view of how it works. But literally, he's just using his feet and just below the knees, and that's about it.
Tosh is the young guru. You know, he makes it look so effortless, and generally, if kid on a big longboard paddles out to your break, you go, oh man, this kid's gonna catch all the waves. He is a pleasure to surf with, and he's a magnet. Seems like everywhere he goes, he's either in the tube or on the nose, and that's a pretty good lifestyle to have.
And that's the thing too about so many of these surfers. Like I was just watching that last one for, I think it was Caity, where he kind of took off on the wave and then ducked out of that little barrel. These surfers are looking for what the wave has to offer them, and they're really good, well-rounded surfers. They're not just surfers that paddle out on longboards. So many of them surf mid-lengths and shortboards just as well as any others. Jay Quinney, Justin Quintal, who will be coming up later today, he's the winner the last time we ran the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
The winner of everything.
He's won 9 of those. He got some crazy barrels on his shortboard just up at Northside yesterday.
Yeah, I saw a sick photo of Jules on a radical-looking twin fin. With more on surfboards, let's go down to AJ McCord.
Isn't it wild, guys? Kira said that she's never seen a board break. Like, first heat of the Duct Tape Invitational. So obviously, one board breaks, you got to get it. He's actually riding Harrison Roach's board right now. Harrison's coming up in the 3rd heat of the next round of the Duct Tape Invitational. Kira just reiterating, it is so hard to ride someone else's equipment, especially when you haven't had a chance to get used to it. So a lot of action, and Shannon, you can obviously talk to just how challenging it is to get used to something in the middle of a heat like that.
Yeah, it's really so hard. Thanks, AJ, for that insight. So right now, Jules will be riding a Thomas, which is a Noosa shaper. We're going to take another look at how he broke that board. So it just got kind of sucked into that section on the wave. It would have been that moment right there, Pete.
Yeah, it definitely hit the bottom. You can see that. He didn't land on it. I mean, he did kind of land on it, but he rolled with it. And obviously, when you don't have a leash, you want to kind of roll with your board so you don't lose it to the sand. But that one there, you just saw it just dip down in there, and right, it's so shallow, it just really broke it really quickly. And I mean, that stringer is probably a ½ inch thick. So it took some serious strength there, and just a 1-foot wave snapped a log, which says a lot about Huntington Beach.
And really heavy glassing as well. I mean, these boards are built to be tough. They're really built to sustain a lot more than your standard shortboard, little tiny something that,
Yeah, you'll get double layers, sometimes double layer on the bottom, or at least 6 ounce on the bottom, which is a thicker glass than you would have for your normal shortboard, plus double layers on the deck with the thicker stringers. So these boards aren't built, light and high performance. It's about the glide, and so they're made like traditional surfboards are to last for, a good 20 years.
Exactly. Some of them really can, as we see Jules.
The Jules on a borrowed board. A quick ride right there, 4.5 to go. He dropped to 3rd place. Caity now in 2nd and up and at it.
And I have to say that generally, shortboards, you're going to come down here, you're going to have your boards on the beach, your second backup boards. But obviously, Jules did not. I mean, he wasn't expecting to go out there in 3-foot Huntington Beach and break his board. He didn't have a backup here, so now on a borrowed board, and it's affecting his performance. He is just now trying to get used to this board out there in the lineup, and you can see it's a different style, and he's not able to kind of surf as well as he did on his original board.
Quick look there for Caity.
The crazy thing too about breaking a board like he just did, it's so obvious to how he did, right? Obviously that board went straight into the sand and snapped really quickly, and there was just enough power in the punch of that shore break on the inside. As we take a look at this replay from Caity, I like that outside roller coaster. That was a really nice section to hit. It wasn't really going to offer him that nose riding potential that we've been seeing from Tosh and from pretty much everyone. They've been trying to get that nose ride out the back. And then
What's
he goes,
that trick called?
I actually don't know what
Skateboard
that's
kick?
called. Yeah, a little skateboard kick.
Whatever it was,
that's
I
kind
like.
of like, it's not necessarily functional. It's just kind of that little style element, having a little bit of fun. Right here, he got a really nice 5 to 10 combo, and then he botches it on the finish, so he'll go incomplete on that final maneuver. But that was a really nice 5 to 10 combo. You could see that space underneath the nose too, which means it's a really critical nose ride.
But that's, again, you're saying incomplete because it wasn't ridden out clean. I mean, as soon as he dropped down, the board hit the nose, so it's not a completed maneuver. I mean, it's similar. Longboard, he did move back onto the thing, and it almost kind of complete, but the reality is you have to come out of that critical section and really to be called complete.
Exactly. He would have had to just make that little bottom turn out underneath the lip to really ride out secured. The score for that one just came through as a 2.9, so judges Also not really liking that outside section as well. Tosh Tudor on this one, another nice little nose ride. Gets that smooth footwork. Those are those little things too. Like in longboarding, you need to see the use of the entire board. We need to see nose rides. We also need to see good tail work and rail work for those carves and cutbacks. Also, the middle third of that board is highly important. So every one of those cross steps is a maneuver in itself because he's positioning that board to find that trim line to cut through some of those flat sections.
It's the anti-shuffle league.
The anti-shuffle league. There is a shuffle siren. I give you both permission to sound it anytime you see shuffling.
But also you think the rail to rail, because these boards are much wider than a normal short board. They're around 21, 22 inches wide sometimes. So you're actually
even up to 23.
Right, and so you can even see that they're going to move to the side of the board to get that trim to work, and then that's that footwork that you're going to see. And again, no shuffling to that point. You got to walk to it, but you're walking to the side of the rail, and especially when you're like trying to trim through a flat section like we saw right there, that was a little mistake from Tosh. You know, and we don't see that very often, but he was moving to the side of the rail, and that little subtleness grabbed the rail and slowed the board down.
I like that in, quote, traditional longboarding, everything they're doing is in order to make it more difficult for themselves. We could all stand up on a longboard, shuffle up towards the top, and then shuffle back, right? That's easy. That's beginner stuff. But they're doing everything the hard way and making it look easy, which I just love about this element of
Well,
longboarding.
even that, I have to say, it's a common misconception. Shuffling is one of the most difficult things to do on a longboard because you're kind of like moving yourself along. It's not very smooth. If you're actually cross-stepping, once you can get that feel of balance on a single foot for a moment, it's so functional. It keeps that board in trim line, and it actually keeps your momentum moving forward rather than getting stuck on the wax where your feet are just stuck into the wax.
I don't know. I've shuffled on a longboard. It's
Okay,
a
we're gonna
lot
have some
easier than
lessons after this.
cross-stepping. It must be natural for you. 47 seconds to go. High speed line for João Dantas. Been pretty quiet in the last part of this heat. And they got to treat all these heats like finals. Only 2 surfers advanced through. The field is completely stacked. Usually in duct tape invitationals, at least, you know, it's the same. We get about the same 12 to 20 people in those events back and forth, but now this is going to be a pretty cool way to mix things up. And you know, I think for our duct tape surfers who have done the past whatever 8 duct tapes, you know, they're going to be seeing some new names.
I don't know if you guys caught that, but that wave right there was super important for Dantas. He was in that 4th position. He beached it. He rode that thing all the way. He only needed a 3.13 to move into 2nd position.
That is huge, especially wanting to move forward. He's one of those surfers, João and Kyoki, who were seeded into the draw, but had to match up with these wild cards for this round 1 to be able to continue advancing through and actually make it into round 2, which is sort of that main round. Let's take another look at this one. So races up to the nose, just those 2 big steps, but he gets that first hang 5 in the section and then connects through for a slightly longer one. Now he works his way back, good footwork, engages that rail again to just get that carve and set himself up in the section. Everything in longboarding has to do with trying to set yourself up into that pocket or to find that trim line. Finds that nose ride once again. That was a great call, Pete. This is a good wave. We'll see where it comes through on the score line. It's a 5.57. It's one of the higher waves of the heat.
And that was the most subtle claim I've ever seen, and I appreciate that. So moving through, we got Tosh Tudor and
But it was like
João
a wrist claim.
Dantas. It was, you know, that was a traditional longboard claim. Enjoyed that. Well, we've got women's action coming up next. Don't go anywhere. The Duct Tape Invitational continues right after these brief messages. Welcome back, Log fans. This is the Duct Tape Invitational part of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes and Pete Mel. We've got a new foursome in the lineup. The women have taken to the south side of Huntington Beach Pier. Lineup is solid. Hiroka Yoshikawa, Victoria Vergara, Karina Rozunko, and Jasmine Avellino. So 4 different nationalities, 4 different personalities, 4 different styles. We promise an eclectic mix of surfers, and we are delivering, starting right here with Karina Rozunko. She is a duct tape veteran, Vans team rider, and such a pleasure to watch surf. I mean, she mixes the traditional style with a modern approach, and you just don't know what she's going to do. Anytime she takes off on a wave, you're at the edge of your seat and wondering, what cool and unique element are we going to see from Karina now?
Yeah, she's one of my favorite women on the Longboard Tour. It's great to see her back in a jersey. We haven't seen her in one, I believe, since 2019, but she's been considering coming back to the tour now that we've had some changes over the last 4 years and have taken on to that traditional shift, which is really fun for surfers like her.
This is Victoria Vergara. She calls herself...
Shuffle alert.
Uh-oh. She calls herself...
Nice one, Pete.
Wave
Sam
dancer.
Bleakley would love that.
Wave dancer. Self-titled wave dancer, and I agree.
There she goes. Now she figures you got to do that cross-stepping. Oh, oh.
Whoa. We got to come up with a name for that, the board save, but something fun.
Okay.
We'll allow you.
The drop and grab? I don't know. Is that
You're
weird?
kind of the king of coming up with
I'll work on
a
it.
variety of words for us to use. I can't even think of a different word for variety to describe you as.
Hiroka Yoshikawa. Cool story with Hiroka. She actually went to some crowdfunding to get herself around the world and back when she got word that she's getting the invite to compete on the WSL Longboard Tour. She went straight to the gram and said, look, this is my dream. Help me out. Let's do it. And obviously it worked. We're watching Hiroka right now competing on a beautiful yellow longboard, a traditional style log, as they affectionately call them. In terms of size, weight, these boards, what would you say the average is in terms of height and weight for these longboards?
Most boards are probably around the 9.4 to 9.6 range. You might have a couple surfers surfing something around a 9.2, just depending on sort of their background or maybe their own size. I really like this wave from Karina. I like that commitment to the nose right out the back. She's one of the surfers that's probably the most well-known in the women's side for perfect footwork. Really tight, really compressed, and then also goes for this little switch stance to the inside. She's surfed Duct Tape Invitational events here in the past, so she's used to shooting the pier on some of those waves that really connect well. And then this is that one where you just called out that shuffle siren
Right there.
for...
That was like half a shuffle.
I know, but I'm
so
I know,
subtle.
you have to be picky.
It was only 2 beeps. I mean, if it gets a little more, I'll get a little more octave on it.
It was good footwork coming up to the nose, not quite as clean coming off of the nose, which then maybe makes that little bit of a lack of control. That was a nice kind of middle section. And then this one of the hard things about the conditions that I'm noticing just through that first heat and now into the second, which I'll talk about as soon as we see.
I just want to analyze this. And see this little swivel, those little subtles, that's the grace. That's stuff turning from the middle third of the board. It's hard to do, but it's subtle little stuff that happens in between the maneuvers. And she has such grace. I instantly, I mean, this is my first time watching Hiroka, and I can just tell just by the way she moves around on that board, it is very beautiful and graceful. And that's kind of what you're after.
Yeah, I'm hypnotized. I'm mesmerized. I'm loving it. I mean, every second of every wave, you could literally take a photo of any of the surfers in the lineup right now, and it would be a rad-looking photo. I mean, you just see, even right there, the back arm, the subtleties with all the surfers.
And that's where the
in
style
this heat
comes
is
into play
so
for sure.
Cool.
Absolutely, and even the bottom turns that she's throwing into this wave are really good. They're really kind of traditional style to it. I love that she goes for that little nose right on the inside section. Has a smile on her face as she pops up. That's sort of that section where we saw Jules break his board in that last heat.
That's where you are allowed to shuffle when you're running to get your board.
Uh-oh, she lost it. Oh, she has a leash, though.
She might be wearing a leash. That's a good call on a day like today because there's still that current from the south swell sweeping forward. And honestly, like we saw, I mean, Jules had to pick up another surfer's board, Harry Roach, to paddle out into the water. So these surfers lose their board into the pier today. It's pretty much detrimental.
And I see duct tape on that board. Is that extra points?
Definitely. You score extra points in the duct tape side of things if you have actual duct tape on your board.
23:20 to go as Jasmine makes her way back into the lineup. We get the chance to catch up with the very barreled, the very nose rider-ish Tosh Tudor standing by with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, and Tosh just made his heat with the victory and a broken board, because that board that Jules broke is his.
That is my board that he broke, but it's all good. I'm just happy to have made it through. Yeah, it's definitely a trip surfing out here, especially when it's like this on a log. Like, just so many closeouts, you can only do so much. But yeah, I'm just happy I made it and was able to stay a part of it, you know. And yeah, hopefully all goes well the next couple rounds.
Yeah, we're all shifting gears here, the broadcast, and like going to longboard right now. How are the conditions to you since this morning? It was your first time that you went to the water, right?
Yeah, this morning was more, I almost felt like it was more like peakier or something, like had more of a wall to it. Now it's kind of a bit more walled out and just kind of just go for it attitude. But yeah, it's changed a lot. I'm sure it'll change later with the higher tide. It'll probably get a lot better. But regardless, it was still fun. Any wave on a longboard's fun, I guess, you know. You can't really complain. Yeah.
Amazing. Congratulations, Tosh.
Thanks so much. Woo.
Tosh Tudor is awesome. He has kind of been the mascot of the Duct Tape Invitational for some years, and now he's kind of forming into one of the leaders. And I tell you, you get that kid in a karaoke session, and he will win every time. He is that good.
What's his go-to song?
I've heard it, and whatever you got. I mean, from Peter Tosh, his namesake, all the way to, you know, Harry Styles. We know the kid can do it all. 21:30 to go. Karina Razunko in the lead for now, a 4.83 and a 3.33. Vergara in second with a 4.17. Hiroka third. Jasmine fourth for now. So we do have priority in play, you know, and there are subtle rule changes as well. So if this was just purely a Duct Tape Invitational, you know, there's a kind of set of written and unwritten rules for that event. Of course, now with mixing in the WSL Longboard Tour, there are, of course, similar rules across the board. You know, you are allowed to wear a leash. You're not going to get docked points or anything like that. But the boards, so are there rules in place, you know, in terms of length of board? I know the local longboard contest we do every summer, the board has to be at least 3 feet over your head. That way kids can ride, you know, 7.0s or whatever. But does it have to be 9 foot plus in order to fit into the rules? Are we looking at more pier action? Are you kidding
another broken
me?
board.
First time ever. We're making history the wrong way. 2 broken boards in
the first 2 heats.
Invitational? We're going to need a lot of duct tape for that one.
That's quickly.
And that was it looked to me like that was definitely the cement. We'll take a look at it right here. Cement pier does not move. Oh no, she's paddling out.
That's one of the hardest things, is that you cannot duck dive these boards.
Yeah, that's just bad luck.
That was turning turtle, which is the way to do it. You know, you can't actually poke it and get it underneath. So you turn and let the wave ride over the top of you, but they grabbed a hold of it, threw it into the cement pilings, and now it is 2 4-foot boards, 4.5 foot
that's
boards.
such a shame, because if the pier wasn't there, she would have been totally fine. She would have had the board ripped out of her hands probably, because the strength of whitewater that big coming at you, it's
so
really
wild.
difficult to just hold on to the rails.
We've had buckled boards, at least one buckled board in the entire shortboard division. Now we have 2 broken.
I thought we were going to be cruising right now. What happened? This is all dramatic and action-packed. I love it. But
that's a shame too for Victoria, because she got the call up for the Sydney Surf Pro, which was the first event of this year's World Longboard Tour. We're now in event number 2, and we'll be crowning our world champions at Malibu later this year in October. Victoria had a 9th place finish at Manly in Sydney, which is a really good result for her. You kind of want to maybe be into that quarterfinal finish at least to really be into that conversation around the world title. But to build off of a 9th place result, it's the top 2 results that count and the bottom one that gets dropped off. She's sitting in a good position. So now she's still got heaps of time on the clock, but honestly, guys, the same sort of competitive anxiety that comes through in shortboarding, that exists right now. Like, she's going to be out the back on north side having to swim all the way in, get another
I think
board.
the ski was there to help her, because that's one thing that's nice about the water patrol is that if you do break a board or a cord, you can get brought to the beach pretty quickly.
Oh, perfect. So she'll have a quicker kind of transition to get in. But for her, she's got a lot on the line right now.
yeah, I wonder whose board she's going to borrow. Another element that makes this event unique. 18:30 to go as we see surfer in red, Haruka Yoshikawa. dancing on the deck of her 9-foot-plus log.
You can see that board actually has 2 stringers.
It might break. You never know what can happen. I mean, it's been wild so far. 18:12 to go as our surfers make their way back into the takeoff zone. Let's go into the fun zone. Where is AJ McCord?
There is so much to do here at the Vans US Open of Surfing, the world's largest action sports festival. We found our way over to the BF Goodrich tent. They have a free photo booth with props. Of course, you got to get your board and your photo if you're coming down to the Vans US Open of Surfing. But it's not just a photo booth. They've got some giveaways. You can get yourself a free set of tires. Everybody always needs those. Open from 9 to 4 every single day. And then tomorrow through Sunday, 1 to 3, they're going to have shaved ice. And if that is not the perfect afternoon snack for an afternoon of surfing, I don't know what is.
Shaved ice and free tires. Let's go. I'll be there in 17 minutes and 45 seconds. Karina Razunko's in the lead here in Heat 1, the women's division for the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Yoshikawa comes through with a 3.43. It's enough to edge her into second place. And wow, a lot of time has elapsed since Victoria Vergara went through a busted board on the pier piling, and she's going to make the long run home.
Yeah, she had to swim because they can't use the boats on the other side.
Oh, on north side.
They can't use the skis on the other side, so she did. Yeah,
so she had to swim in looking at the jet ski on the other side.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. No lifeguard on that side this today because of the size of the swell has dropped so much. So unfortunate for her there because she wasn't able to. Maybe she didn't know that she could get on the ski. I mean, you're not expecting, like I said, to break your surfboard out there.
Well, the sad part about both of those broken boards is I feel like these traditional longboards are true works of art, and they're not cheap. I mean,
no.
a longboard at that size is going to run you twice as much as an average shortboard, and
especially
so
the nice
cool
ones they're
looking.
riding.
Yeah, and they look like like a classic Cadillac, and when you see a crashed classic Cadillac, it's sad.
Yeah.
I just bought myself a brand new Tyler Warren Salinas model from Huntington Surf and Sport across the road. $1,600.
There you go. And it's worth every penny.
Worth every penny. I mean, that's an investment for me. It's the board that I want to have to leave here in California. I will not be surfing south side on a south swell without a leash for sure, but probably not anyways. But that's the investment that so many of these surfers, and some of them have good sponsors behind them where they've got shapers that they're either getting free boards or discounted boards. But there's a lot of surfers in the Longboard Tour that don't have the main kind of sponsorship that the Shortboard Tour has had behind them. And so they're not getting free equipment. Or right now, they might be going across the boardwalk here and taking a look at my Tyler Warren still sitting in the rack with the receipt taped to it, wondering if they're going to take it out for a spin later on.
Rental style. 15:24 to go, and another unique element to the World Surf League Longboard Tour as well as the Vans Duct Tape is a lot of these surfers shape their own boards. You know, if you look at guys like Tyler Warren, you know, Elmore Surfboards, got the hat on right now. These are extremely talented surfers that make their own boards. And again, it's just it's another art form. And the boards kind of like, you know, you see the board and you go, oh yeah, that does fit with Troy Elmore. I can see the connection here.
Well, and the thing that, as we watch this one real quick, look at that graceful slide to the nose.
Classic image right there.
And the rock and roll glide up over the lip. So there's 2 nice maneuvers on that outside, the gracefulness to the nose and the trim. Now let's see what she can do on this inside section.
This is a really nice wave. That was a really good combo out the back. And now she maintains all that control. She doesn't get any more real footwork or anything or a nose ride on the inside section, but that nose ride held graceful to roller coaster finish on the outside was really impressive. So
the judges saw that exact thing, but I'm touching on, you know, in traditional and in even, you know, when we started the World Tour back in '76, I would say a majority of the surfers on that tour shaped their own boards, right? And that's kind of where we're paying homage to the history of the sport, and we're going to this, and that's just how it was. If you wanted your own board, you had to go out there and make it. And so there is this craftsmanship that comes, and I think that that's why Tyler Warren is somebody that we all celebrate too, is because he's been doing that, and he does it in a really great way. You know, he's obviously a stylish human. He's designing clothes, but the surfboards is where it really came from. That artiste was there, and you kind of developed that. You know, I grew up in a surf shop, and I understand that, and I've made my own surfboards, and it's something that you actually are very proud of if you're able to do that.
100%. 13:38 to go. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. Can Karina Razunko style her way to a win? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. This is a Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Welcome back to Surf City, USA. We are live from the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. This is the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, part of the world's largest action sports festival. 4 surfers in the lineup. 2 surfers will advance on through into the main rounds of this Vans Duct Tape. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes and Pete Mell. And we've had a wild ride so far. 2 broken boards. That's 2 more broken boards than we've ever seen in a duct tape here at Huntington Beach. So a pretty wild start there. So 11:15 to go. Surfers are getting themselves set up in the takeoff zone. And with more about this takeoff zone in Huntington Beach, let's go to a local, Mitchell Salazar.
Hey, good morning, everybody. And yeah, I just want to talk about positioning and where they're lining up so far. In the first 2 heats of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, we've seen mostly everybody sit on the pier boat, but I'm here in the athlete zone right now on the corner, and I'm looking towards the south end. We're seeing a lot of lefts go into that pier boat right eventually, and I think it's still a good starting point knowing that the tide's still coming up, and we do still see a sweeping current, maybe not as strong as previous days, but with that little combo swell out there right now, it puts you in a good spot, at least catching one wave, putting yourself in a position where you're at the pier boat afterwards with either a right or left option afterwards. So I think that starting towards the south, moving your way up into the north is actually a good option still.
I'm going to say, are you working with anybody out now? Because that's some good coaching.
No, but I think giving this advice, especially as somebody who did not grow up here originally too, this is something that I've learned from a lot of people out here before. And just talking about local longboarders too, a lot of people don't really know that there's actually some great people on the north side that have come up through here. And obviously having the Takayama family here in the athlete zone too, Kaimana coming up in the next heat actually. It's going to be really interesting to see the kind of surfing heritage that we're going to see from the longboarders out here at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
Thank you, Mitchell. Great insight right there, and I love that he dropped the Takayama name, because that to me is kind of the name that if you hear or mention in longboarding, it is just instant respect all around. I grew up, actually swept the Takayama shaping shed a few times as a youth, and
I recommend that for anybody to go and hit up your local glass shop. You know, Pure Glass is right up the road. I'm sure you can go there. There's all the repair stuff you could pick up from that region. Plus, they've got their whole glassing facility there. They do all sorts of glassing from the longboard all the way to the shortboard to epoxies. So, you know, go and learn about what goes into a surfboard, and you'll understand why $1,600 is a deal. Yeah, and you know, again, the Takayama name, and I think a lot of the names of the boards that you see in this particular event, I mean, these are collectible pieces. It's almost like, you don't want to say equipment, you don't even say surfboard. It's almost like a collectible piece that you can ride, but it would look just, you know, it looks good on the wall as well. And, you know, I cringe sometimes when I see beautiful longboards up on the roof or on the walls of a restaurant. I go, that thing needs to be ridden at least once. Just put some wax on it, you know, because, again, this is functional art.
that these surfers are riding, and we're enjoying it so far. 8:30 to go. As we look down the line at some of the next heats coming up, we get more into kind of that, okay, this is not discovery. These are household names in the log scene. Guys like Kai Salas, Justin Quintal coming up very soon. So you're going to be in for a real treat, and a lot of soul. And I don't see soul in the equation here. I see grace, I see style, but soul is another element that we do reward here in duct tape.
You should talk to tours and competitions, and you can.
Okay, I'm going to get soul put
right.
on here.
There you go.
And we're talking about, we do one event, world titles again. Do we know where our finals are going to be?
So it's 3 events to win the world title this year.
Okay, so it's
best of 2 count.
Got it.
As we take a look at live action quickly, we'll just track with Karina. She's currently sitting up in the lead. Great footwork. Great use of the rail right there. Redirects back into that little pocket section. It's going really flat here. She's able to go for a little switch stance for a moment. What you'll notice about Karina, a little bit of a flap of that back arm, but she's generally just really quiet in her upper body and a really good use of footwork. So for the World Tour for this year, Pete, we've got 3 events on the calendar. We ran our first at the Sydney Surf Pro in conjunction with the Challenger Series as well.
I was able to catch that.
And this is our 2nd event. And then the crowning event will be at Manly. So, sorry, we'll be at Malibu
Okay, cool.
in October. That event will be worth 10,000 points.
So
These first 2 are worth
points.
5,000 points.
Okay, so we're not just going to have one world title. It's going to be a tour where you have 3 events,
And
2 count.
And the only surfers in the world that can be in that draw to get into Malibu are the surfers that have been competing between Manly and right now. They're all in the running.
And is there going to be 20 as well?
There will be 20 surfers there. Yep, they'll be advancing through. And with the points breakdown, with it being 5,000 for the first 2 events, you've got 1 throwaway. So one of these 2 first events will be a throwaway score for everybody, and 10,000 on the line for Malibu. It does kind of guarantee that we'll be crowning our world champion there.
Yeah.
There's no possibility for somebody to win the world title if Honolua Blomfield or if Harrison Roach win right here. They're not going to win the world title this week.
Got it.
They've got to be forced to go to Malibu, which is just how the structure's run for longboarding for the last couple of years by introducing multiple events.
And I love that it's at Malibu. I mean, Malibu being one of probably the premier longboard waves in the world, at least in America, let's put it that way, because there's a lot of great longboard waves elsewhere. But Malibu is just a place. It's obviously home of the World Surf League is in Los Angeles. It's just right up the road. But as we all know, probably a majority of the people have been introduced to surfing at Malibu, or at least some of the old movies from Malibu. So I love it that it's kind of the traditional home.
Still a vibrant, weird, and awesome parking lot scene as well.
Yeah.
That is as fun as it gets out of the water in a surf parking lot. Still a classic surf destination, and if you are a logger, I mean, that is your mecca, I would say.
I really like how Hiroka surfs. I mean, I could just see there's just this subtleness to it. There's some quickness to it, which is something that where she doesn't look like she's moving quickly. Very similar to what we saw some of the footwork happening in the heat before. But man, that was cool.
Victoria is on the same board that Jules borrowed after he busted his stick. So musical surfboards going on as well.
Musical surfboards, thanks to Harry Roach for passing yours around. That was a hard one for Yasmin going over the falls.
We have under 5 minutes to go. Let's take a look at how we got to where we are right now, starting with Karina Razunko.
Sitting in the lead, she's got a 6.5 and a 4.83. Really beautiful style coming through. Hiroka's currently sitting in that 2nd place position off of the score from that wave. Came through as a 5.83. The majority of that score all coming from that nose ride to roller coaster finish. And then this was Karina's best wave. A little bit more size to it. Found some control in those nose rides. Got a little bit of variety as well. The judges are always paying close attention to variety in the longboard conversation. They don't want to see anything too repetitive. They also don't want to see too much downtime, and Karina's one of the best at not having downtime on her board. She's constantly moving her feet up and back, cross-stepping up and back with a really good little re-entry on the inside section. So having that footwork through that middle section helps her keep control. It also helps keep that board in a good trim line, which means she's keeping the speed and then able to capitalize when she gets a critical section in front of her.
So with under 4 minutes to go now, very impressed with our crowd-funded superstar, Hiroka Yoshikawa, the 5.83 and a 4.43.
Hiroka is actually one of the older competitors on tour. She's been competing on the Longboard World Tour since 2011. Karina since 2012. So they've kind of got the most experience behind them in this side of things, outside of specifically this Duct Tape Invitational event. But they've been in that running. They've been able to compete at what we used to have as just a single world championship event at the end of every year. But they've been competing in those regional events throughout the year, which qualifies them for this bigger tour.
Out the back, we've got all 4 surfers right in the mix. And Yoshikawa did have priority there. We'll see if she gets shuffled down to the bottom of the line. And she does. So you saw just even, you know, we have really great priority judges right upstairs, and even the little subtle little hand touch in the water, they go, we see that, we know what you're doing.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm asking, you know, I know they're competitive here, but I mean, generally longboarders, it's not really super cool to be ultra competitive.
It's not cool, but I will say
it happens.
It exists in the heart of every single one of these surfers right here.
You gotta do it, but not make it look.
You gotta do it really cool, and they may say it, they may not. There's a few surfers in the draw. Kai Salas coming up next. Actually, that next draw is pretty stacked. Kai Salas, Lucas Guerrero-Leca, and Kaimana Takayama. Kai Salas has been runner-up to the world title a couple times in his life. He's got an ISA gold medal for the longboards as well, and he's a great surfer turned shaper. He is someone that is cool as a cat, but so fiercely competitive, and he wants a world title. That's why he's here. I mean, everybody is.
Yeah.
He's been runner-up multiple times. He's one of the older surfers in the draw.
Wants
the
a world
only reason
champion.
that guy is here is because he wants a world title.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and that's it's a title that you'll hold on to for the rest of your life, and it's something that he hasn't been able to achieve yet. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I say the competitive spirit is alive and well no matter what anyone says.
Well, I was just saying, in use of priority, if you're going to see defensive moves and that kind of stuff, I mean, you'll sit there with a longboard, at least you can get to your competitor quicker, so you can kind of sit off a little bit.
Exactly. You can still look cool, look a little distance. And it depends. Certain surfers will have different approaches to that. Some of them will kind of go more the honor style of priority. Yeah. In a typical Duct Tape Invitational, we wouldn't see a priority board, but it would be that kind of honor roll. If you're on the inside section, you get to go. There's also bonuses for taking waves together. There's little cash prizes that go through on the duct tape side. We'll have to get the little insight to know if that's what's happening, but here it's an interference.
Yeah, so it's actually docked.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to pay attention to that.
So
also, you got to remember the rules, right? Don't go into your old school duct tape rules.
Totally. This event, 100% WSL rules right now. 2 waves count, priority, everything is coming into play just the same as any other WSL event. This is a nice little wave from Yasmin. Great footwork through to the inside. These are the sections I'm talking about earlier on that are really tricky because we still have some of that bump on the face of the waves.
Well, there's backwash
too coming out. It's really challenging to surf a longboard with that much backwash happening.
And it's scary flying into a closeout section on a huge board like that.
And one of the totally, look at this footwork from Victoria. Victoria's also been on the Longboard Tour for years. Since 2014 was kind of her first season. She took a little bit of time away to focus on some other things in her career, but she's a really fun competitor to have around. One of the kind of loveliest personalities, just gets along really well with everybody. I'm sad to see her sitting in that position right now where she's chasing a good score.
Yeah, it needs a 6, and probably not going to be the 6 needed.
And then Yasmin's the newest to the tour out of this pack in the lineup. Only been competing at this level for a couple of years. A phenomenal surfer, but just wasn't able to find any rhythm out there today.
And we see a Cheater 5 coffin ride. Like it. Style for miles with all 4 competitors, but at the end of that heat, it's going to be Karina Rizonko and Hiroka Yoshikawa unofficially getting the win now. And I've just been, again, mesmerized by Hiroka. Such clean style. She makes her way to the beach. So that's it for round 1, heat 1. There is so much log action coming at you. Some of the biggest names in traditional longboarding will make their way into the lineup. So sit back, relax, take it all in. You're in for a great show of surfing, and we're not going anywhere. It's an all-day affair here at the Vans US Open of Surfing, and we'll be right back after these brief messages.
excitement. Yeah, look right off the bat there. Looks like $5, just a little quick in and out. He's actually trying to push himself over into position, so looks like he's already back on the inside. Nice little stage there. I love kind of a make up the nose, a little head off the top. So this would be a different approach, watching the, again, in just 5 changes, the whole inside section is going to get more opened up. If he makes all the way inside, looks like a nice little 10 on the inside there. Into a cutback. Wow. And he nice little second wave, right at the first little bit he got, but that was a nice second wave there for $5 from Hawaii. And here we go, Blue, flying high on a set wave out the back. Pushing through like snowboarding right there in the foam. That first part of his wave too is,
Welcome back to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational Men's Round 2, heat number 1, out in the water. Kai Salas, Lucas Garrido Leca, and Kaimana Takayama. Some big names there, and 3 surfers in the water. What's at stake? First and second, they move on to round number 4. Third place on to the elimination round in round number 3. And I'm Kaipo Guerrero, and I'd like to welcome to the set the Waxhead, Matt Shonaki. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me, Kaipo. What a pleasure to be back at the US Open, and this year we have waves.
We got waves, right? And hey, when you're on a 9-2, I don't know if you need that big a wave, and we've already seen a couple casualties, but it is nice that we have consistency. We're going to see a lot of surfing out here, and again, great to have you on the set. You were with me for stop number 1 at the Sydney Surf Pro in Manly, where we kicked off this World Longboard Tour, and here we are, stop number 2.
That's it, and developing that story as we're seeing those surfers evolve with their equipment, their rankings, and getting to see them surf these beach breaks. And now through Manly, we started with those smaller, challenging conditions. As we see Kai Salas looking for his, this might be a replay of his opening wave.
Yeah, Salas, a little roller coaster off the top, but not really a lot of footwork as of yet. Of course, we want to use the entire length of these longboards. Traditional longboarding is one of the call here, right, Matt?
Yeah, so this one was the second wave, and Kai going to town on this, really opening up as that higher tide has shifted the inside reform of that right-hander, being almost like a dominant scoring, giving dominant scoring potential. We have Lucas, our Peruvian surfer. He'll be hunting those lefts. He has been surfing beach breaks at home. He just let me know before the heat that he was aware that it was going to be challenging, and Lucas is ready to go left, go right, and adapt to the conditions.
Oh, wait, hold a minute. Luca Garrido Leca, he's got a leash on.
Absolutely, and he's also got some rocker in his board, as you could see there. So he's perhaps taken he's got a beach break log here, Kaipo. He's surfing a lot of left-hand points at home, and he made a real point to surf those beach breaks to warm up for this spot. And yeah, look, 2 hours ago, it was heading into the pier. There was obviously that last heat was pretty phenomenal as well. But these little rights, these little left bowls, you've got to be prepared to adapt. And I think all these 3 surfers in the water are ready for that.
Yeah, Luca Garrido Leca, representing Peru, as you said, smart young man. Already has a business and sports management degree under his belt. Also started a business called Surf Place Peru, a platform in Peru where you can get everything at one stop. You got news, content, surf reports, and so a lot of, wearing a lot of hats, Lucas Garrido Leca, in addition to just being a competitor.
Absolutely, and that is part of the longboard story. We see that with a lot of our competitors outside of surfing and competition. They do have pastimes, they do have jobs, a lot of them as well. and that's why they're so stoked to be here at this event, Kaipo.
Yeah, last heat winner, round number 1, went to Karina Rozonko, the colorful Karina Rozonko. She's with AJ.
Yeah, Karina looking fantastic in the water and out of it in this suit. That heat, though, looked like there was so much current. The waves were so big. What did it take for you to manage to pull off the style and grace that you did on every wave?
I was just trying to pick off like the ones that had kind of corners out there, because a lot of them were just straight closeouts, and with the current it was just so tricky, but yeah, I managed to find a couple, which was cool.
Yeah, you did manage to find a couple and add some style points out there as well. When you see 2 boards break so early on in this competition, how does it change the way you approach the wave or the maneuvers that you're trying?
Well, the first wave I tried to shoot the pier, and then I was like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't try to do that again. Because I saw Victoria's board break right after that. I was like, yeah, not a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Growing up in San Clemente, this is a break that you have a lot of familiarity with, but you were telling me before you have not really seen it like this for the Duct Tape Invitational, like ever.
Yeah, no, for the duct tape it's usually like a lot smaller, where like the waves have been pretty perfect the last few times, so it's fun having like a little bit of a challenge and like kind of being freaked out. It was fun. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you weren't freaked out so much that you couldn't move on to the next heat. Anything that you're going to learn from this one to carry forward?
Just kind of go for it, because you have nothing to lose but a broken board, so it's okay.
Just a broken board. It's fine, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, AJ. Hey, we're going to see Karina again in competition, and look forward to that. Might even have her on the set. We'll see. Okay, so let's get to some scores now. 4.5 populated. Matt for Kai Salas and Lucas, his opener of a 4-point ride. Yet to see a ride from Kaimana Takayama out there in the white jersey, but Kaimana comes from a crazy pedigree of surfing. His grand uncle is Donald Takayama. His dad, shaper Michael Takayama. His grandfather, Lawrence, was the oldest of Donald's clan, oldest brother of Donald Takayama, and they all grew up in Hawaii back then, in Kaka'ako, which had become a developed neighborhood, but back then it was a real blue-collar neighborhood. Lawrence making, you're going to enjoy this, hot curls with the late, great Woody Brown. That was back in the 1940s.
Okay, well, we talk about history, we talk about Huntington and why this event is so special, not just because it's been a QS and a championship tour, a stop event, but being the first pier in Southern California, but also announcing themselves as Surf City. Hot curl boards were ridden here in California and at Huntington Beach as well, so you could almost say the affiliation between, here's Kai now, affiliation between that Hawaiian and Californian heritage runs right through both Kai Takayama and Kai Salas' heritage.
Yeah, and we're looking at 80 years when we talk about the hot curl to present day. We're talking about 80 years of heritage. That gives me chicken skin.
And there's a feeling when you come to somewhere like this that even just before this heat, talking story with Tom Curran, David Nueva, and Mike Hinson.
That's
talking
crazy.
about surfboard development, discussing Toss Tudor's win before. This is what happens at the US Open. There is just so much history here, so much relevance in the past. This time there's waves, so we have some extra exciting points to talk about. But, you know, an interesting point, Kai Salas in red is actually a former team rider of Donald Takayama as well.
Right.
Is now doing his own boards under his Kai Salas label. And these guys, you could almost consider themselves as, they weren't team members as such, but I think there is some friendly rivalry amongst the two Kais in this heat as well.
Oh, I love it. And, you know, to your point, this is where we celebrate and we toast our surf history and our surf culture. And, you know, in addition to commentating on all the action, we want to have those conversations. As you see, Lucas just get tripped up there on his second ride. So we'll be waiting for score for him, as well as Kaimana Takayama. Again, Takayama, when we think about the name, we think about not just a shaper, but an incredible surfer, a surf pioneer, one of the first surfers to surf a wave, a legendary wave like Almoana Bowls, for example.
Well, I'm sure his dad, Michael, will be watching as well. Michael Takayama, and here we go. This is Kai, so he's already got that 4.5, and this will be a nice backup for him with 20 minutes remaining. Hot dogging that board around, sort of feeling really free off that tail. And I think for a natural footer out here in a single fin log, these right-handers are going to be a little more appealing, and really making that inside bowl, which is super tricky. You've seen so many boards go down in those previous two heats, so Kai managing that extremely well. So be interesting to see where the judges go with that, Kaipo. not too much on that outside, just a few hot dogging maneuvers, with the majority of that wave getting really busy on the inside section.
Got some beautiful footwork on the inside. Again, Kai Salas with a self-shaped board. Kai Salas Longboard Company. He's got a couple models. He's got the Guava Jam. He's got the Mango Jam. And so the difference between those two boards, I think we've talked about that too, is rocker and outline, right?
That's right. From a distance, they could appear relatively similar, but I'm not sure which one Kai's on here. I think a lot of these guys are actually on prototypes of their initial boards as well. So Kai, mid-board transition, you see him sort of like shuffling a little bit up and down, which is, I guess, practical and permissible when we're talking about beach break surfing. Being a larger framed guy, he has the ability to do that without making it look messy. And Kai, beautiful clean footwork, and he is known for that crisp footwork. He's always had a California sort of California-esque flair to his Hawaiian power approach. I think that this tour, the way it's evolved, has allowed Kai to still remain in those in that world title hunt and be as relevant now as he was 10 years ago.
I agree. And when we talk about shuffling, we're talking about just kind of scooting up and down the board. The preference would be cross-stepping.
Correct.
But the quick actions of a beach break, sometimes it necessitates that shuffle.
Absolutely. And we talked about I heard Shannon mentioning, and Pete giving some fantastic reference about the cross-step and making it look flowing and practical and purposeful. But that slight shuffle, that little adjustment is super crucial just to get your feet right. And a longboard, we have a massive planing area, and the sweet spot is still just as accurate as a high-performance shortboard. It could just be that little inch or that little increment you've got to shuffle your foot back, get into position and do that mid-board turn or move that back foot. So we just had Kai locking in that 6.5, so the judges did like how busy he was throughout the wave. And here we have Luca. He's hunting that left that Tosh had so much success with in that opening heat. And why wouldn't you?
Yeah. So Lucas a little bit on the tail there, and a little bit more of, kind of in a high performance kind of surfing right there. Not as traditional, I feel, as both Kaimana Takayama and Kai Salas. So we'll see the contrast in the numbers when they check in. Of course, traditional longboarding is encouraged. Here's on the paddle here, Kaimana Takayama. There's a beautiful cross step forward to the nose, hangs 5, gets back on the tail to negotiate the closeout section, looking for a little connection here. Kaimana Takayama, smooth as could be, and graceful little cross step cutback, and some more great footwork. Another 5 on the inside, roller coaster finish.
Yeah, I think the judge is going to like the crispness of that wave. Kai looked in control, and he, it wasn't a super busy wave, but he did capitalize on what he had in front of them. And right through all the different divisions of the US Open, if the surfer's looking engaged and surfing what's in front of them and really adapting, they tend to get the good scores. And I think, I don't know, I find Kai, this is a Sano-esque type wave. Despite it being overhead on some sets, he's picked off a beautiful little opener, and we go 5. Just a close 5 and not quite the 10. He'll ride this one through, just seeing if he's going to come back to the left or come back to the right. Setting up that inside, that little cross step to keep the momentum going forward. Another little cross step there, and there. He's on the top of that little rip bowl, little shuffle back and taps it off the top. So that's a really fun, you could almost call that his opening wave. He did have a 2.5, but that one's going to feel a lot better than his opening wave.
Yeah, great flow there for Kaimana Takayama. We'll wait for that number. Kai Salas currently in the lead. Again, first and second in this round. Move on into round number 4. Third place moving on into round number 3, which will be the elimination round.
You can see Sole Erico in the background in that pink wetsuit there, a competitor coming up in the women's division. A lot of these surfers couldn't actually get out into the lineup in the last few days. It was logistically very tough to paddle through the pylons on a longboard. Some of them made it out for a free surf yesterday, but I think some of those women will be pretty stoked that they didn't have to surf yesterday.
Oh yeah, Soleil Erico, a 2018 world champion. We'll see her when we switch back into the women's competition. And a pullback shot here of the famous landmark, the Huntington Beach Pier.
So on the Monday, the first day of that swells, you see that little, that second little output.
Yeah, the T.
Little T, yeah. So Sophie McCulloch paddling through there, and to see her progress through this morning was tremendous, because there was one moment with her heat, Kaipo, where she was stuck with a looming set, and she was on the wrong side of that. And had she not just paddle through, run around the beach with 12 minutes to go, may look completely different. So logistics and planning have been the way of this US Open so far. You know the spare board that these guys have been riding in the previous 2 heats? We had 2 snap boards.
Yeah.
It was one of my buddy, Tom Payne. He has been riding Thomas surfboards, and Harrison liked the board so much, he decided to bring it over. He's a team rider for Thomas, and it's been the substitute for Jules and Victoria now.
Wow.
So,
wow.
I don't know how
coming to the rescue right there.
That's it. So the board made its way all the way from Sydney and Noosa and all the way over here and been the backup board. But not a lot of longboarders bring multiple boards to the events because they don't snap very often.
Right. Yeah, they don't snap very often, and you know, I mean, traveling with shortboards is hard enough. Traveling with, you know, a 9.2 or a 9.4 is even more difficult. Thomas surfboards are Noosa heads.
Yeah.
Australia, brilliant shaper. I think Tosh Tudor's on one of his boards as well.
Tosh is correct. Karina. And some of the Australian competitors in the amateur league and some of the other duct tapes do ride the Thomases as well. But Thomas is one of those shapers that, you know, harnesses the past, but as well as being practical for the future. You know, his boards are not as heavy as those vintage longboards. They're practical with the fin positioning. He's got, you know, he's pretty smart all the time. He keeps it simple and lets the surfer tell him what he wants, but it ends up being what he wants anyway. So
there you go. Well, we're going to take a break right now, and we'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. Right now we have Caity Simmers out in the lead. We'll see if that changed right after this break.
How does it work, like going from the last week, it was you know, the 4-man, 4-women heat, now we're in the 3. Like, how does that change up for, you know, the competition itself?
Yeah, as far as the advancement goes, Mitch, it's we'll get back to that in a moment. We got live action here. Kai up and riding in red.
So Kai, looking at that red, same kind of thing, just a little quick pump, follow the top of the local line, kicked out, and I think heading back to the places here.
Just to go back to your question asking about, you know, the difference between the 4-man heat versus the 3. In the 4-man heat, it's 50% advancement, top 2 moving on, and this round here with 3 surfers out there, 1 surfer unfortunately will not be moving on, first and second will. So I think strategy also will change from the competitors, knowing that you only have to beat 1 surfer out there, you know. And as they change, they'll change in a lot of ways, especially with priority. Here we go, surfer in white adding a look. Kaimana not going. He has second priority, so priority will change. First priority blue, second priority red. When you paddle for a wave with priority, you will lose whatever that positioning was. If you were first priority, you're going to go to the back of the bus.
Welcome back to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. It's round 2 for the men. First heat is out of the water. Caity Simmers out in the lead. Luca Garrido Lecker in second. Kaimana Takayama just checked in with a 5.57. He's in third. Just needs a 5.44 to move into second. This is a non-elimination round, but there is something at stake because first and second skip around, go to round number 4. Third place into round number 3, which is an elimination round. My name's Kaipo. I'm with the Waxhead, Matt Shinaki, calling the action.
So we just had Kai Takayama lock in a 5.57 on that left to the right reform. So the judges did agree with that that link up, you know, that flowing nature, and he made it look entertaining and captivating despite it being a smaller wave. Surfing what was in front of him, where Lucas in blue, he's holding down that second spot, but he's needing a 6.87 to take the lead. So he's going to want to try and get rid of his lower score of a 4. And his Kai, he's aiming for a 5.44. Just building that house, Kaipo, and he's 10 minutes remaining. That travelator going out through the pier and on a longboard, you can be back out in 2 to 3 minutes if your board doesn't snap.
Yeah, name of the model right here with the hang 5 and the step back, the Perplexer. By
Yep.
look at
wow.
that finish.
And
talk about mixing it up. Get in front of that for the completion. I don't know if the judges are going to count that, but I was entertained.
Absolutely. He's really, you can see that tail flip there. That board's a 9.7, so you can see that late nose flip and that extreme tail lift in the back.
A 9.7. A
9.7, yeah. 9.7, probably 23.5 wide, which is a super Californian inspired nose rider.
And just to frame this, a longboard is classified as a 9-foot board, so that's an extra 7 inches.
Correct.
On that bugger. Why would you go for a longer board than just a 9-foot board for a beach break?
Levitation. Well, for a beach break, you pretty much are just limiting yourself to nose riding. You really want to stay high and tight. He's picked off a pretty similar size wave to his last. So starts on that left, and he will link it up here. So another thing is glide. See here, 4 steps up. He wasn't even on the tail there, Kaipo. And now he's in the middle and shuffles back into that layback off the top. But a longer board will give you more effortless glide, and it'll give you more ability on the nose to levitate if you can get it in the right spot. But that's the problem, getting it in the right spot. And Kai did. He started off well, and those little intricate footsteps on a longer board allow more flow, more glide, but also, yeah, harder to steer around.
I'm a fan of the longer board. I'm a fan of the heavier board. I'm a fan of not wearing a leash when you're longboarding. And so that's my preference, you know, and that's what I like to see. I like to see that style of surfing right now because it really sets itself apart from progressive contemporary shortboard surfing. And I want to see the different flavors. I want to experience the different flavors.
Absolutely. And, you know, length of ride doesn't particularly score in any surfing divisions these days, but we talk about, you know, the Hawaiian influence on surfing and surfing the wave from the beginning all the way to the end, having respect for that wave. Is no more evident than when you don't wear a leash.
Yeah.
You know, it's a real waterman type, you know, perspective, and sort of saying, you know, really making sure you choose the best wave out there that you can capitalize on and surf to the shore. And without a leash, it just looks amazing, but also practical. You don't get your feet tangled up.
Right.
Kai's doing heel hangs. He's running back switch. He's you know, moving up and down the board.
And he's knee paddling that 9.7.
And yeah, he's just wearing trunks too. The water's kind of chilly out there too, so he's feeling free right now, Kaipo. He's no leash and he's just waiting for that score to be locked in. So gone up into second place, 5.30.
There you go. So a change in the situation out in the water. Kai Takayama did enough to get into that second place. Kai Salas in first place. Garrido Leca now needing a 6.87. That is a pretty big number.
Yeah, it is, but it is the Huntington left. So as we can see, maybe one major maneuver might be enough to get that. If he gets on a big set wave and aims towards the pier and pulls off something, he'll be able to get into that 7-point range. But we're yet to see an excellent wave, Kaipo. What do you think the judges will be looking for to
excellent wave? You know, right from the get-go, some footwork and some tip time, maybe like a 10 all the way through, then followed by some mid-board turns, and then back up to those, some fancy footwork, maybe hang the heels off, some trim, and a nice, you know, off the top, a roller coaster on the shore break showing some control. That's what I think how you're going to get into an excellent range. Of course, you want to mix style, flow, and grace throughout the entirely throughout the ride.
And you know, out here, given the type of waves that we have today, if you are performing everything that you said, it's going to be critical.
Yeah.
Because it is kind of solid, and that the wall is going right through to the pier. The right does fade around a little bit, but it jacks back up on the inside. So if you do manage to get to the nose and you are linking turns, chances are it'll be a pretty solid score if you make it look easy.
Let's make it look easy. Let's make it look stylish, and let's make it really smooth with the footwork. Lucas heading into the pier. The pier left gets the 5. Nice trim on the top there.
Oh.
Where Lucas gets caught up, goes down. So that is not going to be the 6.87 that Lucas was looking for.
That's a shame he went down on that. It was on his way to a nice score there, but 5 minutes 40 left on the clock. Luca is actually an experienced competitor, although on the World Tour his name's only been known since 2019. He is quite young, and he's coming through the ranks, but I think we're going to see Luca on the tour for quite a long time. And he's mentored by his shaper, Piccolo Clemente, who's a former world champion as well. He's riding Piccolo's boards, heavily inspired by, I guess, the boards that Piccolo won his world title on, which were single fins. They were bigger, wider noses, and they had the world title in Hainan in China at the time, and Piccolo was on his backside, nose riding really, really well, and it was at that beginning of the transition between the performance surfing into the traditional elements, and Piccolo was the right time, right place, and put together.
Lucas here. Another 5 and a high trim. Heading to the pilings. Grabs the rail for a cut back there. Is going to shoot the pier effortlessly and the glide to the other side before he kicks out. Little better effort from Lucas Garrido Leca. Kaimana Takayama. Cross step into the nose. Difficult 5, but makes it look easy in some warbly water. Kaimana now going through the piling. He's going to shoot the pier again. Smooth, effortless, and emerges on the north side.
I can't wait to see that replay of Kai's nose right there. He sort of twisted up the top, and I guess heading towards the pier, that's kind of sketchy. You know, you're on the nose, you're bending and you're twisting, you've got no leash, you're on a 9.7 log. It's wide, it's a single fin. There's no quick reactions on that board, Kaipo.
Oh, I love it. I mean, you got to plan and you have to be graceful, but as well as respect the wave and do, you know, what the wave is indicating in front of you. I mean, you really can't force your will as much on a wave, you know, on a 9.4, 9.6, 9.7 longboard as you could on, say, a 5.9 shortboard.
Yep, exactly right. And here we have Kai Salas, who's one of the few people who can do pretty much everything possible on a longboard in all types of waves, and he's trimming through that midsection, sort of keeping that rocker and that board in trim. And he says, look at him, just cruising around, not moving his feet, just hanging out. He's going to wait for this inside bolt, little drop knee carve, setting up the inside, and getting on the tail, stalling 5.10. And that's, you know, he's waited a little while, Kai. It's been about 12 minutes and a little link up. That is what a longboard allows you to do, Kaipo.
Exactly. Thanks for acknowledging that, Waxhead, because you know what? That was what differentiates the two aspects of surfing right there. That link up, hopping from one wave basically to another one. Absolutely beautiful trim.
Section connecting and no Huntington hop needed.
Nah.
That would have felt really cool, that little pop off, and here he is. He really wanted this one. See that little steer, he's got that back foot on the inside rail, steering it around, just keeping that board nice and stable in the whitewater, just carving around. I think that was a subtle claim, just getting the water out of the eyes. And here he sets up that little drop knee check turn. Inside that little stall, little pockety stall, proper 10. Nose digs in, and here he is, links up that little fun skip fry style section here. Section connecting.
So cool.
Yeah, so Kai knows he's got a solid score on that wave.
Takayama here.
Kai, so here's that twist, bending, twisting, 5.10. Super technical. I don't know where the judges would go with it, but I tell you what, that was a lot harder than what it looked. I could liken that to a foam climb heading into the pier, you know, on a shortboard where you're trying to get it up in the foam. And if you're doing it, you're like, man, I hope this works. But from the viewer's perspective, doesn't look all that technical. But I tell you what, that was, yeah, the judges only locking in a 3.77 for that one. So maybe it looked a little, because we're up close, it might have looked a little more, little detailed, but I think that was kind of sketchy.
Yeah, I appreciate actually turning on the nose right there, and that's what Kaimana Takayama did. We got numbers are settling in now for Kai Salas, and he does improve his two-wave total, 5.9 for Salas, and we're down to 1 minute 20 seconds on the countdown. Lucas needs a 5.94 to go into second and skip that round number 3. He's in the blue jersey. He's got priority. He's got opportunity.
Tell you what, all it's going to take is that he's got that outside nose ride down pat. He's just got to link up through that inside and maybe get an opportunity to come back on the right. But Kai and both Kais are really really out for the battle today. And I love how many waves are being surfed. These guys are going back and forth. So we've surfed, yeah, over 20 waves in this heat. It's been fantastic viewing.
Down to 45 seconds, and we'll see if there's going to be a chance for the Peruvian. I see a line coming through here, and here he goes into the pier. Gets the 5 from the start, pokes the nose, goes down, and that's going to be it. Luca Garrido Leca is going to have a trip to round number 3. Kai Salas, Kaimana Takayama, they're going to skip that round. We'll see them again in round number 4. And that's going to be it. It's going to be official in just 8 seconds. So now it's done. And now we can officially say those guys are heading on into round number 4. We'll see Lucas again in round number 3. And we'll see the final numbers here coming up for our competitors. 12.4 takes the win. Takayama, 10.87 was enough for second. And we'll be back with more of the Duct Tape Invitational right after this. It's the Vans Duct Tape Invitational here in Huntington Beach, day number 6. The Vans US Open of Surfing, the world's largest action sports festival. And I got a special guest. Welcome, Dane Gudauskas.
Hey, how's it going?
Really good, really good. We got the Wax Head, Matt Shanaki, Dane Gudauskas. My name's Kaipo, and we're in heat number 2 here of the men's for the Duct Tape Invitational. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, conditions have just been all time this whole week. I mean, obviously all time in the sense of swell.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's great. The conditions seem to have cleaned out for these guys to go out there and enjoy. The women out there were ripping, and I'm stoked to be here for this heat, calling it.
Yeah, well, another heat in the water that we got to look out for. It's a good one. We got Ben Skinner, Jefferson Silva, and Tosh Tudor. But before we get to that, Dane, longboarding, I know you're known as a shortboard, but I've seen you ride some really, really long boards. You got a glider. You got a 12-foot glider?
I have just a couple, like a box board, 14-foot.
14-foot.
Like a kind of an Olo-inspired board. There's something fantastic about setting the trim on a big, long rail line and just letting the wave do its thing, and you feel like you're steering a big mothership through outer space, and there's no other speed like it. I know you ride a ton of those boards, especially in big barrels and stuff, and it's just there's something sensational about that feel. And these guys are on a whole nother level. You know, sometimes I surf with my wife and at Malibu, and she loves longboarding, and to watch the performance, it's just a whole nother dimension of wave riding, and something I have a ton of respect and appreciation for. And you know, these guys are at the top of that order, and it's awesome.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, it gives you respect, right, for the footwork that these guys are doing, the trim that the men and women are able to obtain, and then just, you know, to be able to hover and balance your center of gravity on the nose, because that's really a key trim line, Matt, to be able to get in that position and hang 5, hang 10.
Absolutely, and this heat, I'm looking really excited. We got Tosh Tudor here opening up with this, but Ben Skinner, Jefferson Silva, and Tosh Tudor, these guys are so technical. I look forward to them doing the, you know, the sort of nose ride boogie and twisting, but the way that they fit those longboards into the wave is incredible. They make it look very easy, so it's exciting times ahead.
I'm going to drop a Hawaiian. Well, we're going to watch this. Speaking of Hawaii, I got a kid that spends a lot of time on the North Shore, Tosh Tudor, showing us some footwork here in Huntington, and gliding through a little flat section. That's just utilizing the planing of a longboard. That wave's not even breaking. He's able to continue on with that forward momentum. Gets to the nose, has to negotiate this steep shore break, and does so.
Wow.
Tosh Tudor, incredible. Now I'm going to get back to my Hawaiian word. It's oh my ka'i. It means congratulations. Congratulations, Kai Salas. He just took a heat win, and he's with AJ.
Yes, a huge heat win for Kai. It's been a while since you've surfed at Huntington Beach. How did it feel to be back?
Oh, felt good. Took some getting used to. I haven't surfed out here in probably over 10 years, like free surf or contest. So, yeah, felt good.
And what a welcome back with the current pushing you all over the place today. How did that affect your strategy in the heat?
Yeah, the current was really strong. It's whipping towards the pier, so it's hard to kind of go and position yourself where you want. So I just tried to, take whatever came to me, and yeah.
One of the things that came to you is something that's so unique to longboarding, and it's the ability to link waves. The guys were talking about just what a cool aspect of longboarding that is. How does it feel as the surfer when that happens?
Yeah, at Huntington you typically have like an outside section, and then you if you're on a shortboard, they call it the Huntington hop, and you try to hop to the inside and get a finishing move. But on the longboard, you can kind of flow through that flat section. So, yeah, felt good. It's good for a longboard.
And you were able to go even from like one wave to the next in the same wave as well in that last one.
Yeah, it's kind of the name of the game out here. After your outside section, you're trying to just like connect the dots.
Yeah.
So,
well, you connected the dots pretty darn well. You'll move on to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, AJ, and great surfing, Kai Salas, as well as Kaimana Takayama and Lucas. But we'll see Lucas again in round number 3, because that's the story right here. Top 2 moving on into round number 4, skipping that round number 3. Round number 3 is when we're going to start eliminating surfers. And just some small scores on the board. Looks like the judges owe us a number for Big Ben Skinner. Tell us a little bit about Ben Skinner from Great Britain.
Ben's been a competitor on the World Tour since we've had the rebirth, we could say, of the World Tour, but he's been competing for a world title in the era of Taylor Jensen and Harley Ingleby, which has been incredibly difficult, throwing Phil Rajman and Dwayne DeSoto as well. Ben's probably unfortunate to have not won a world title along with Kai Salas.
Yeah.
Those guys have been in the top 5 pretty much every single year. But he's big, he's powerful, and here we go, 4 steps to the nose, sets it up exactly like Kai in that last heat, and going down, which is very unusual for Ben Skinner. And this was at that second wave of Tosh, just trying to build upon that poor opener, and just trying to build that house, heading towards the pier here. That trim that we talked about, that Kai just mentioned before in his post-heat interview. And he links up that inside. There he is, just lightening himself up with his hands in the air. He gets that little 10 and completes. So he'll be happy with that 4.23 for that score.
This just happened here. This is the opener for our Brazilian competitor, Jefferson Silva. And it looks like Silva just had to be patient here, Matt, to get to the inside, and that's going to be it for Silva.
Yeah, back to Ben. He's just so competitive, and he loves it, and he just loves the battle. He loves he loves longboarding, and he's such a great ambassador for longboarding in Europe. And yeah, we're stoked that he's here, and everyone's always stoked to see Ben, as they are with Jefferson. Saw Jefferson this morning skating on his duct tape skateboard, Vans Duct Tape skateboard down the promenade with João Dantes, and having a ball. You wouldn't see a CT surfer on his way to a heat skating and doing little ollies on the way with his longboard. So he was all smiles before he paddled out. And Tosh was so stoked when he came out of that first heat this morning.
Yeah, let's take another look at Tosh's last wave. We're still waiting for the score. Wait a minute. We're going to stick with live action just because Ben's taking a look at this one before we can get to that ride again for Tosh Tudor. Let's break it down on the replay, Dane.
Oh yeah, Tosh kind of looks like a little stall so he could get a little closer to the pocket. Navigating the chops, great footwork, and I mean, it gets so turbulent right by that pier. It's such a unique aspect, but he shoots it, and he might be able to carry the speed, but yeah, Huntington Beach is just such a unique thing through the ages of navigating through that pier, especially with big south swell. And these guys' equipment's so long, it's a whole nother factor when you're shooting that thing. So, did we see a broken board earlier in the day?
Yeah, two broken
one
boards
down there. Was that from contact with the pier? Or?
One of them was, yeah, absolutely. Wow. One was with the shore break, and the other one was contact with the pier. And
nice.
That was a throwback right to the 60s. Well, I guess the leash came in around the mid-70s. I'm sure there was some crude examples in the earlier 70s, but perhaps not tested here at Huntington. Not necessary, but yeah, shooting the pier. Speaking to Nueva beforehand, I mean, speaking to Nueva, are you kidding? Like, he's the man. You talk about Rob's left down the beach. Well, this left is Nueva's. The pier bowl left is David Nueva's left, and he said they used to shoot it all the time. No leashes, obviously mixed results, but a lot of
trial by fire there for sure.
Absolutely.
Oh, look at this set coming through. These guys are really having their way with it. Let's see if there's a little opportunity.
All right, so we got some lines coming through here. Priority with Big Ben Skinner from Great Britain. He's in the red jersey. He's also a surfboard shaper, Skin Dog Surfboards. And it's really nice because someone like Ben Skinner, you know, surfs a heat, catches a rail, he's got no one to blame but himself because he's his own shaper. So I don't think you'll ever see Ben Skinner beating up on his board because he created that thing. Here we go. Skinner up to the nose. Nice 5 trim to start off with. This is what we like to see from Ben Skinner, the full rail power of his turns. Currently number 2 on the rankings, Ben Skinner, and you can see why with the smooth footwork, nice cross steps, nice redirection here, trims, gets to the nose. High 5 on the inside, no problem for Skinner, and that is a well-executed wave. Right back on it. He opened up with a 3.5. I think he's going to get more for this ride.
Yeah, I think so. Ben's always shows his emotion too. You can see him just a little bunny hop then. He loves it. And it reminds me a little bit of the waves we had in Manly, Kaipo, for that final event. He had a really memorable heat against Declan Whiten.
Yep.
Where he really threw down those super critical nose rides and those powerful drop knee calves. And Huntington is throwing up waves that were pretty similar to that finals day as well.
Yeah, Ben Skinner, runner-up for the first event on the World Longboard Tour this year over in Manly. And here you go. This is how he got to that final with great surfing like this.
Yeah, tight 5 on the outside and linking into the drop knee. This is a rare open right here, so he was probably stoked that this one reformed because some of them do fatten out into that midsection. But he had the longboard redirect left to right, keeping busy, keeping that footwork moving from nose to tail, and finishing on his feet. So he'll be stoked. You see this little bunny hop here. I think it's kind of stoked on that little. Yeah, there he is. He's stoked.
And navigating that last inside bowl, the transition from the nose ride back to the tail, it's such a tight pocket, and those guys have to just trust their instincts to pull it back right at the right time. It's amazing. It's really beautiful nuance.
From 1 to 6 feet, that little ride explodes, right?
Yeah, it's shallow as well. So
here we go. Tosh Tudor on the backhand again with the cross steps. Great footwork for the young Tudor out of Del Mar, California. Fading, and again just graceful to the nose. Oh, has to bail on that one. Through the bucket, had to jump off. Now he's got to retrieve his board. Jefferson Silva, our Brazilian competitor, high 5 there, but just runs out of room, has to kick out.
Yeah, when we watch the replay of Tosh's wave, it's pretty much exactly what you just said about the inside bowl, and it's, you know, it just sucks out on you, right? And, you know, I mean, if you're doing an aerial, you break a leg or something like that, you put your foot through the board.
And you got to know when the time is to pull it back, but Tosh, full commitment on the nose all the way through and just pulling the jump cord.
Absolutely.
So he's got some really smooth style, great approach, just beautiful cross stepping. You can see the weight transition, trying to carry the flow across the flats, keeping that rail engaged, and then, it's probably a fun experience, but probably, I mean, how would that translate into the scoring? Obviously, it wouldn't be complete.
Yeah, they'll deem it an incomplete. We see Jefferson here trying to, we'll get a replay of what happened on that outside, but you notice that Tosh jumped from the top of the wave down. That's actually a really good way to save your board. With a longboard without a leash, you sort of you kick it out behind you. You have that ability to sort of control the tip, balance it out the back. If he had a leash on just then, that board would have come with him. And most boards, apart from the ones we've seen this morning that I've ever seen snap, most longboards, have been with a leash. Because the leash pulls the board in an area where you don't want it to be. And you got the board, a leash, all tangled up. And here we have Jefferson's replay. So getting that 5 and 10, heading towards the pier, long nose ride. So that was one of the longest ones we've seen in the last few heats, but not overly critical, Kaipo.
Yeah, not overly critical. We're still waiting for that score as we check out the end part of this replay.
Wow.
Makes it to the shore break. Pretty aggressive surfing always from Jefferson Silva, but I do want to pay off that ride from Ben Skinner. Came in at a 7-point ride. So that was a strong ride from Ben Skinner. You know, there's so many things happening here in addition to the Vans US Open of Surfing, in addition to the Duct Tape Invitational. We have the duct tape demos where Vans team riders shape boards. We're going more on that with Chris Cote. I think he's with Zion Wright. We'll check it out.
Well, the Vans Duct Tape Festival is in full swing, and the boards behind me have been put through the paces by surf fans coming down to the beach. One shaper went from East Coast to West Coast, skate park to shaping bay. He is Zion Wright. What up, my guy? How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing wonderful. Not as good as you, though, because you're skating the park, you're shaping boards, you're having a hell of a time here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. I just read in your bio that you actually shaped with the legend Shea Lopez back home in Florida.
Yes, I did, and it was a great experience to be able to kind of like actually go through the phases to like break down actually what goes into a board. There's like real artistry that goes into it. So was stoked to be able to shape with Shea, and yeah, we got these 2 blades out here ready for anyone to come out and try. So come out and try the board. So yeah.
This guy's one of the best skaters in the world and also a really good surfer. I can attest to that. Speaking of really good surfers, this is Tommy right here. Tommy, you had your choice of a litany of boards over here shaped by all kind of legends. Why did you pick the Zion Wright board?
I actually switched between a few boards today. I like just trying different stuff, and so it just seems fun.
And what do you think? What's your pre-review of this board?
It looks like it'll be better for the conditions today. This stuff was kind of, I don't know, kind of hard to handle, but yeah.
All right, well, this board's going to work perfect for you. I can just feel it. Zion made this thing with his own 2 hands, so I can't wait to hear the post report from Tommy here about shaping. But let's talk about your day job, skateboarding. I know we got a big comp over here. They're switching the park from BMX to skate. What's next?
Yeah, so we got practice starting on Friday and then contest Saturday and Sunday. But yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be big vibes, all the homies. It's just going to be, I wouldn't even consider it a contest. It's just going to be vibes. Everyone's going to be skating, having a good time, just here, just shredding. So yeah, come check it out.
Yeah, let's call it a skateboarding festival. Well, either way, this guy is an ATV, an all-terrain vehicle, park, street, shaping bays. Zion Wright does it all. I love this dude, and I know you do too.
I love both of you, Chris. How's that? You've been exploring some of the shapes there, Dane?
Yeah, I was just actually catching up with Zion. We had a chance to ride their boards. I rode Troy's board and Zion's board. It's a lot about fun and getting out, creating with your friends, and just creating something that you can take in the water to enjoy. It'll put a smile on your face, you know. It may not be exactly what you were expecting, but you never know. That's the joy of surfing, right? You just get out there and give it a crack.
Just sliding on water. And if you just put your head right there, like I'm sliding on water, I'm having a good time, you know, I can get some different feelings.
That's true.
You don't always have to throw an arrow to the fins.
Well, you might be able to. Zion, I mean, and he also was working with Shea Lopez, who you know is just an amazing surfer.
And shaper.
It's a real, yeah, and shaper as well. It's a really cool thing that you get a chance to maybe connect with a mentor shaper and have that experience of shaping boards. Like, you know, it's just to have that understanding of how much it takes in there is it's humbling for sure. You really get a deep respect and appreciation for all the boards that you get to ride. So.
Yeah. I had some time with the son of a mentor and shaper of myself, Ben Ipa. Duke Ipa lives here in Huntington Beach. He's a 2nd-generation shaper, carrying on that tradition. And we see that kind of lineage in surfing. I know you have it in your family as well, Dane. And that's really just part of the surf culture, is having, you know, knowledge and just the gift of surfing getting handed down generation to generation to generation.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. And what I love about, you know, this event right here in the duct tape, they really honor that tradition of boards and aesthetic and culture, really, and brings people together. And I mean, you could probably speak to this more so, but like, it seems like there's a pretty wide variety of equipment being chosen. Yeah. Per conditions, you know, as opposed to the shortboarders, you know, it's pretty traditional, and in many ways there's subtle differences. But like on a day like today, would we be seeing the competitors choosing pretty different boards? Or
well, you've got competitors with there's 9 inches, 10 inches of difference between, say, Justin Quintal's board and what some of the females will be riding. We see the snapped board there, Victoria's board, and we've got Declan's board there. That'll be a 9.2 or a 9.4, and yeah, I presume Jeffson's on a pretty large board in this heat, our surfer in blue. But yeah, you got 9 or 10 inches difference between boards. I mean, I would go as far to say is there's even like 5 or 6 inches rocker difference in some people's boards from nose to tail. And I mean, that's wild. I mean, in the Challenger Series or CT
You
world,
would never see that.
You've got same fins, same tail shape. It's pretty wild if someone opts for like a swallowtail or a pintail, and out here on a day like today, it'll just be all square tails every single board. And they might differ from 18.5 to 19.25, but we're talking weight difference of maybe 20 kilos. That's pretty wild.
And it really is cool to see it translate to everyone's individual styles. Like you see, this is wow, it's such a beautiful positioning. But that's what I find so fascinating about longboarding and longboard culture is everyone's got boards that are built to their approach.
Hey guys, we got to take a break.
Oh,
we're going to be back with more conversation and the conclusion of round 2, heat 2 at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Don't go anywhere.
The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Pacifico, official beer of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Live life anchors up. By Youth Theory, official vitamin and supplement of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. By BF Goodrich, official tire of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. And by Stillhouse, the unbreakable spirit.
There we go, coming back to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Big Ben Skinner getting up on the nose and showing some of the power, getting right through that section. Nice drop knee cross step combination coming through the inside here. Ben Skinner sliding on that skin dog board and showing the power and grace that is synonymous with his surfing. Again, to the nose, nice 5 on the inside, floats through the inside section. And I think Ben Skinner's going to be on his way to another great score. Right behind him, Tosh Tudor, cross-stepping on the backhand to the nose, gets a 5, back to the tail, beautiful carve into the whitewater. Redirection, and now head on a swivel, deciding left, right. It's going to take it to the left on the inside shore break. 5, 10 tap, and controls the closeout. Great surfing from the young Tudor.
That was 2 fantastic waves back-to-back. Can't wait to see the replays, Kaipo. That was unreal. Beautiful polished surfing from both competitors. And here we have Jeffson. He's currently in 3rd place. Not needing a major score, Kaipo, but he got a 5 on that last wave, a flat 5, that long nose ride. And here he is linking towards the pier. Is this thing going to reform? And it doesn't.
But you know, I'm going to tell you, after those 2 rides of Ben Skinner and Tosh Tudor, Jeffson's going to need a larger number to get into that top 2 in this heat. So we're waiting for those scores to populate, but a great exchange between Ben Skinner and Tosh Tudor. How'd you feel about that, Dane?
That was beautiful. I mean, just the positioning on Tosh's wave, for example, was so smooth. He's so quick. He's like a cat getting up on that nose. I just really appreciated his technique, engaging that rail, and just, man, he's smooth, huh?
See how subtly low Tosh is. He's got a very long torso, and you know, his arms are always so well placed, but he's actually subtly always got those knees bent and in control. See that? The whole time his knees are bent on a, you know, maybe a 75-degree angle, giving him that control and that sensitivity. They're not straight out, and he's not super crouched. And here we go, Ben, super tight nose ride on the outside, steps back, pops it off the top, manhandles that section, and carves it around. This one set up really, I thought he almost went a little too deep on this one, Kaipo, but it did come through really nice for him, setting up this inside here. He comes down low, but quick steps, taps it on the nose nice and high, and he gets a little bonus, little roller coaster there in the middle of the board. And he's stoked. Ben is having a really good heat right now.
And Ben just scored a 6.33 for that last wave, so commanding leads so far. We're still waiting for that number for Tosh Tudor and a number for Jefferson Silva. We're at the 5-minute mark, and Ben taking the escalator back out on the north side of the pier through the pilings.
We talked about boards before, Kaipo, and you know, obviously Vans being established in 1966, something that always rings really true for me is that was actually a really pivotal year in longboarding. It was the year. It was the year of the best performances. You had the best nose riding, you had the beginning of power surfing, and a real combination of power surfing and the elegant Californian style of surfing.
Yeah, the clash between the animal Nat Young and then David
Nuuhiwa.
Nuuhiwa and his approach, you are right. I mean, this is what I love. I love the surf history right here because that was a pivotal year.
It was so, but the thing is, Kaipo, that stuff dropped off straight away. By 67, boards were down sub 8 feet, and longboarding, it disappeared at such a crucial time. And it came back in the 80s, longboarding came back, but Kaipo, it was multiple fins, it was high performance mentality. You had the same guys in the 60s riding longboards in the 80s because they go, hey, what do we ride when it's small? Longboards. But this traditional style, when we reference traditional, it's not retro. We're taking off where longboarding stopped in 66. You know, we're putting this new twist on it, re-embracing what was so good about the glide and what really encapsulated surfing as a culture and a lifestyle in the 60s.
Yeah.
And now taking it back to the modern era.
Because by 71, in the world titles in 71, guys were on shortboards at that point, you know.
That's right.
And then not far after that, we saw the advent of the fish, and fish were coming into play.
1968 world titles, Kaipo. You had guys on boards that were sub 7 foot, and you had guys on boards that were 9'6".
Yeah.
I mean, imagine rocking up to a world title, and you have 3 feet difference between boards. You got guys in Hawaii on down rail, brewer gun, mini guns. You know, you got young Jeff Hackman just killing it at Sunset. But then Australia, you've got Jeff McCoy making his little twin fin 4'6" boards for these guys who were just like a young Simon Anderson, a young Mark Warren, and these guys ended up paving the way for what was to become shortboarding or surfing.
Well, continuing on with that tradition right now and setting new bars is Tosh Tudor. He had a 6-point ride on the previous wave, and he's in a solid second position. Ben Skinner in first. Jefferson Silva, the Brazilian competitor, looking for a 5.24 to move into that second place and skipping that third round, that elimination round. And here we go with Jefferson.
He only needs a 5.24 in this one, Kaipo, and he started off really well. That little mid-board adjustment, tight nose on the outside. We'll see what the inside's got for him. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock, so he might get another chance after this, but I think this is the wave. He really needs to capitalize on the inside.
Being patient right here for Silva. Inside looms up, a nice little drop knee redirect, taps the 5, needed to pull that.
Yeah, he did, absolutely, and you know, it didn't really give him much in that midsection. He was waiting. He'd got to capitalize. He's been on a bigger right. And, he's got this heat pretty stitched up at the moment. Tosh in second is needing a 7.33, so it's between Jefferson and Tosh for that to try and take it off Ben right now. But well, Ben's got another reform. He's had the pick of those rights, Kaipo.
Wow.
And here he goes, another 4 steps. Very dainty with that nose ride as well. For such a big, powerful surfer, he does have light feet when he needs to apply that footwork.
Well,
and,
I think, Dane, what we see with Ben Skinner is, you know, both footwork, but at the same time, which is really, like you said, light, but then also power in his surfing.
Yeah, it's beautiful to watch. I mean, it's powerful and graceful.
Is he waiting to hear the situation? Maybe.
But look at that
He
tail.
wants time.
Look at the tail.
Yeah,
See how wide that tail
extremely
is?
wide.
That tail will be 17 inches, maybe 17 and a half. That could be the same width as Caity Simmers' board that she rode earlier this morning. The width of the tail.
Width, yeah.
No.
And we take a look at it right
Wow.
here. And the fins, you know, real far back on the board as well.
Absolutely. He's got, I think he'd probably have the FCS, that thing would be 11 inches, the flow fin. It's a big fin, big base. And you can see the Greeno-inspired rake on it with some flex in the tip to give him that release.
Little
And
whip
he
out
lays
of it.
Whip, exactly. Lays it down, and then a little bit of pop at the end of the wave.
Yeah, hey, Greeno, we're going to talk about that too, because that was more of the evolution of design in surfboards and surfboard fins.
So it doesn't look like Jefferson capitalized on that. Oh, they've still got that score where judges owe us a score to come in, but Jefferson just seeing if he could roll the dice while he was waiting. He didn't want to get too lucky, thinking he might have got it, but it's not looking favorable at the moment. The judges, yeah, we've got one judge close.
Tudor hanging on right now. Gets to the tip.
Well, he doesn't know.
Nice off the top. He's going to keep on surfing.
Absolutely.
Nobody knows the scores yet. The judges owe us actually 3 wave scores at the moment, so situation has not been finalized, and Tosh Tudor's still surfing. Nice couple of cross steps, always stylish, finishing off in a lot of control. So we're going to have to wait for these scores to make it final. A 5.24 is what Jefferson Silva needs to get into second place, but that need could be increased on this final ride from Tosh Tudor, because he could better his situation as well.
Absolutely. But very dynamic heat there. We had 3 completely different characters. We had the British surfer, Brazilian, and our local Californian, and that was fun.
Definitely is really interesting.
Well, there you go.
Their wave
4.73.
Absolutely.
Not enough for Jefferson Silva. Scores still owed to us by the judges for Ben Skinner and Tosh Tudor, but it's not really going to matter at this point because they're both going to move on into round number 4.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dane.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. Great surfing by the whole crew. Looking forward to the rest of the event.
Thank you, Matt.
No worries. We'll see you guys later on.
And we'll be back right after these messages.
Longboard Tour, Vans Duct Tape Invitational in the red, Roach. In the blue, and in the white, who we saw come through the wild card heat earlier. So Harrison Roach getting some good karma earlier. London report out to the first 2 competitors, one in the men's and one in the women's, that broke their boards.
Oh, and Declan, the man of these local, making all really that backlog just done. Yeah, Harrison's a great dude, and number 1 in the world, giving away his board before he surfed the people that could have been broken. And 2 people already broke the board, so you know. Yeah. That would suggest that it's not the best idea, but that's a long way from you. You take care of each other, everybody calling me. Everybody here after time.
Maybe he was the only one that came with a backup.
Who knows? That too. Oh, searching right there. Harrison knows the speak of him. Ripping his cut out, showing you why he's letting the lead right now. I need to wait for this inside to set up. Well, that's a kind of cool little section I haven't seen much of yet. And this one's got dumping inside. What's he going to do with it?
Welcome back, surf fans. You are watching the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, part of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. We're live from Huntington Beach Pier here in beautiful Surf City, USA. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes. So far, so good. Duct Tape Invitational has really lived up to and beyond all the expectations we had for it. We knew we were going to see beautiful surfing. We knew we were going to see nose rides. We didn't know we were going to see broken boards. But what I promised you at the top of the Duct Tape Invitational was that you will be entertained, and we have been that and more, Shannon.
It's seriously been a dramatic morning here. It's kind of crazy. It's great to have the longboard community here in Huntington. There's a thriving longboard community in this area anyways, especially going down towards Newport and then St. Clemente with San Onofre. But now to have that international pack here, the best in the world, three of the best in the world currently hitting the lineup, and hopefully no more broken boards.
Yeah, this is going to be another good one. Harrison Roach, Declan Whiten, and João Dantas. I don't think there's any relation to Wiggly or Wesley Dantas, but João Dantas is a big, strong surfer in his own right, coming from Portugal, and 2 Australians. And I see a number 1 underneath Harrison Roach's name. What does that mean?
It means he took out the win at the first event of our World Longboard Tour this year, which happened in conjunction with the Challenger Series at Sydney for the Sydney Surf Pro. So in that event, Harry took out Ben Skinner, who just won the last heat. As we take a look at this replay here from Declan Whiten, that event was run at Declan's home break at Manly Beach, and Declan was kind of a favorite going into it. We all thought he might take away his maiden victory at this level. He did walk away with a semi-final finish, and I love his surfing here. It's really lively, it's really controlled. That's a nice locked-in nose ride, just a little bit tricky. You can see how many times the nose actually kind of ducked underneath the surface of the water, which means it's really difficult to maintain that control. Harry Roach has one of the more classic styles of the pack, always riding a very traditional kind of Australian style longboard from Thomas up in Noosa, where Harry's from. And that's a great combo so far from out the back. Loses control, so that'll go incomplete on the finish. But I'm excited to see these two matched up. And then João Dantas, obviously, Cote made it through that opening round heat number 1. He's already back in the water.
Would you say that Noosa is the Malibu of Australia?
Yes, 100%. Great likeness.
We got 26 on the clock. Harrison Roach, your 2022 Sydney Surf Pro winner. How did Harrison win that event? What were the waves like for that first stop?
It was kind of like this, actually, strangely, for finals day. It was pretty solid Manly. They wanted to kind of back up the finals for the Challenger Series as well as the Longboard Tour, which was a really fun back and forth all the way through finals day. But that meant that the longboarders had kind of similar conditions. So big kind of bowly sections in front of them. If they could get a good nose ride out the back, they were going to get a really good critical score if they could maintain control and then do a really similar transition and trim line all the way through to the inside. He was charging and took away a win. It was really close with Ben Skinner. Skin Dog had a really good run there as well, a second time that he's come runner-up in an event like that. And yeah, it's pretty solid.
Runner-up is one of those spots, especially at your home break, that it's bittersweet. Obviously, it's amazing to get second place in a big contest like that, but you know, competitiveness, I would say, is a kind of an understated virtue of all of our longboarders in both the duct tape and on the World Surf League Longboard Tour, which is all one now. You know, we keep kind of talking about the separation, but we're all together. We're one big happy family on our logs today. 24:48 as we see weaving right, left, every which way but loose. João Dantas. It's going to be a sizable score. And again, with putting all that activity from the beginning to the end of the wave, you know, cross-stepping, running, toes on the nose, everything in between, you know, making it look stylish and fluid, as João did right there, shows that he is an absolute master. 24:24 on the clock. Ben Skinner got a big win in that last heat. He is standing by now with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, and Ben, it's almost impossible to look at you in the water and think, you know, people sometimes think that age and surfing kind of goes against each other. And looking at your career and where you're at right now, it seems like you're living the best moment of your surfing life.
Totally, yeah. I mean, it's I'm enjoying myself. I think that's like the biggest part of surfing, really. So, and I think from what experience I've had and what I've learned is to just like have fun, and that's when the best comes out. So, it took a while to get there, but yeah, it's a nice feeling.
And you know, shaping your boards, bringing your own fin plays a big role in what you're performing out there too, or do you think it's just like a magic touch?
I think it's like when you design something and make it, you definitely have a different relationship with it. And obviously, you know, your surfboard is what makes you go out there. So if you've got a connection with that and the fin that's in it, it's a special feeling, and it's a good confidence. You know, it's a nice feeling.
I wish you guys could feel this board. I'm just gonna hug it. And as you tell me, how was this heat for you?
It was tough. It was super tough. It's tricky out there, but there's some really good waves actually. So we're stoked to be here. It's amazing, this event. The US Open is it's definitely one of the biggest events I've attended ever. So it's amazing to be here. Stoked to make the heat. that was the tough one. Obviously, Tosh he's one of my favorite surfers already, even at such a young age. So, yeah, it's amazing to see him come into this event and to surf heat with him. It's pretty rad.
Well, good luck on your next heat. It was a pleasure to watch you.
Thank you very much. Everyone at home, love you. Woo.
And there are a lot of people back home that love him right back. Ben Skinner is a beloved fixture in the Australian surf scene. Not just longboard. He's not just a lovable longboarder. He rides everything, and he's an all-around awesome dude.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's got a really strong contingency back in the UK, back at home in England, and some great surfers. His kids growing up, his son Lucas is one of the kind of shining stars coming out of that Grom generation there for British surfing. And for Ben, I think it's been really cool to see him really take to owning his own shapes as well. And we've got more of that longboard community there that are riding them. A lot of the surfers taking away British championships are on his boards now.
Yeah, apologies. I think I said Australia. I just I keep thinking of Noosa.
I know. It's
I can't get it out of my head.
Either way.
Ben Skinner representing the UK. He moving through with a convincing win along with Tosh Tudors. We see a replay now of Jao Dantas.
Yeah, nice section out the back. Keeps that nice trim line. You can see where he positioned himself in that front third of the board. Wouldn't be able to nose ride through those flat sections, but nice to kind of keep that trim, and then loses control here on the finish. Still waiting for that first score to come through. Curious to see where it's going to go. Harry did get in a 5.17 for his last wave, which had that really good, nice rail work, like really smooth transitional work out the back, and then connected through with some good nose rides on the inside. I spent a little bit of time in the judges' tower. I felt like I had an hour off between heats and had so many things I wanted to do. I wanted to talk to every single surfer in the field because I haven't seen a lot of them for about a month since we were all in Australia. And then I also wanted to peek my head in with the new head judge for the Longboard Tour, Tori Gilkerson. And just listening in for the few minutes that I was in there, they're really hammering home the need to get those bigger scores, to do good maneuvers out the back, to really try and get those nose rides, which are extremely difficult to do today on some of those sections at the top, and then be able to connect it through. But if they kind of don't do much in that middle section and they only get those good nose rides in the kind of on that short break, even if they're really critical, really they've got a lot of lift, they've got kind of that elevation, levitation coming out of them, they're still not really going to get more than a 4 to maybe a 5-point ride, but they're really trying to hold off those 5s and higher for something that was good out the back as well as that connection to the inside.
So you got to use the entirety of the board and the entirety of the wave.
Exactly.
Well, we got 20 minutes to go. I want to touch on the statement you made, Tori Gilkerson. She is a professional class, elite longboarder herself. So very happy to have her leading the judging panel for our Longboard World Tour. If you get the chance, I mean, her videos that she and photos that she puts out, I mean, you'll see why we are in such good hands. And I love that, you know, we're providing the attention that is completely warranted to make the World Surf League Longboard Tour as big and as great as it can be. You know, obviously, I think in the not so distant future, we're going to see 4, 5, 6, 10 stops around the world. There are so many iconic longboard breaks that should be celebrated, and I feel like when you have an event like this, it really opens up, you know, the history books. Obviously, the equipment, it harkens back to the beginnings, the origins of surfing, but you know, when you can attach like a festival, a vibe, you know, a soulful feeling, and I feel like if you don't do your research, your history, you're missing out, because there's so many cool elements to the history of our sport that you really only can kind of grasp through events like this. As you see, Harrison Roach with a beautiful carving turn, drops that back knee. There's another added element of style, a subtlety that our judges absolutely notice. Little double arm cat pet to get to the inside. And even just that little straighten out right there, it was kind of a way to, you know, get your board in a controllable area, but also it just kind of looks cool. Just yet another element of style as we go back out to the lineup. See Jao Dantas doesn't like what he saw there. We've got 18-13 to go, and I believe we've got a report coming in from AJ.
So you were just talking about how calm, cool, and collected Harrison looked on the wave out there. I was talking with him earlier because he lent out his board not once but twice. He lent out his extra board when we had 2 boards breaking earlier today. He told me, you know what, I'm actually more nervous lending my board out right now than I am for the heat itself. So makes sense that he's riding so smooth right now.
He was just feeling very giving. He's going, yeah, you can borrow it. Don't break it, please.
Well, I had to catch up with him after finding that out from AJ earlier on. Great reporting from her to figure it out. He then ran after those heats to get himself a second board just in case something happened to that one that was being ridden out in the lineup.
Declan now whips the nose around and runs straight up to the tip. So there are a couple different ways to hang 5. Well, there's a million different ways to hang 5. There's cheater 5 and there's the proper 5, which he just did right there. Cheater 5 is it's a great name for a trick. It's not really what it is because it's actually harder than a normal 5, I would say. As you reach your toes towards the nose and cheat your way up to the nose. It's just another classic maneuver, and we've seen covers of longboard magazines with that maneuver. Rel's son had probably one of the best cheater sons in the history of surfing, and it's just so cool again to see when you can kind of pause the moments that we see of these surfers on the waves. I mean, it could be 2022, it could be 1972, and it blends so perfectly.
Yeah, it's incredible to be able to kind of have those moments. I can also picture Rail's son right now, and most of the time when I paddle out on my mid-length, I try to do that to channel what Rail was doing back in Hawaii back in the day. But yeah, the cheater 5 is an interesting one. So it's technically more difficult to do just a normal stand-up hang 5, and you can kind of be more in the pocket. It also then shows that you're putting your weight all the way forward, and you're trusting that that board's in the right place in the wave, because
Risky.
that wave, exactly, your critical moment, the risk factor is better on a normal hang 5. But honestly, I struggle to do cheater 5s because it's like a strange bit of strength that it takes in your legs. Maybe it's the hamstrings. I just don't have any or something.
Yeah, it's
actually a really difficult maneuver, and it is one of the coolest looking things about longboarding. I like this wave from Declan. So he's currently sitting on a couple of 3s. We do have a score to come through for this one. Gets up to the nose, does that nice redirect with it as well. He's showing a lot of control.
He sprayed the pier.
He just sprayed the pier. I love those little subtle bottom turns that come out of longboarding. Often it's something that's kind of missed in our conversation around what's a good maneuver, but the bottom turn is a really essential part of riding longboards, and you get those little jousts of speed, and speed's really important, which is pretty much exactly what Harry showcased with this one. I loved that setup turn, then went to the nose, then a couple more setup turns here. And then he's just kind of patient with it, waits for that Thomas to just find itself right back into the pocket of the wave through this inside section. But the power that he had in those turns out the back, those are really crucial moments, and why he's sitting on the best score so far.
Out the back, Harrison Roach in the lead with a 6.67 and a 5.17. He's got a lot of time left, just under 15 to go. He does have priority, so he's sitting in a nice, comfortable spot. And with those 2 solid scores, that really just frees him up, gives him some luxury maybe to throw a little bit more risk in the surfing that he's doing. I mean, he's already proven that he's in complete control over a massive surfboard. So right there, he's getting full credit with every subtlety that he's been showing us on these waves. Now Declan Whiten needs a 7.17. Here goes Harrison Roach. The backside hang 5 right in the hot curl. Love to see that. So of course the judges paying close attention to where you are on the wave. Really easy once you take off on a log like this. I mean, you can get stuck right in the pocket, and that is a scary place to be unless you're Harrison Roach, when you have complete control over your surfboard.
That was such a beautiful wave. I love that calling of the curl. That board was just in such a good position, and you would have had a lot of speed coming through it as well. I'm excited to see the replay on it. Well, let's take a look at it now. Slightly different angle here. You can see him just straight up to the nose, 2 steps, and stuck perfectly in the pocket. A little bit of water kind of coming off the nose there, but a really good hang 5 to start off with, and also kind of opening up that front shoulder, that left arm, to help him really hang 10 on his back, going backside, which is hang 5 going backside. But that's typically what we'll see of the surfers if they're going the opposite way to their regular foot. So for him going on a left, then you'll usually see that front arm kind of open up a little bit. That was a really good wave from him. I really liked the nose ride. It's definitely the best nose ride that we've seen of this heat. And there was a couple from Tosh earlier on that I thought were really good critical nose rides out the back that were better. Just kind of a higher line, had maybe a little bit more speed, where Harry's was kind of in that downward section the entire time, but the judges loved the look of it as well.
Yeah, another big score for Harrison Roach, a 7.33. So he jumps out into an even more distant lead. Declan and Zhao both needing sizable scores to get themselves into the realm where Harrison Roach is currently residing. We've got 12:30 to go. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action. You're watching the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
Something about that big check turn, the board goes up, and when it slams back down, that's what gives you this weird inertia to run to the nose, and it just feels so natural.
Oh, Harrison kind of doing the same thing right on that takeoff right there. Ripping around with him on his front side and ripping that cutback all the way down to the ball ball. This is probably going to set pretty good on the inside. He's doing a little Phil Edwards stalling and just kind of keeping the board instead of moving it around, keeping the board moving. And here comes that inside section, throwing the 5. Get the ride up there, hold it off into the foam ball all the way to the beach. Really trying to put the seal deal on it. And here comes Declan taking a look.
And Declan, we got, he's just been hunting this, and they're just getting out so quick. So Declan working his magic on these rights, wave after wave. Nice deep cutback, dropping the hand down in there too, a little drop knee.
Ooh, switching it up on that one too, throwing the front foot into the back foot area.
I love that.
Oh, and this inside is setting up real good for him. A little backwash, but pretty beautiful. And there it is, nice snap right there. Hangs onto it through the foam.
Power five, you talk about, like a lot of rail engaged. So you got a tubular face and you turn the whole board in there.
Yeah, definitely some water displacement.
Yeah, he didn't have it a 9-foot board. He was rubbing today, so Zhao with her.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, part of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. A full day of festivities happening up and down the beach. Then we got the Vans retail store open, Vans Street Market open. Go get yourself some vinyl Solution Records on the beach, Joker Skate Shop, and more. Vans workshops all day long. You can draw, paint, do art, play music, shape boards, watch boards getting glassed. Again, so much happening. The Van Doren Village is wide open. If you're lucky, you might get to meet the legend, Mr. Steve Van Doren. And if you do, give him a lot of love, because he has given the world of surfing, skating, snowboarding, shoes, he's just given a lot. Without him, I don't think any of this stuff is possible. So thank you, Steve Van Doren. And when you meet him, just say thank you, because he deserves it. Vans Duct Tape Festival board demos are still going off, and there's duct tape shaping and glassing all day long. This is a unique element where you have icons, skating, BMX, surfing, shaped boards that you can actually ride. Get down here. And if you get a front row seat to a nose ride like that, you're doing it right. Harrison Roach putting on a show for surf fans.
Oh, such a good combo. Great nose ride, great engagement of the rail. Keeps that smooth transition as well. And now he's just hanging around, waiting for that next section. A little bit of quiet moment in the middle, and then he finds that hang 5 again. That's not really, it's really difficult to do that in that section. As he comes through to the inside as well. And then Declan got a piece of the action, slightly smaller size wave, maybe. Great redirect there. Love that carve after the nose ride. He's got a great kind of repertoire and variety in his footwork, so he went for that switch stance cut back midway through. Loving this close-up on his toes as well. Gets that little hang 5. Another drop knee cut back through to the inside section. That was a little bit of a mistake to me for him. He could have finished off really clean, maybe just gone for a normal little roller coaster, a little redirection, but throwing that drop knee in actually caused him to stall that board too much and lose momentum to just ride out clean.
I noticed a subtle difference between the board that Harrison is riding and the board Declan's riding. Declan looks like he's riding just kind of a flat plank, nice and wide, straight rails all the way down, whereas Harrison, his board looks a little narrow up in the nose and almost has kind of hips down by the tail. Two different styles of the same type of craft.
Yeah, very different styles. Something as we see a couple of the guys getting ready to paddle out next. Coniella Stewart in red, Cole Robbins in blue, and Phil Rajman in white. That'll be a really stacked heat as well. But different styles of boards. Harry's typically maybe a little bit harder to ride when you get those soft sections of a wave, like something that's really flat, having to keep that trim line through. But possibly the easier and better board, depending on the skill level, to put that board right in the pocket and get those critical hang 10s, like the 733 that came through as his best wave, just higher than his last one at a 723. So Harry's board, those hips will really help that board to kind of hang in that pocket section and allow you to do some critical nose rides, even though the nose is more narrow. Where for Declan, that board's going to facilitate a little bit more of an easy trim line through some of those softer sections. And at Huntington, sometimes you get those moments. And so I kind of like Declan's choice of board. I think he's been doing well with it, but he still needs to get himself onto a wave that has that critical pocket, which has been lacking a little bit.
See a little set rolled under two surfers in the lineup. Here is Caity Tsunami.
Caity Tsunami.
You see a secret handshake with Dab?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Dab it up.
Moses Kaleopa'a, his sister Khalees, is in the draw. She actually won the Vans Duct Tape Invitational the last time it ran here in 2019. She's a young competitor, but has been straight into that conversation, still as a teenager for world titles, which is really cool. She actually had the goal, Moses' sister, of becoming the youngest world champion back in 2019 season. The pandemic kind of threw up a spanner in the works, and in the end, she ended up not winning the world title when we returned because Honolua Blomfield did. But had Khalees been able to win the world title that year, she would have been younger than Rachel Tilley, who won at 17 years old back in 2015. Rachel still holds on to that record. A couple of little fun things going on behind the scenes and that kind of competitive flavor that we do have in longboarding. But a great family environment as well. So many of that Hawaiian crew also hang extremely tight.
You know, and if you frequent beaches like San Onofre, Cardiff Reef, Malibu, of course, and all the places we've been mentioning, Noosa and around the world, you know, you'll see that it's a very strong, tight-knit scene. So I love that we have the kind of place to showcase this now, because I'm sure there are a lot of surfers out there that maybe they don't quite fit in or want to fit into kind of the high-performance shortboard world, and that's totally fine. I mean, there's a million different ways to surf, but I love the idea that we could be inspiring future loggers out there that watch this and they go, wow, that looks really smooth. That seems like it's kind of more my pace. So the future of longboarding right now is hopefully being fired up, and I'm sure, again, that the field is going to get deeper and deeper as we move through, as we see João Dantas now hanging 10 down the line, flying off his board.
Now that is part of the criteria that we would call risk and commitment. He went for a very risky maneuver out the back, which had he been able to complete it, carry on down the line, get a little carve thrown through and connect, he could have been looking at a good score. But that's also the risk element that if he falls in the first section, he loses the rest of the wave. Taking another look at it here. So straight up to the nose, finds that nice tight hang 10, and then you can just see there's a little bit of bump maybe on the face of the wave, and so much speed on those lefts, Cote. We've been talking about Hurricane Frank, and the lefts have been lightning fast, where oddly enough, then the rights have almost been like you're surfing so much against the current that for the Challenger Series, it looks like some of those surfers are just on a stationary wave.
River wave.
It's like the total opposite. So I think there maybe the speed just got the better of João.
Yeah, Frank flung João down the line. He is we saw that he is wearing a leash, and again, that's risky as well. These boards are not very light, and when that thing comes right back at you, as we see. Speaking of light, you know, one of my favorite elements of Harrison and Roach's surfing is how weightless he looks when he gets up on the nose. And there's a reason why nose riding is so addictive. You know, that is basically the closest you can get to flying on a surfboard. You saw him on the outside, how he crept up to the nose and he stood there. That's when time goes slow. There are so many different ways to fall when you're riding the nose. I mean, you are in the most precarious position you can be on a longboard. But that feeling of weightlessness is only achieved by the best of the best. And you just saw a couple seconds of weightlessness right there for Harrison Roach.
So fun. It's honestly the best feeling in the world. And the difficulty factor is as hard as it is to get a good barrel or to do a good air. So the actual technical difficulty that these guys are bringing right now, that Harry's bringing into this conversation, is just insane. Nice nose ride to start. Keeps that trim line, keeps himself in that front third of the board, finds another 5 to 10 combination. And then I love that redirect. He placed his board really well also to just kind of catch those little flurries of whitewater, especially right there, to keep that board moving with no need to try and force anything. Everything's just looking really easy, really simple. Hits that final section with speed as well, which is crucial, and then does that classic kick out, which is so much part of, I think, historical longboarding. Declan caught this one during the replay. He's chasing a score to take the lead, an 8.99, because Harry's just been on fire. And this is where, for Declan, his board's going to cut through some of that really soft, flat section a little bit easier than maybe Harry's board would have. He goes for a pretty fun re-entry there on the inside section. This is a really tight heat. Man.
I'm going to go out on a limb. Actually, it's not a limb. I'm sure it's a fact. Declan must be a really good dancer. You see how fast his feet are moving and how controlled he is? Maybe after the event, we'll find a dance floor and challenge Declan to entertain us on land as well. I just have a feeling that he's got some moves.
He's a good one. He's a great guy to have around. Him and Tully White, who's on the women's side of the draw, both from Manly, locals to the northern beaches of Sydney, walked away with semi-final finishes at the first event of the year. So he's sitting in a good place on the rankings, just a few spots behind Harrison Roach and Ben Skinner. Look at that score.
Yeah, I think the judges agree that he's a good dancer as well. 5.57 for Declan on his last wave. So as it stands now, Harrison, he's safe in the lead with an 8.33 and a 7.33. The judges loving Harrison Roach and his approach to Huntington Beach today. I mean, he's just been doing everything right. Multi-directional surfing. It's like every song or every wave is a song, right? You got the intro, you got the crescendo. It all comes together. And when you do all those things right, you make an art form out of surfing, you get rewarded. An 8.33 paired with a 7.33, and he's still going. This is his 8th wave ridden.
He finally fell. It's kind of nice to see occasionally someone as good as Harry. Just kind of miss a little section. That last wave was sick though, so he had those couple nose rides at the start. He just did so well to keep that board in such a perfect trim line. He drew such a nice line throughout the entire wave. He kind of kept busy, but not too busy all the way through. Got a great finish on as well. So the judges just looking at that full picture, like you said.
Jow right there, knowing that time was going so fast, he had to drop in on that wave. Unfortunately for him, it was a closeout, so he didn't get any tip opportunity. He does need a 6.50, so he would have to do something wild on this inside section, but the wave just crashing down around him.
I think Harry also kind of changed the positioning in the lineup. He headed a little bit farther up to that Machado's Peak that we've been talking about this week, and just shifted the perspective a little bit from our morning heats, where everyone's been sitting right there on Pier Bowl, and I think that's just totally changed the conversation of where scores can go.
Well, time is up, and Harrison Roach comes in victorious. A dominant performance there. He's throwing away 7s, throwing away 6s. The guy's on fire. And more action to come. We've got 3 more of the world's best loggers entering the lineup. This is the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Stay tuned.
Coming out and didn't even mess with that the whole time. He just sat over by the pier and got the rights, and that was his whole game plan. Harrison went from left to right to left to right.
Yeah, that was fun watching Harrison. He's pulled away from his bottle and career at the moment, and he's taking his contest. It's really nice of him to do that. With that hand foot
Welcome back to the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. We are in the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. You're watching a triumphant Harrison Roach making his way up the beach after a convincing victory in round 2, heat 3. And I am Chris Cote. This is Shannon Hughes. I'm very excited to be joined by a world champion, Rachel Tilley. Thank you so much for jumping in the booth with us, and the smile on your face tells me that you're having a good time, you're enjoying what we're watching. Tell me I'm right.
You're absolutely right. It's been so much fun. We've already had quite a few events for all the longboarders, dinners, and we got to make skateboards with Vans yesterday, so it's just been a really fun week. And now we're finally into competition day, and we've already been seeing some great surfing.
And we've seen multiple broken boards, which is something that I didn't think I would be saying. We're going to need some more duct tape in the competitors area, but some really cool happenings, and I think we've kind of smoothed things out a little bit after that wild start. We just watched Harrison Roach absolutely rip in that heat, and we're going to see more because we have 3 incredible surfers hitting the water: Connie Stewart, Cole Robbins, and Phil Rodgman. And we're going to start with Connie Tsunami himself. This guy is one of the most recognizable surfers on the planet, of course, because of his style, but the hairstyle as well. I mean, you see Connie take off on a wave and you know, oh, there he is. He is an iconic figure and surfs all over the island of Oahu. And if you ever get the chance to see him surf in real life, it is it's like poetry, right? It's like poetry on the water.
It's pretty impressive. Like, he's one of the kings of queens at Waikiki, but he also goes out to pipe when it's big and he surfs a longboard, and he gets some heavy, heavy barrels.
Yeah, that right there, I mean, people ride bigger boards at pipe, but when you're putting a 9.6 in the pit at Pipeline, you're putting yourself at a lot of risk, and again, he makes it look so easy. So always a pleasure to watch Kaniala, but Phil Rodgman and Cole Robbins, I mean, these guys are coming in highly ranked as well and highly skilled from what I've seen in past events.
Yeah, they're 2 names, Rach. I mean, you've competed with them on tour for so many years. Connie's the newer one, even though he's been around for a few years now, but between Phil and Cole, they've got some history behind them.
Yeah, quite a bit of experience with all of these guys, and we have Phil being a multiple-time world champion. Cole has been on tour for more than 10 years at least, and Connie has quite a few wins under his belt just with New York in 2019, and I know he's won some duct tape, so some really great talent out there, and I think this will be a really good heat.
It's going to be a fun one to watch. We got 25 minutes and a half as you see Phil Rodgman, 2-time world longboard champion from 2007 and 2016. Well, speaking of champions, Harrison Roach just put on a championship-style performance, making his way through that heat with some big numbers. He's standing by now with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, guys, and he was telling me how fun it was out there, even though you paddled a lot.
Yeah, it was really fun out there. It's kind of the first time I think I could ever say that. Having surfed out this joint, it's been hard over the years. It's not the nicest longboard wave, but I just tried to find those little laughs that guys like Justin and Joel and David Nueva have always done over the years, and I did, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, we've been so used to watching shortboard right now, and then we see you just dancing on your board. Can you just explain us the potential that you saw on those waves, on those moves you just showed us?
Yeah, I mean, people have been shortboarding here for years, but they've been longboarding here for longer, and like I said, guys like Joel and David Nueva have proven over the years that if you find that long kind of running left, it's actually pretty epic. But it's the first time I've ever managed to do it, so pretty happy with myself. It's a difficult wave to figure out, and I'm glad I just got a couple.
Do you know what's ahead of you since you just started the season just off right?
I mean, we've only got a pretty quick tour here. We've got 3 events. So next is Malibu. I'm here. This one's not really going to count for me, no matter what, because I only take the first 2 scores. So I'm just here to spoil it for a few other people, But hopefully that works out, and if not, it doesn't really matter. I'll be going to Malibu, and that's I feel really happy to surf there. So definitely the underdog out here, that's for sure.
Amazing. So keep moving forward and spoiling people then.
Yeah, sounds like fun. Watch out.
Back to you guys.
I like that. Good karma comes back quick. You loan your board out, you get a win. Keep going. Keep doing that.
That and playing spoiler just here. That is the way the tour is working this year. 3 events, first 2 events, Sydney and US Open, both worth 5,000 points. Malibu worth 10,000. So Harry's just going to be sitting in the lead.
Ooh, nice looking wave for Connie. Just creeping up towards the nose in the danger zone, now shooting the pier. So that right there, I mean, again, you could have seen that ride go down in 1978. And we're seeing it now in 2022, and it never gets old. It's always awesome to see a nice little nose ride and a pier shoot. That is classic surfing right there.
Just so pretty. It's nice to see these guys getting some scores. We got a 4.5 for the first of Connie. Talk us through this one, Rach.
Well, you just see a really nice, beautiful nose ride that he's able to go on a bigger one, obviously shoots the pier. I think the scores that are kind of ending up in the higher range are the ones that reform into the middle. As we see Cole get a nice one that he's able to hold a little bit longer there. I'm not sure if he connects this one through, but these ones that do have this reform on the inside with this tide getting higher have been providing opportunity to get more maneuvers on the inside and really allowing to kind of provide a full, complete wave.
Yeah, that full canvas for everybody. Now your heat is actually the last heat of the day, is that correct?
Yes.
How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling good. It's nice actually being the last heat of the day to watch all of these guys and what they're doing and their game plans. And I'll be just after the high tide, so I think the tide's going to be kind of in my favor too. So we'll just see. Non-elimination, so I'm trying to stay, relaxed and have fun.
Fun, of course, something I'm not seeing on the judging criteria, but something that's pretty obvious when you watch all of these heats. We've seen these surfers, of course, they are competing against each other, but the camaraderie on the Longboard Tour is up there in terms of positivity. I will say, though, there is an underlying, very subtle, friendly rivalry happening with the Duct Tape crew and the World Surf League Tour crew, which is great. As we see right there, Phil Ratchman.
That was sick.
Not an easy tube to ride on that type of board, I'll tell you. That was commendable. But do you guys think there's a slight friendly, I'm saying very friendly rivalry, but between the Duct Tape crew, which is a tight-knit unit, the World Surf League Longboard Tour? I'm not trying to fire things or stir the pot, but the Duct Tape people, they want to win. The World Surf League people, they want to win too. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's definitely, it's good to have us all together now. I think the rivalry used to be, it used to be a real thing, I'd say even just 3-4 years ago. And kind of since 2019, we started kind of coming back together, and now we're just all having a lot of fun. And and we're in a really good place and just having a great week.
Togetherness. That's the word I like to hear. My rivalry spike didn't work because everyone's having a good time competing against each other, and the cream's going to rise to the top regardless of where you come from and what board you ride. These surfers in the lineup are putting on a show yet again. Connie Tsunami comes through with a 6 and a 4.5. So some solid scores for Stewart. That last wave for Rajman. Yet to score, I believe. This was a pretty good wave. He's just sitting on a 0.50 right now. We'll see what he did on this last wave that the judges are thinking about.
Yeah, he tried to get to that nose early, didn't quite work out, so still hasn't really done anything on that outside section. Nice trim line and everything, but finally gets to the nose on his 3rd attempt. This is a good stand-up section, and then this is just super impressive to me. Like, it wasn't crazy critical, it wasn't clean, it was sloppy, Rach, but what are your thoughts on, well, let's track with Connie, so he's going to also just kind of straighten out because that was a huge section. But just cool for Phil to be looking for something different.
Yeah, the fact that he stayed on his feet during that blows me away. I don't know how he did that, but not the score he'll be wanting to keep eventually without being able to lock in any solid nose right out the back and anything clean. Wow, that was beautiful by Connie to finish off. All
the way to the sand. So that last wave for Rajman just comes through at 2.5. I don't think he really rode out of that wild little inside tube. He rode straight into our hearts, though, because that was really cool looking. 18:45 to go. Stewart still in the lead. That score most likely won't go into his top 2, as he does have a 4, 5, and a 6. Commendable effort from all the way on the outside. Well, maybe I take that back. That was a pretty critical little hang 5 right there.
That was nice. It was a really big section as well, like a huge closeout, but he got the work done. Nice, quick footwork, like clean onto the nose and off the nose. And then, I mean, connects it through with so much style and grace into the inside. And then, like you said, Rach, this finishing maneuver is just really sick. He does good to kind of negotiate that middle third of the board, and then keeps that projection moving forward, nice and clean. That was a good wave.
And Connie's riding a Caity Simmers board, so I believe he rides the Mango Jam model, which is a single fin but has a bit of edge in the tail, and which lends itself really well to a beach break wave like this. And of course, Kai won his heat just before, and so it looks like it's working out for Connie as well. They both have great equipment under their feet.
17:40 on the clock. Phil Rajman does have priority, so Cole has to give way, and Phil just a little awkward on the takeoff. And the backwash is coming into play, which we'll see what happens next. 17:28 to go. Stewart in the lead healthily with a 6 and a 5.73. Just wait, more action to come. We are live from the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Huntington Beach. I'm sure they really have helped out with a lot of people getting things organized while they're here. Red Bull, Pacifico, 805, Flying Ember, BF Goodrich, Sabason. Thank you for my acai bowls at breakfast every day. Love them. Served with a smile. Fresh sliced banana and granola coconut. You've got a Hydro Flask, if you need one to keep hydrated, there's the Hydro Flask booth, which you can refill your bottle. Nice filtered water going on over there. There's that. Yeah, staying away from the plastic bottles.
I came out today to honestly learn more about restoring some of the oysters here in the local area of California where I'm from. The more I can learn about the environment and how to help and what's going on, the better. So just for my own personal knowledge and growth and to be a helping hand.
Today we are going to be stringing Pacific oyster shells so that we can put them into our restoration site.
We're working on some oyster restoration. These will get placed over in Long Beach Harbor and help attract the oyster larvae to reproduce.
To come here and to have an organization that will give back to these oceans here locally, it's so important.
It really touches on our original lifestyle, particularly as Indigenous people, on what it took for us to sustain ourselves.
We are trying to restore our coastal ecosystems to make them clean, fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and enjoyable for everybody that comes to visit.
Welcome back to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, and on demand, we get Caity Tsunami on the nose, and it is a beautiful thing to see as he's driving down the line on this nice right-hander. This is a wave that really lends itself to Connie's style. You know, some of the lefts we've seen have been bowling really quickly down the line. This wave just giving him a lot of opportunity, and I'm sure Connie spent some time at Makaha, so backwash is not going to be a problem for him.
Absolutely, that was beautifully surfed. I mean, to the criteria perfectly. You know, the criteria for longboarding is style, flow, grace, and And they like to see a combination of maneuvers, not just hang tenning all the way to the beach. You want to see the critical nose rides out the back, and then a nice combination of turns. And he was able to get, you know, just a nice cutback, a drop knee cutback, really put on a nice display of surfing. That'll be a good score.
You know, in looking back at past events here in Huntington Beach as, you know, OP Pro, the classic events that we've seen, you know, a lot of the shortboarders can look at guys like Andy Irons, Sonny Garcia, Tom Curran, Aki, you know, the list goes on and on here. But in terms of longboarding, I mean, you have even a deeper well to look at. You can look back at David Nueva, Nat Young, and, you know, trust me when I say digging back into the files and really studying and just letting it soak in the classic style of surfing that we've seen here at Huntington Beach Pier through the ages is it's really fun and enjoyable, and it'll give you even more of an appreciation of what we're seeing now.
Taking a look at this one again, I mean, like you said, Rach, Connie just surfed it perfectly to the criteria. Really fun, really fluid, great use of the footwork, got that nose right out the back, which was really important, and then just brought all the variety that we've been needing while keeping that speed in that critical section. Even right there, to just maintain so much control and keep it fun to the finish was perfect.
Absolutely, and it looks like it's just come in as an 8.17, so I think that might be the highest score of the day that we've seen so far.
It looked like he was having a lot of fun on that wave, and he was rewarded for that. Pretty much did everything you can do from outside all the way to the inside. The highest single wave score of this event so far as the Vans Duct Tape goes. So Connie right now with 12 minutes and 15 seconds to go, commanding in his top spot.
Talking about that kind of, you know, reflection back to traditions, Cole Robbins is somebody that I think has always taken that really seriously into his longboarding, as we take a look at live action quickly here from Connie.
Yeah, Connie's not going to let us go too deep into storytelling because he is on fire right now. Just that turn where he got weightless as he flew down the line. Connie back under the pier, looking very comfortable. That is both a vertical and a horizontal pier shoot. Double trouble.
So good. He's just having so much fun. He's so freed up now that he's got that excellent score on the board. So Cole is riding a Wayne Rich, which he's always been riding Wayne Rich boards, but the current model that he's on, he was telling me, is a replica of a model he rode when he was only 13 years old.
Wow.
And they've just blown it up a little bit, added a little bit more size to it, as we see that from Connie. Great nose ride to start. Big, heavy section. I don't know how he was actually able to keep control coming out of that turn.
A little backside air.
That was a little bit intense. But having that kind of conversation about Cole riding a board that's similar to something he was riding as a kid. Rach, I know you've worked so closely with the Martin family on Shape since you were really little, and they've had such a big impact on your life and your style. Cole Robbins up and riding again.
Classic kind of quasi-cheater 5 there. Wraps it around into the white water. I mean, easily pushing this board around that is probably pretty heavy. I mean, all of these boards definitely glassed in the traditional fashion. We're not looking at any ultra-light surfboards that I can think of. What do these boards weigh? I mean, what would you think the average weight is of one of these modern logs?
Oh, as we see Phil coming up, nice hang 10. He's able to pull it through. Hopefully this one reforms for him. Adding that diversity.
Subtleties.
Yeah, exactly.
Patient. We are all waiting to see what happens next. There he goes. 5 on the nose. Jumps back. And does he? No, he does not ride it out. That's another element that I love to see here in the Vans Duct Tape is the maneuvers can actually last about 10 seconds right there. You know, that was kind of all one fluid maneuver. Fortunately, he didn't ride out like we saw earlier with his little barrel ride. You know, it's almost like you have to sell your maneuver throughout the whole thing and really make it clear that you've ridden out.
Yeah, definitely. It's super important to get those kind of complete moments on a wave. I don't think the scores coming through from these are going to be too huge, but back to that board shaping conversation, Rach, I'd love to know what you're riding out there this week. Is it anything similar to what you were riding when you were winning some big events in your junior career here?
Yeah, I guess they all kind of have flavors of each other in them. And, you know, we've just kind of each year we continue to evolve and tweak a little bit more as my surfing changes or as I get older and just learn more about my shape and what I like and what the waves we're going to be riding. To your question, Chris, the average weight, I think, of boards around here would probably be around 15 pounds. a good reason why to not go too light is the weight actually helps with kind of your fluidity of connecting turns and just making everything look really graceful and fluid and flow really nicely. So weight actually really lends to that. But for me, what I'm going to be riding, it's a single fin pintail and has a little bit of added rocker than what I'd probably be riding, say, at Malibu, just because we're here at a beach break and it lends to being a little bit more maneuverable.
You can tell this is not your first rodeo. 8:29 to go, so positioning has been a key element to success in Huntington Beach here this year and every year. With more on that, let's go to Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, Chris and ladies, I just wanted to touch on what I said a few heats ago, is that I would have normally started from the southern peak, moved my way over to the pier bowl up, but as of right now, I think with the tide that we have right now, peaking out around 2:45 this afternoon, we still have around 2 hours for that peak high tide, so the pier right has definitely been the best option for the last few heats. In the men's round, you saw Caity Simmers, best waves of Ben Skinner, but then Roach mixed it up. But then in this heat, we've seen the best score of the entire round so far, the 8.17, that came off the right from Caniella as well.
Thank you, Mitch. And that's a great overview of what's happening up the beach. So there is a slight kind of window that you get, an indicator. You know, if when you see a set pulsing from way up the beach, you can kind of time it a little bit. Most likely everyone else in the lineup's going to see it around the same time, so you're not going to get an advantage there. But it does give you time to potentially get yourself into a better position. We do have priority, which is something that the Vans Duct Tape surfers haven't had in their events, historically speaking. So another little added tweak to the rules. But I think what that does for all of us is just allows for more surfing, cleaner surfing. While it is fun to see, you know, a couple different people on waves and trading off boards and all that stuff, like, I love that. But, you know, now that we're surfing for world titles, there's a lot more on the line just in terms of the full year. So we're just going to keep it clean. We're going to go back to a little bit more of the traditional contest rules. And trust me, when you watch videos of Karina Razunko, of, you know, the crew, you're going to get plenty of antics. And another just part of current longboarding that is so fun to see. Creativity is key. You know, I think Alex Nost, for example, is a surfer that changed everything. You know, with what he was able to do on his log, on his bonzer, you know, I think he opened a lot of people's eyes as to, you know, what is, quote, good surfing, great surfing. Anything goes these days, and I love that about surfing. You know, it's inclusive in so many different ways. With 6:12 to go, Cole Robbins there. He's got a 6.5, so he's got a solid number. He's in a pretty good second place position. Phil Rajman would need a 7.16 to get up into that advancing spot. So 2 surfers will roll through, and we'll be having more duct tape throughout the week, which is exciting because we're going to have finals in multiple different scenarios, which is going to be really fun to see. 5:47 to go, and while our surfers wait for the next set wave to come through, let's find AJ McCord, who's probably somewhere fun.
You bet I'm somewhere fun. We're over here at the Pacifico tent, where they have a great spot to watch the surf up there. Also, though, lawn games. Well, that's supposed to go over the hook. Okay, so let's pretend that happened. So we did that, and then over here we have life-size beer pong. Pretty sure the rules are you have to be behind it, yeah? Okay, behind it, and then. Oh! I'm not saying, I'm just saying I'm the champ. So I'll be over here until someone knocks me off my crown.
All right, thanks, AJ. Don't worry, we'll fix that first part in the edit, so you'll be all good. So AJ McCord in the beach scene, plenty of fun happening on the sand and in the lineup. It's still fun, you know, it's a little bit more business-like fun with 4:50 to go. Connie Stewart in the lead. He's got a 14.17 heat total. That'll be the highest heat total of the duct tape so far. Cole Robbins in second. Rajman now in third. Priority is with Caniella Stewart. And 4.5 to go. There's still plenty of time for action. All surfers having a look at that one.
This is also a break that all these surfers are pretty familiar with. Connie, being from Hawaii, travels across to California often enough Cole Robbins, coming from Ventura area just up the coast, has surfed Huntington hundreds of times. And then Phil Rodgman, although he's from Brazil, he spends about 4 months living in Brazil every year, 4 months in Hawaii, and him and his family, he's got his wife and little girl Coral here on the beach with him this week. They just moved down to Newport Beach, Rachel, so they're kind of locals to the area as well, and he spends a lot of time in California.
Yeah, he's definitely been getting really comfortable on these waves, and so all of them have quite a bit of experience out here.
And you've just recently come back from living in Australia full time. You've got a few months here. What's the plan?
Ooh, well, I have 3 months here, so I'm just going to enjoy the summer. I haven't spent more than like 5 days in summer in California the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. So I'm really enjoying it. Unfortunately, the water got really cold today, but I've been enjoying surfing in a bathing suit, and I just love California summers. So really soaking it all up.
Love to hear it. And if you want to soak up some knowledge about our sport of surfing, you can, there's a couple surf museums up and down the coast. We've got a great one here in Huntington Beach. In 1959, this was the scene of the West Coast Surfing Championships. Surfers wore numbered jerseys. So you look at, is that, they were in binoculars. Is that number 5? Okay, cool. They wore helmets. Judging was based on length of ride and difficulty of maneuvers. So a couple different points there. Linda Benson from the beautiful town of Encinitas won the women's division, and Jack Haley won the men. They called him Captain Jack. He shot the pier about 6 times in the finals.
Was that extra points back then?
You get extra points for coming from Encinitas back then.
Oh, right, just
but
like
Linda
you.
didn't need him.
You still
She's
get
that
extra
good.
points today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always it's fun to go to the surf museums, because not only do you literally get to physically touch some of these boards that were ridden way back in the day, but it's awesome to learn where we came from. Guys like George Freeth, who without him we would not have surfing in California probably until 50 years after introduced the mainland to surfing. And then of course can't talk about surfing without talking about the Duke, who was no doubt an influence on all the surfers in this event, especially a guy like Connie. You come from Hawaii, especially Waikiki, Honolulu area. I mean, Duke literally is in the air. He is everywhere there. You can feel his soul and his spirit. And, you can see it shining through with surfers, especially from the town side of Oahu.
Oh, yeah, it's such a cool area there. I mean, he's literally standing there in a statue all the time, covered in lays. You've been able to spend quite a bit of time there in your life, Rach. How much has that had an influence on your surfing?
Yeah, I love traveling over to Hawaii. My mom grew up on the east side there in Kailua, so always going over and visiting family, and spending some time on the North Shore with the hurley team when I was younger, and competitions at Queens and stuff. It's just such a special place, and always a great time to find good waves. And this Waikiki crew who have been taking over are fun to go and hang out with too.
Brazil's Phil Rodgman fighting back. Nice little switch up with the stance right there. I have no idea what his, quote, normal stance is, because he keeps going back and forth and making it look easy both ways. Cross-stepping, well, I guess with the leash on the back leg, that's the indicator there. What's he going to do on the inside?
Oh.
Smooth all the way up until the final second of that last turn. And right behind him, Connie Tsunami. Aniela Stewart nose riding in the shadow of the Huntington Beach Pier. And he's going to go Captain Jack Haley style and get right back in the mix. Flirting with disaster under the pier with 26 seconds to go. I think he's got a free pass to come to the beach and relax for the remainder of this heat, as he is well into the lead. Cole Robbins currently in second. Rodgman would have needed a 7.16 on that last wave. It was nicely served, but you got to do something pretty spectacular to get a big score like that. Here's blue. Cole Robbins.
Cole Robbins, this is the kind of wave that he could get the score he's requiring, but he doesn't quite get that connection to the nose ride, which is such a shame. He's going to just shoot himself through the pier and come comfortably out the back. But man, he really was looking for that section for that opening nose ride, Rach.
Yeah, the opening nose ride would have made all the difference, and potentially he could have then cut back and found the right reform through. And that open face at the beginning would have, could have actually done some damage. Unfortunately, didn't get it. So we see Connie as our winner.
And let's take one more look at the last of white, Phil Rodgman.
Gets a couple quick steps up to the nose, finds that connection and that little acceleration out of the hang 10 as well, which just feels so good. Goes for a big cross step cut back. Always a nice feeling, adds that variety, and then too with the drop knee cut back. So 2 types of turns being thrown together. And then he looks for this connection through to the inside and finds that one last tap, and then just gets a little bit stuck here on the landing. It was really difficult. It's just difficult to land a longboard in a heavier section there.
Well, he's winning right now at life. Beautiful family greeting him on the beach. So win or lose, it's the good life for Phil Rochman. As he comes through, the score is a 4.07, so not enough to get him into an advancing spot. So congrats to Connie Tsunami. Conniella Stewart gets the win, and Rajman waits to hear his last and final score. It would have needed to be a 7.16. It's going to come in around a 5, so not enough for Phil. Cole Robbins will be moving through and advancing into a further round. Thank you so much, Rachel, for joining us. We'll see you in the lineup next. Can't wait to see that. More duct tape action coming at you after these brief messages. We'll be right back.
Huntington Beach for the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. The crowd's lining the pier, and we are in round 2, heat number 5. Another 3 surfers in the heat 2 move on, skip around into round number 4. Third place into that elimination round. That's the game we're playing today. I'm Kaipo. This is the Wax Head, Matt Chanaki, and I'd like to welcome Karina Rizonko.
What's going on, everybody?
Glad to have you here, Karina.
Yeah, good to be here. Comfortable in the booth?
Yes, we got a nice set, don't we, here?
This is very nice. I enjoy it.
And we can like casually call this next heat.
Love this.
I want you to set up this next heat, Waxhead.
All right, so Tony Silvani in red. We have Stephen Sawyer and Justin Quintal. So first thing that comes to mind is super competitive heat. These guys don't act competitive, but I tell you what, we're in for some fireworks for the next 30 minutes.
Checking in, these guys had some friendly banter, and I could tell already the mind game started on the beach, Karina.
Yeah, I mean, Justin Quintal's like won every duct tape, so he's definitely one to look out for. And I know these guys have some fire in their surfing, so it'll be a fun heat.
What about Steven Sawyer? What do we got on him, Karina? The steezy one.
Yeah, he's pretty steezy. He's from South Africa. We actually just got to watch him surf in near his hometown there in the last duct tape, and he was ripping. Yeah, he holds his hang 10s for a long time. It looks nice.
And what about from the East Coast, Matt? Tony Silvani, you can tell him. He's a veteran.
He is a veteran. Well, Justin and Stevie are actually world champions, former world champions as well. Both goofy footers, Tony being the sole regular footer in this heat. As I was saying earlier about Kai Salas, Ben Skinner, those guys have been right there. Tony's been up there in the WSL rankings. This is his first duct tape, being that it's collaborated with the WSL. He's stoked to be here, and he's always got a smile from ear to ear. So Good vibes, Tony. He brings that East Coast flavor. Justin plays his cards close to his chest. Tony will tell you what he's feeling. He told me he's feeling, he's feeling good. He's got his favorite board, and
yeah,
Justin as
but
well.
he's like openly competitive, Tony Silvani.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's the layback guys, and then there's the guys who are like openly competitive. Silvani riding Stewart surfboards.
Yep.
Legendary Bill Stewart making those boards.
Yep, he's on the Tipster model. A lot of rocker from nose to tail. I did a walk around Instagram Live after my last foray in the booth and filmed everyone's boards. And Tony told me everything about his board. Little double concave through the rear as well. We talked about concaves earlier. And yeah, he's got a little double concave, 10.5-inch fin, huge nose rider, but he's ready to turn out there as well.
Yeah, well, one guy who knows how to nose ride is Kaniala Stewart, and he's got great hair. Kaniala's with Louisa.
Connie was such a good heat for you. I was, hanging with your family. I know your cousin's here too. Yep. Does that feel good?
Oh yeah, it feels so good, just to have them here with me. It just makes all of us feel like we're at home, so.
Amazing. And then, the vibe is completely different. It feels like so much more smooth when you're watching the longboards in the water. But I want to know how hard it is for you to take, those steps, and how challenging are the waves for you right now?
It's a little tricky. There's a little bumps on the wave, so it kind of makes it a little more wobbly. But you kind of got to just bend your knees and kind of absorb that little chop in the wave. So yeah, it's pretty.
Are you going to keep just like free surfing to get the groove for the next heats?
Yeah, most likely keep free surfing and try and get the wave really dialed in and get me super comfortable here.
Amazing, guys. And he just taught me some steps here. Let's do this. Like, how is it again?
Yep, so
ready?
Woo, hang 5, boom, hang 10, walk back. Ooh, yeah.
Me and my Vans. Back to you guys. Thanks.
Yep.
Unreal. Next is going to be the chicken dance. Dun, 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 dun.
Can I give you a little bit of insight here, Kaipo? Julian Wilson was in an advertisement for Vans back in 98, 99 with his puka shell necklace and long blonde hair. He would have been around 10 years old, and he was hanging 5 in a pair of Vans Old Schools at First Point Noosa. So
that was actually the Noosa version of Julian Wilson. He actually had a competitive longboard career as a youngster, then kind of like turned to shortboards, but great pickup on the history right there. So actually, Julian Wilson, very well-rounded. But I love that interview. Kaniala Stewart, he's got to be one of the favorites over here. He's been one of the top performers, and I'm going to call him the current king of Queens.
Nice. I like that, and I would agree with that.
Not Queens, New York, but Queens of surf break in Waikiki.
Absolutely. No, he's or the Prince.
Or the Prince.
Kai Salas could be as well.
Wow. No, I wanted to make the controversy right there. Check this out. Steven Sawyer, Karina, on the replay.
Yep, getting onto that inside. I feel like that inside's tricky. That's where a lot of people have snapped their boards. Maybe with the high tide, it's getting a bit easier, but oh, nice. Yeah, he has those little cutbacks dialed. See if he can get a nose ride section in on the inside.
Leashless with that footwork as well, freeing him up.
Beautiful surfing. And we talked about Julian Wilson, shortboard, longboard transition. Steven Sawyer's the same exact thing. Steven Sawyer actually rode a shortboard, won the trials at Jeffreys Bay, and onto the main event in the championship tour.
Absolutely, and it wouldn't be the first longboarder to foray into shortboarding. We had a former world champion surf in the Pipeline Masters trials, and of course we had longboarders, and our first world champion, Midget Farrelly in 1964, was a part of surfing as it evolved, as with Nat Young, to the shorter boards in through the 70s. Starting on 9'6" boards, ending up on 6'6" boards. So it is actually a common path for a lot of longboarders to ride all boards, the right boards in the right conditions. But hey, they're professionals. They're here now. Whether it was 2 feet or 10, they'd be out there.
Said it before, there's no such thing as a bad session. There's just bad equipment choices and bad attitudes. You got the right equipment, you got the right attitude, you're going to have a good session. Justin Quintal, Quinny, he's pretty good on a longboard, isn't he? 2019 world champ.
Yep, and he actually won his world title through surfing majority left-handers in that 2019 season. Noosa final, ended up being a left-hander to beach break. Pantin in Spain turned out to be a left-hand rip bowl, and in Taiwan a left-hander. But he's obviously no slouch in his backside either, winning duct tapes all around the world, literally in nearly every continent around the world. But HB is one of his favorites, and he just showed us why he's the one to watch.
Karina, you're on the Vans team along with Justin. What can you tell? Do you have any trivia or like behind the scenes little things?
watching the paddle
except
through
for
here.
Oh my gosh, that is dangerous.
That would have been some gnarly trivia.
Sideways through the.
Hey, that's the way to do it, though. If you're trying to go through the pier, like, you have to go through if you want to get back out. It's impossible to paddle back out there. I'm telling you. About Quinny.
Yeah. What do you got? Give me some dirt.
Ugh, that
Nah,
guy,
it doesn't have to be dirt.
no. That guy can drink more White Claws
That's what I like to hear.
than anyone's had cooked dinners. He loves NASCAR. He's like true Florida boy, and I love that about him. He's very him.
I love that. There you go, man. A NASCAR fan. Pretty good. So he's getting right to that's actually the fast lane. Speaking of NASCAR, back on the north side.
That was
of the pier.
great. I don't think I've ever heard that reference in surfing. That's great. Thank you, Karina. That was fantastic. In your heat earlier, can you explain to us what your were you channeling Justin's NASCAR out there earlier, or?
There you
Yeah, I was trying to, but I was like doing 2 paddles forward, 10 strokes back. It was just crazy. That current was hectic.
Well, let's check in with the fans with our Pacifico fans picks. And Quinny is the favorite to win this heat. Check it out. 49% of the people voted for Justin Quintal, 31% for Tony Silvani, and Steven Sawyer.
I've never seen that.
In
That's
20%.
so cool.
Well, you know what? Anyone can participate. You go to worldsurfleague.com, go to the heat, make your pick, and then we'll tabulate all that information through the magic of digitizing ones and zeros, and we're going to end up with our percentages for our Pacifico fan picks. Thank you to all the fans.
Right now.
And as we see, Justin is coming out through there. He paddled out on that northern side of the pier, and on the longboard, the current isn't as ferocious as it is on a shorter board. We have more paddle ability. We talked about length of board, what it gives. Tell you what, a 9.7 or 9.9, I think that one is for him.
Wow.
Black Rose would paddle insane. And
As well as, you know, the hurricane swell's mellowed out a bit. Frank the Tank has given us a break because the last couple of days, the Hurricane Frank the Tank has been bringing like just bone-crunching closeouts and a current like a river.
And Justin's realized that because he was hunting those lefts all week. I'm sure he was looking at that, thinking this is going to be one of the most challenging US Opens yet. But he's just locked in a 6.5, which is the highest wave of this heat so far. But out in the lead, we have Stevie Sawyer with a 2-wave total. But I feel like he's going to want to be dropping Tony in the lead with a 4.8 and 2.67. But none of those are safe keeper scores. I think by the end of this heat, Kaipo, we're going to have some mid to high range scores being dropped.
Sets coming through right here. And Karina, you're kind of doing double duty. You know, you're in here, you're calling heats, but are you studying the lineup too? Because I think you're coming up in the next round, what, heat number 2?
Heat number 2, yep, with Chloe and Lindsay. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to like watch it on the screen and actually like hear what you guys are saying and looking at the scores. It's like, yeah, it brings a whole different thing. But I'm just going to go out there and surf. I don't want to study it. I just want to do it.
Just do it, yeah.
Just do it.
Do it intuitively, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't make a plan. Just surf what you have in front of you.
Exactly.
I like that style.
Thank you. Yeah, it's all you can do, really. If you overthink it, everything's going to...
Yeah, you can't
off.
plan. There's no making a play right now. It's not like you can. It's not like football where you can draw a play on a chalkboard and just be like, this is what we're going to do. You know,
Yeah.
when the horn goes, you go here, I go here, whatever. Doesn't work.
Meanwhile, her coach is listening to this and he's up on the pier counting the seconds between waves and getting the indicator buoy ready, and she's going to wave that thing for Karina, and she's going to go, yep, got
I
you.
can't believe
But, hey, I
Karina
don't
has a
care.
coach.
I don't have a coach.
I know.
There we go, playing the cards close to the chest there.
I can't see you with a coach.
I definitely don't. I'm
No.
my own coach.
We're just joking.
Oh, wow, Quinny, up and riding.
Maybe Quinny's the coach. Some NASCAR before the heats. Oh, wow. Big
That
power
was
gouge.
pretty NASCAR.
See how he set that up, slowed himself down. It was actually, obviously, an insanely awesome cut down, but if he went through that pier with that speed, he probably may have clipped the pylon. So it was functional, but also practical for him as well.
Well, we've been having competitions out here since the 50s at the Huntington Beach Pier, and there was a time period in surfing where there was a designated point advantage, points that you would get for shooting the pier. It was a lot of extra points if you just like pointed your board and went right through the pilings.
Absolutely, and why not? It's a little tricky thing, and it is so synonymous with Huntington Beach. People see those piers and go, that's it, you shoot the pier. Did you shoot the pier? You know, of course I didn't shoot the pier, but when you do shoot the pier like Justin did here, This will actually be a decent keeper score for him, and he's just locked in a 5.67. So he's gone to the lead, and that's a comfortable, judging by today's scoring, that's a good heat total so far.
I think it's really nice also seeing someone holding their nose rides, because that's really interesting. A lot of people have just been going up, touching the nose and walking back, but when people are holding these nose rides, it's really impressive out there in this beach break.
Well, trying to hold on there was Steven Sawyer, and just had to duck out the back. So he's going to need another try at it. He's in third place. He needs a 3.08 to go into second place, held by Tony Silvani. We'll see what's going to happen. Will Steven Sawyer be able to get into second? We'll find out when we come right back. More action from Huntington Beach Pier. There's the Vans US Open of Surfing. Here it is. It is the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. The beach is getting packed, and it is another beautiful Southern California day. A little bit of a cloud cover there, keeping the temperatures nice and cool, but the action in the water is heating up. Round 2, heat number 5 out there, and Steven Sawyer out of South Africa taking a left into the pier. The trip to the tip, nice long hang 5, come on, semi-cheater 5 there. Scoots his way on back, little down carve, wants to stay with this thing, coming near the pier, little deep section there, touches the nose again. Steven Sawyer, his best ride so far, now goes into survival stance as he crashes through the pilings.
And that was a 6.20 that wave, so that one is just what the doctor ordered with 14 minutes remaining. He took off on that wave, so you notice he's paddling now on the south side of that pier. Oh, that tide's coming in, Kaipo, and it's allowing those, maybe the swell dropping a little bit, and it's allowing those lefts to free up. He got a lot of work done on the tip before it hit that that backwash and that reverberation off the pier.
Yep, you're hearing the voices of myself, Kaipo, along with the Waxhead, Matt Shonaki, and our guest, Karina Rizonko. And Karina, you know, there's been an evolution in the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. It used to kind of be like this free surf session, but this time it is a serious competition with points on the line going towards a world title and a new rule for duct tape priority out in the water.
Yeah, it's a very different duct tape, but it's super cool seeing like different people being able to be invited to this. And yeah, the priority thing's crazy. I didn't realize that we were doing that in our heat, and then didn't affect me, but I could see other people are using it to their advantage during the heat.
And 4 steps up to the nose for Justin. He did the mid-board stand up to 2 steps and holding that nose ride. Not quite as deep in the pocket as he would have liked, but he's surfing the wave to what it's providing for him. And yeah, Justin just getting low on that board and just going to trim through, and of course he'll make the inside section work. Nose ride through the pier, and the absolute professional himself, Justin Quintal, he's an HB specialist. He's done very well here in the past, Kaipo, and that was exactly why.
Now he's won the earlier versions of the duct tape, correct? Where it was kind of more of a free surf session, but he's been a multiple winner of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, correct?
Absolutely. This one's a qualifying, obviously a qualified, not an invitational, so to speak, because these guys are holding on to their points from previous year's rankings, which is why we have some new names. And here's Tony Silvani on that tipster model. Beautiful drop knee redirect, quick feet, and that's the way to milk through to the inside. Gets that 10. And just coming unstuck in that evil little inside section, which is cost a board already this morning.
I honestly feel the boards that have less rocker are doing better out here. And a lot of people have been feeling like they need more rocker because it's a beach break, but the flatter ones are really staying in the wave better.
Exactly like that.
Levitating on the nose.
Can't wait to get the replay on that nose ride, Kaipo, as we watch the end of this wave for Stevie. Backing up. That's 6.20. A great start for Stevie. Middle of the board, just boogieing around, hot dogging the board, and redirects towards the pier and might get another little touch, and he opts out of that. So that was a really nice backup wave for Stevie Sawyer and White.
He had some early ride levitation going on, Karina. Just like that was floaty on the nose.
That was nice. He got some lift. He was in the right spot on the wave. He was deep enough, so he got that lift, and that looked really nice. I feel like that will be rewarded.
And it was right when you were talking about the flatter rocker boards going better. I mean, Steven Sawyer's board clearly is a low rocker machine.
Yeah, a lot flatter than what you say Tony would be riding out there.
And there's the tail rocker and the fin coming into play right there. So the back of the wave is holding the weight of the tail down while Stevie's locked in on the inside rail, allowing that nose to lift up with air under it. So it's completely held in by the tail. And those big wide tails we've been looking at this morning is exactly what Stevie's got on this board. Although this one's more of a hot dogger. I picked this board up. I believe it'd be around 9.2 or 9.4. So it'd be like his contest log, so to speak. Where this is Justin's contest version, taken into many victories around the world. Stretch 5 into a 10, sort of on the shoulder there, and redirects back into the power source. You know, he's just surfing every wave for what's in front of him, and that one looks like that was a 7.0. Yep, shooting through the pier. That's where I think the majority of the points would have come from, Kaipo. That turn, that setup, and then the nose ride literally through the pier, and here he goes again.
Quinny back on the nose. And back to the tail, bangs it through, just has to get the board out and over. The flying kick out.
No leash.
And yeah, just wants to push that. Now it's a sprint swim on into his board. He's going to get it just in time. Grab it. Pulled it.
All action here.
That was
Vans Duct Tape. Wow, this is phenomenal, Kaipo. I love this heat. This is fantastic. This is...
Well, we got a lot of action in the water, but we got a lot of stuff going on in the sand over here in the Van Doren Village. With that, I'm going to throw it to AJ. What do you got for us?
Okay, so I am in the Just Egg tent over here in the Van Doren Village of the Vans US Open of Surfing, and this is a really cool plant-based egg. Okay, so follow me. Mung beans here go into a process where they fuse together, and then they become plant-based egg patties that you can find in the frozen section of grocery stores. They have the exact same amount of protein as a regular egg, but there's no cholesterol. So they have a booth out here in the Van Doren Village where you can come out, get a little sample of anything you want. And of course, Kaipo, I know you and I have been stoked to try these all week. So here's one the chef made special just for us. Mmm, very good. Nice little spicy aioli on top. Chef, compliments. Pretty good, Kaipo. So they're here in the Van Doren Village. Also, I've seen a lot of our surfers having them in the VIP tent, fueling them up before they hit the water.
Oh, man, that looks delicious. AJ, I'll join you down there for some plant-based eggs as we're going to see in the water. And Justin Quintal scrambling up this left at Huntington Beach Pier, and now he's going to whip through the section here in the pilings, truly shooting the pier left and right. Now this is what you call a pier shoot, where you take your time through the pilings, zigzag through there. Mastery of Justin Quintal. Matt, you told me before, like, he's a master over here in HB. He just showed his mastery.
Absolutely, that was a phenomenal wave. We just saw it in the insert picture when AJ was talking about those beautiful spicy eggs. But I tell you what, Justin Quintal, talk about being spicy. That was the best wave we've seen all morning, I believe. I think that one may even go to the excellent range. Hope I'm not getting ahead of myself, but that was exciting. Super critical hang 10, heading towards the pier, and shooting the pier with all that time on his hands. He's giving himself that time. And this is a hard wave to surf, and he's ripping it apart. He needed a 6.61 on that. Stevie Sawyer took the lead with a 7.40 on that long left that he shot the pier on, but tell you what, this is going to be a great score to come in for Justin.
Yeah, I'm going to say that, and my gut is obviously he's going to take the lead back off of Steven Sawyer with that performance and just taking his time through the pilings. Tony Silvani, pier bowl right, gets a 10. Nice little drop knee slice. And again, throwing a couple of Phil Edwards there. Trim on the inside. Tries a roller coaster, gets tossed.
Yeah, so those, that right sort of feeling a little bit of that reverberation. For some reason, those lefts that Stevie and Justin are getting are bigger and they're walled up, and we're still waiting for some scores for Justin to be dropped, but you know, it's not over. Tony was only after an 8.70, so if we can chip away and get rid of those fours, we still have 5 minutes left. He still may have an answer back.
Let's take a look at this, because this is some sweet aioli right here. On the nose, back on the tail, nears the pier, gets that drop knee cutty, and then, Matt, just this right here, true pier shoot.
Absolutely. Wow, that's a sketchy one. I don't think we've seen anyone come through this part of the pier, and that's what a longboard is good for. Just trimming, trimming, trimming. Oh my gosh, what's he got? Oh my gosh. So technical. I think David Nueva there in the competitors area would be so stoked watching that drop knee on the inside. He's such a showman. Everyone on the beach there watching. This is what longboarding is, ladies and gentlemen. Remember in the 2015 duct tape, Kaipo was sitting here and getting ready for my heat under the pier, and a longboard skateboarder came up and asked me where the longboard division was.
Who?
A skater with a longboard.
Oh, and he wanted to know. Wow.
He wanted to compete in the longboard division.
I mean,
so it's come a long way since 2015.
Yeah, you know what? And we have come a long way since 2015. The WSL embracing this, and we have this longboard tour. We're going to crown a world champ in Malibu for stop number 3. But look at the numbers coming in for Justin Quintal. It's an excellent score of an 8.67. I think he deserves it. What do you think, Karina?
Yeah, definitely. He got 2 nice maneuvers in the beginning. The nose ride was very critical. That cutback was really clean and timed very well. He definitely deserved that.
Yeah, I mean, we opened up that call with some spicy aioli and stuff, and he brought it right there. Just spread it all over the board, got through the pier, a couple of skewers. He had to zigzag through the skewers, no problem.
Well, we could have been saying exactly the same thing about eggs, because had he have mistimed that backwash, my gosh, it could have gone one way or another, or snapped board like we've already seen.
Could have got cracked and scrambled all at the same time.
Action-packed here, and we're here in the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Brought to you by the WSL and Vans. My gosh, this is a spectacle, and I'm pretty stoked to be watching this heat and not surfing in it, Kaipo and Karina.
Well, I think I'm getting, you know, for Karina, we're getting, this is some motivation for you right now. Maybe you can go out there and do some pier shoots as well as in your heat.
Yeah, I tried to on my first wave, and then I saw Victoria snap her board in half, and I was like, oh no, I'm not going for that again.
Oh yeah, that was like an omen, huh? You're just like, wait a minute, yeah.
But I don't know, they're definitely
higher tide right now.
me. Yeah, definitely, different time.
Did you wear a leash in your heat?
No, never wear a leash. I don't even have a plug on my board for a leash.
Yeah, girl, that's what I'm talking about right there.
Full
that's
commitment
right there. You don't even put a leash plug in your board. It's a longboard.
Yeah.
You don't need it.
No.
You don't need a leash unless you fall. You don't fall, you don't need a leash.
That's it. Good wave selection, no problems. Full commitment, no worries.
Everyone knocking on wood right now, but we're down to 2.5 minutes. Justin Quintal putting on a show out here. 8.67, 7-point ride. Steven Sawyer doing pretty good. 7.4, 6.2. Tony Silvani, he needs a big number. An 8.8 if he wants to avoid round 3, the elimination round.
Yeah, and he's pretty safe up there in second, but yeah, it's getting a bit late. Tony's going to have to pull the trigger and try and get that score on one wave, and he's in third in priority. Tony's up the inside, so yeah, Stevie's pulled back, going, I don't want to go right. Tony just trying to push the envelope there.
So this is where the priority thing is really interesting, right? Towards the end of the heat, when people can start
you can
pushing
sit
each
on
other
him right
off.
now. Yeah, I mean,
So
really,
he can make him not ever get away again.
Well, I mean, a minute 40 is a long time to play defense.
Yeah.
And try to do the block. But when you get down to like maybe the last minute, last 30 seconds, you can just sit right next to your competitor, stick to him like Velcro, and just be like, no, man, if you go, I'm going to go, and you can't go.
That's crazy to me. Wow.
Coach Kaipo, Karina's found a new coach.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'll teach you how to play priority. I've watched probably like 20,000 heats in my life, and there's really some brilliant plays that can be played in this time frame right here with priority. But Steven Sawyer's playing it cool. He doesn't look like he's going to be, you know, defensive at all. Lots of space between him and Tony.
Non-elimination. These guys are cruising and putting on a show. And here we go, Tony Silvani. Talk about putting on a show. Pops that one off the top. Yeah, and I know what you mean about the rocker. You know, Tony does have a fair bit of rock in that board, and it's really sensitive. You know, flat rocker boards, if you're not used to them, could be the worst thing in the world. But Tony, that was his best wave yet, finishing off in the shore break, and he'll call that one a day with 35 seconds left. But you know, it's very sensitive. It's coming off the bottom. The board's sort of reacting to all those chops. Where yeah, a flatter rocket board with a bit of weight will penetrate those chops and give you that effortless trim and momentum.
Yeah, a lot of glide there, down to 24 seconds, and Justin Quintal and Steven Sawyer are destined for the fourth round, round number 4, and we're going to see Tony Silvani in that round number 3, the elimination round. Just 10 seconds remaining. Let's see what Steven Sawyer's got for us. He's going to go right.
So 2 world champions left out in the water. Oh, and Stevie, yeah, that one not opening up, but just feeling out those rights. And what a phenomenal heat. So glad to have called that one with Karina and Kaipo. And we got another action-packed heat next with Taylor Jensen, Taka Inui, and Kevin Skavana. That one's going to be all fireworks as well.
Yeah, more fireworks out in the water. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Karina.
Thank you for having me.
It's good time talking. The good time's going to keep on rolling on. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
Don't lie.
And now out of the lineup, we've got Taylor Jensen in the red, Kevin Skavana in the blue, and Taka.
Justin Quintal exiting the water, just put on a show here at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, 15.67, and an excellent single wave score for former world champ out of Florida. We got a new heat out in the water. We got another former world champ out there, 3-time world champ, Taylor Jensen. He's joined by Dana Point's Kevin Skavana and Japan's Taka Inui. Here goes Taka to the nose, hangs there for a bit. Nice drop knee, cut back off the white water and gets a little caught up. So unfortunate for our Japanese competitor because he was on his way to a good looking score. I'm Kaipo, and in the booth joining me now is the Condor, Peter Mel.
The introduction, I give you a little bit of a heckle, and next thing you know, the Hall of Fame's out the window.
You noticed that, didn't you?
And now the back to the Condor.
We're friends of like 35 plus years probably, and Pete can read me like a book, and he just read me on your screen here.
All I did was give a little teeny heckle between boys, and next thing you know, I'm back to the Condor.
Taylor Jensen, a 3-time world champ, 2011, 2012, and 2017. So Taylor would, on paper be the favorite in this heat.
I will say that Taka in that last one there was on his way to a good number, and with that little error, it will definitely factor into the score.
Here we go. Kevin Skvarna. Nice balancing act. Gets 10 on the nose for an extended period of time. Fades his infinity surfboard and cuts back. Redirection there for Skvarna. And another trip to the tip. Aggressive finish. Can he hang on? And that was a difficult wave to finish off, but got some nice footwork and flow in between that. Kevin Skvarna, as we look at Taylor Jensen powering through and off the top. The big man makes the big board look small, actually, and he just powers his way through turns. Jensen, great footwork, nice redirect, and a strong, stylish finish. Why not a bunny hop on the backwash as well? What an exchange.
Wow, that was pretty cool. A lot more rocker in that board than we've seen probably on those flatter logs. Definitely a lot more mobile, and also good footwork. I mean, he moved around on that board with some smoothness for a big man. So stoked to see that.
Sure did. You know who else was smooth out there? Quinny, Justin Quintal. He won the heat, and he's with Louisa.
Yeah, showman, best scoring heat. Best scoring wave of the day. I'm so sorry. Does that feel fair for you?
Yeah, it feels good. I was really stoked when I saw that wave come through. Just looked like a nice big TP and perfect nose ride section, and then shot through the pier. It was fun.
49% of our fans speak you as a favorite to win the heat, but I don't know if they were expecting to see you zigzagging that pier.
Yeah.
How was that for you?
Yeah, that was fun, but it's a little disappointing to hear that only 49% of people thought I'm going to win because I've only won, no, not to brag, but I mean, come on, 49%.
Come on, people.
What are you guys thinking?
Well, you had major competitors with you in the water. Totally. So do you plan accordingly when you know that you have heavyweights with you?
Not really, just kind of go into every heat the same, For me, I'm just more nervous about actually catching a few good waves, like when there's this many people watching, you just want to do something cool and put on a show. So just always feels good when you get in a little rhythm and just catch a few and have a good time out there.
Amazing, you did it. But before I let him go, we're going to put on a show right now.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
How's that? 1, 2, 3?
I'm going to teach her how to do a drop knee turn, and all of you watching. So basically do like you're doing a lunge, go back, and then body.
Back to you guys.
Yeah.
Thank
Wow.
you.
Cheers.
Peter's practicing on the set right now as we speak, so I'm going to expect some drop knee turns from Peter Mel soon. Of course, the drop knee really came into play in surfing by the master Phil Edwards. Is extremely smooth surfer.
History lessons from Kaipo.
History lessons from Kaipo, yes. So Phil Edwards with that stylish drop knee turn that he was able to do, and then it became a trend within surfing. It is really aesthetically beautiful. Here we go, Taka Inoue on the replay, Pete.
Little hook there, a little style himself. Not quite the drop knee, but definitely showcasing a bit of style. There's that drop knee. It's pretty hard to do because you're actually putting your feet more parallel to the stringer, which of course creates less balance rather than your foot being perpendicular to the stringer.
Taylor Jensen muscled his way through this wave, Pete.
This is really cool, and with that more rockered board, you can see he's able to turn the board on a tighter arc. So we see his board moving around a lot more than his competitors, but judges are liking it. Looks like of that 3 surfer exchange, Taylor will take out the highest number at a 5.4.
Yeah, Taylor a big guy, so he makes his longboard not look as long as some of our other competitors. Look at him paddling on the board. I mean, that looks almost like a mid-length to me. Not a lot of nose in front of him.
3-time world champion. Back-to-back, 11 and 12, and then also in 2017. So very successful longboarder over his competitive career.
Yeah, he's got his own board model made out of that Thunderbolt construction out of the Firewire camp.
So again, using styrofoam, which is actually probably a more mobile style of longboard, not in, you know, to a
Lighter,
traditional,
for sure.
to a traditional log. But it seems like, you know, in the way that surfing is refining, especially longboarding.
Like this. Nice footwork, gets to the nose a couple of times, and now a beautiful downturn. Little warbled water in between. Staying calm, looking for the reform, the higher tide allowing for that reform, and touches a 5 again before beautiful, stylish cutback for Taylor Jensen. Start with a 5.4, and looks like he's going to back that number up very nicely just now.
Taylor has that healthy mix of you know, utilizing the board length and moving it through maneuvers, but also the footwork. So he's trying to hit all those elements within the judging criteria.
Yeah,
there's been a big push between, you know, in the judging criteria to kind of, you know, not have it being modern like shortboard style longboarding, but also kind of doing the traditional walk of the board.
Well, I was just going to say, as we check out Kevin Skvarnas with some time on the tip, and now pier shoot time. Let's do this. The Dana Point Dolphin swims through the Huntington Beach Pier. No problem making it to the north side of the pier candidly. And here we go. Replay now of Taylor Jensen, Pete.
Yeah, and see how he set that one up. You know, the nice slow carve, turns around, runs to the tip twice on the outside section, and then holds that rail all the way through. And this one actually did double up for him right on that inside section, and he would have seen that happening right here in front of him. See that little crease coming up in the middle? He was able to read that well, goes to the tip in that critical section, more critical inside section.
Oh, and I love that down carve right there, going back to power.
Yeah, like I said, he has a healthy mix of all the traditional style stuff with a little bit more modern-esque version.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like on the kind of gauge between modern longboard or like whatever, progressive longboarding and traditional longboarding, Taylor Jensen's kind of like in the middle of the gauge right there. You know, of course, when we look at our criteria, we're really encouraging, you know, the classic longboarding, the traditional longboarding. So footwork, flow, style, flow, grace, all being rewarded at the highest level, and that's, you know, where we're setting it. But Taylor Jensen able to make that mix because he can throw down some big turns as well.
Yeah, he's got some control there. I mean, he's definitely using it's 9-foot board. It's a big board, and he's able to hold that rail through it and show a lot of control.
You know, some of our competitors though are going up to boards, you know, 9.8 in length right now. So there is still, even within longboarding, there's a variance of equipment throughout the whole crew.
There's obviously different personalities and interpretations.
Yeah, well, I like what Karina Rozonko said just in the last heat, and she was on our set where she's just like, my board doesn't even have a leash plug. I respect that. You know, I think it
keeps the ding repairs.
Hey, dude, I told you before,
guys,
you only need a leash if you fall.
Don't fall.
Yeah.
Well, what about at Steamer Lane, where literally you fall once, your board's destroyed?
Well, be a master.
All right, I like it. Good answer.
20 minutes on the countdown. Second number for Taylor, 5.73. And he has a strong lead. Takanoi's got a couple of 4s on the board. Kevin Skvarna shot the pier for a 5.17.
He actually has another score here, I think.
And one more, one more
so
score.
So the pier shoot one's coming up.
Here
Big
we go.
wave.
Skvarna styling through. A couple of cross steps and some footwork, yet to make his way to the nose. That wave just dissipates and is gonzo. So the meaningful score will be on the previous wave. 19 minutes, 25 seconds. Hey, let's go down to AJ, and I think she's there with a shaper, a surfer. He's a fast paddler. I know him as the Brown Blur.
I think everybody knows the man that I'm standing next to on the beach. This is Dave. He's been shaping for Kevin for just over a year with Infinity Shaping. So tell me a little bit about the board that Kevin is riding and how it's going to thrive in these conditions.
Yeah, cool. Well, Kevin basically rides two different style boards. One's more of like a, traditional nose rider, and then he has more of his what we call his competition kind of all-arounder board. Both single fins, but he obviously is riding his all-around board, which just enables him to work up the tail a little bit easier, still get those long nose rides and catch waves real good and flow through the sections. So he's gotten a couple good waves so far. So yeah, it looks good.
I mean, it's working out so far. What has it been like for you working with Kevin the last year or so?
Yeah, well, Kevin's one of the best, so that's always very humble to be working with some of the top guys, and working with him directly. He's really, really good about his equipment, knows a lot. So we've been working on different, shapes, and to get the kind of validation of your ideas, and him to go, win the last Vans Duct Tape stop, and it just feels really good. It's just fun, and Kevin's awesome. Known him for a long time, and local hero really for us down here. So we got his whole squad over there, and he's stoked we're here. So it's fun.
Yeah, it's a huge squad, by the way. I don't think you can see all of them, but there's like 10 people out here supporting Kevin in this heat. So we'll let you guys get back to the action. Send it back.
Yeah, Dana Dolphin's pride right there. And I want to brag a little bit about Infinity Surfboard. It's been around since the 70s. It's in Dana Point. If you're ever in the area, you got to check it out. It's a multi-generational operation there. Stephen Barry started it, and their sons Dave and Dan continue with the business. And here's the Infinity Surfboard on display with Kevin Skvarna.
It's a rad name, right?
Yeah, oh.
Infinity, it's cool. It's just so anonymous with performance surfboards from shortboards all the way to the longboards.
Hey, we're talking about Kevin Billy. We're talking about Mike Cruikshank. We're talking about Pat O'Connell. The Infinity team's been stacked for years.
Dana Point's finest.
Here's the latest with his own model, Kevin Skvarna. So Skvarna currently in second and looking to better his low of a 5.17 on that last ride. You ever had an Infinity, Pete?
Never have, actually.
I had a bunch of them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of respect. Starting in the business back when my father started his business.
Exactly.
So, right?
Same deal.
Heritage and just long time surf shop. And gotta love that type of business. And, that's it started out of the love of the sport of surfing.
I'm pumping up Infinity surfboards. If you're in Santa Cruz, check out Freeline.
Oh, no, you got to pump up Freeline. Did I make up with you today?
It's the same thing. It's a multi-generational business. John Mel starting that off what year?
69.
69, and that continues. That tradition continues over there. And
yeah, I can't wait till my kid runs it. I mean, he is kind of running it at the moment, but I have to pay the bills. That's the part. As soon as I can retire and have him paying me.
Here's Takenoi on his last ride.
See how that stalled turn to set up the nose ride? That's always a technique. That's a way to get to the tip on that outside.
Yeah, 5.2 for this performance here, Pete.
Yep, and you can see able to turn the board from that midsection. Important to do as well, just because keeping that flow. Oh, a little switch foot action. Didn't pull it off, though, so the inside section.
There's a 4.57 for Kevin.
So Kevin, again, you think about this. This is a wave that catches that outside bank, and it allows you to get to the tip pretty easily, but it's not that big of a wave. So, it's not as difficult when the wave isn't as steep. Just like you're doing critical maneuvers in a shortboard, it's similar to here. You got to have that critical set where it's top to bottom. It's way more difficult to be riding the nose on a much more vertical face. So that's why this one was suppressed a little bit at a 4.17.
Oh, I love the insight right there as we come out of there, back into live action, and Kevin paddling through the pilings, back to Surf Shop Talk, Freeline in Santa Cruz. Use the code word, typo, for free bar wax.
No, every time you and Joe Chappelle, all of a sudden you're like giving away our product. You just want to see if it actually works?
It'll work, yeah. So again,
they're probably listening right now.
Freeline Design. Use the code word KYPO, free bar wax. We're going to talk about more free stuff, more fun times, more longboarding, all on the way right after this break. Why would you go anywhere? Stick around.
here, surfer in white. Taka taking a look. This one might set up nice. He's right up to the 10. Throws a little option and back to the 5. Holds it still. Throws the dropping back with the phone ball. Oh, and Taka throwing the 10 into the short break. Brings it back. Taylor out the back. He's looking for more. And Taka with an unreal section got on the inside. Switches the stance on the back.
It's the Vans Duct Tape Invitational opening day here. And Taylor Jensen finishing off a ride. He's currently in the lead in this 3-man heat. Top 2 move into round number 4. Third place goes into the 3rd round. Taka Inoue with a run.
Wow, he's sprinting too with the LB. And Taylor, you saw him, he's just like, yeah, go ahead, dude. You sprint on by me.
Get out of the way, because Taka Inoue's on the way up the beach. Here's the ride he's coming in from.
Yeah, this was during the break. Again, so quick to the tip. Stayed there for a nice amount of time. Not the most vertical face, like I mentioned before, so not as difficult, but definitely spent the time up there. Weaves his way here. See that stalling technique to get to the tip again through this inside shore break. Does well with that steeper face and gets that maneuver done. Again, a little more rocker on his board, so you can see more mobile, and switch foots it out. Looking at his score line, yeah, it could be an improvement here. And then also, Taylor on the tip for a good long time. You see that, just the big drop knee carve to footwork. Slides through this midsection, no worries, sets it up. Again, on the tip. Can he get through it? Yes, he does. See those adjustments are so subtle, dancing. The footwork is amazing here for Taylor.
Nice unweighting for that finish. This happened during the replays, Pete.
Kevin up onto the tip going towards the pier, and there's a steep section on the outside, so a much better nose ride comparatively to the 2 we just saw from Taylor and Taka. I would imagine that that's going to be recognized and could be an improvement for Kevin.
Yeah, so there's a group of scores owed to us by the judges for all 3 surfers to set the situation. So we're waiting for the scores. As the clock's ticking down right now, Taka Inoue decided to grab his longboard and sprint up the beach through the crowded Huntington Beach shore break. We'll see where he ends up. There he is, making the paddle back out.
Yeah, and I don't know, you saw all that kelp on the beach too, and that's been showing up now. So that big swell just ripped up the kelp bed south of us and brought it onto the beach.
I bet the water temperature dropped. I haven't been in the water in a couple days. I bet the water temperature is a little bit lower.
What's your reasoning behind that? Because of the wind?
Because the wind, yeah. And sometimes, you know, the southerly swells will bring some of that cooler water from this weird, like, cold area down south. You're not going with that theory?
Not buying it. Usually it brings warm water is how I remember it.
Yeah, but you know, Scorpion Bay and all that stuff right in the middle of Baja. You know how that gets all cold? It has that cold section right there.
I actually don't have an idea of how the temp is, but it is still, yeah, I don't think it actually has kicked in and it had a little warm spell for sure. I think I agree with that, because it isn't as warm as we usually have this time of year.
I love it when you agree with me. 10 minutes on the countdown.
You're welcome.
We're still waiting for those scores for Skvarna.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. And they have the time now. There's review as well. You know, just like in shortboarding, there's the ability, especially when you have like multiple waves that are actually going to be important scores, and they're similar in the way that you have to get those comparisons right, you know, and having the ability to review is important.
Well, a number's in for Taylor Jensen, a 6.87. A number's in for Taka Inoue, a 6.9. And we're just waiting for the number for Kevin Skvarna to round it out and give you the situation. But Taka, they love that nose riding for that 6.9. Little separation between Taylor Jensen and Taka Inoue. There's all the numbers, Pete.
Yeah, that was very comparable scores between Taylor and Taka. You know, there was some judges that thought that Taylor's was slightly better over Taka's, and ended up averaging out just a 0.03 difference. And then now the score's coming in for Kevin in the similar in their approach as well. But yeah, the fact that he went through the pier and didn't have that connection to the inside, score comes in.
6.37 for Kevin Skvarna. That's enough to move Kevin into second place. Taka Inoue now in third. He's hearing the news, and he needs a 5.34 if he wants to avoid that elimination round.
Yeah, and he's got second priority at the moment. But Kevin, unfortunately, by him shooting the pier, didn't get that inside. And that's where you see just a very similar. I mean, I felt like Kevin's nose right outside, definitely more points on offer there, but just didn't get any more after that, just into the pier. So was able to get the highest score of his score line, and it's got him in second place, but I think he's going to need an improvement on the 5.87 if he wants to keep Taka out of the mix.
There's his number, and a spread all the way from a 5.7 to a 6.8. So we throw away those highs and lows and average out the other three. But that's a pretty big spread between the 5.7 and the 6.8.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I actually don't mind if it's a huge spread, to be honest. I mean, as long as they're getting all the information, the judges know what they're doing up there. They should have their own opinion.
Last to blue, 6.37. So the updated situation.
Alice Lemoyne heading out as we're going to switch gears into our women's round 2 after the conclusion of this heat.
Lost the priority there. So he'll move to the back of the line. Taylor will move up. As you see that switch of the priority, you paddle for a wave and make a committed effort, which is definitely one there from Taka. But he's just going to say, you know what? I like the look of this one.
Here we go with Inoue. Gets the 10. Beautiful. On the nose. Doesn't see a future in that one. Kicks out.
Well, needs the 5.34. So the read for him was that there wasn't an inside, that he was able to quantify as spending the time.
How's that? He went for the duck dive just then.
Yeah, it's interesting on how you can get the board underneath as long as there's enough speed paddling too. I think it's as important if you're coming out of wave, if you have a bunch of speed
at it.
Yeah. If you're going slow, it's always nicer to either just pop up and over. I saw all sorts of different techniques to go through a wave. There's the turning turtle where you actually spin the board upside down, and the rocker will actually let the wave go over the top of the board, and it holds kind of that position. You just flip over almost like a kayak you would do when you spin over in a kayak. Then there's the pop up where you can actually pop up over the whitewash. We saw that one happening with Tosh Tudor a bunch. He was doing that all sorts over there next to the pier. And then there's the traditional duck dive. But again, when you have that traditional duck dive, you're not really punching it under. You got to have some speed. You kind of just get underneath and let that wave go over the top of you.
Yeah. The submarine.
I actually do it where I grab the nose of the board and actually get off the side and kind of pull through the wave. And that one kind of, you don't get dragged as far. That's a technique I use.
Kevin scratches into this one, drops to the bottom and kicks out. And that's, when you don't have a leash, sometimes you want to throw that board away so that the next wave doesn't get, but you don't want to throw it too far away because this situation can happen right here.
Yep.
And he's barely going to get it. He's going to have kung fu grip. Oh, he's not that one.
Don't go on the pier.
Yeah.
Don't go on the pier.
Barely. Oh.
It's headed that way. No, the tee.
No, come on.
No, come on.
Not
wave god.
See.
Ooh, just missed it.
It's
going to go through.
Board.
Oh, get through. Oh, well, we got to watch action.
Here we go. Taka Inoue. Smaller wave. A little bit of a rail catch there. Just been in the middle of the board the whole time. Goes for the barrel on the inside. Really was off that entire wave. I don't think that's going to be the 5.34 that Taka needs.
No.
But right now, I'm just worried about Kevin Skvarna's board because he's floating somewhere in the pilings or on the north side of the Huntington Beach Pier.
He's on it.
He's on it. There you go.
Oh, no, that's one of the women going out. That's Sophia. She's going to help. Oh, no. There's he is, swimming right there.
All right.
He's good to go.
Yeah, he's got it.
No worries. Maybe a couple little schnackles with little muscle bites to the rails.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he got lucky there, though.
I think he got lucky. I think, yeah. A lot of times it's like pilings and some rocks as way. Like water will go around it. Water wants to go around, like rocks and pilings. It doesn't want to drive something straight through it. So a lot of times if you're caught in a rocky situation or amongst that, if you kind of go with the flow, you can kind of avoid that. Here's a replay of Taka.
Tip riding outside on a set. And again, super quick in that moving up down the board.
So I think he just had an awkward inside because that was a nice outside.
Yeah. No, we didn't get to see that. We just saw, yeah, that was this part here. And just the incompletion of the little barrel on the inside. So we'll see what the outside work does. I mean, shoot, it's definitely something to think about. Being that was a bigger wave, he got to the tip quickly. 5.34. Wow, that's right there, man. It's
yeah. Now that we saw the replay, we're really gonna have to reconsider that number. We caught that halfway through. We thought, hey,
we missed the whole
he's
outside.
He's not gonna get the number, but Taka is really close, and the judge is taking some time as well. So that means they think he's really close as well as they're putting together these scores.
Well, in that 3 minutes, it'd be nice to actually get that information as quick as they can, because Kevin may be the one who's going to be pushed out down to third. Really close heat.
Entertaining heat, back and forth.
No, I mean, at 12 points, they're all just differentiated by just 1/10 of a point. No inclination yet. Let's take one more look at it here. So again, you see that little stall of the arm on the tip. Didn't get quite 10. That was all the way there, but just 5 and 5. So they'll take a factor into that as well, right? I mean, you need, if you want to get credit for a 10, there's got to be 10 toes hanging off the tip.
You're telling me a 5 and a 5 doesn't add up to a 10?
Well, it does, but not in longboarding. You got to have 10 hanging, claws off the nose. That's my 10.
A true 10. And we're still waiting for that score. They're down to 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Swell lines approaching again, so it's been very consistent. So we've been grateful through this whole waiting period for the Vans US Open of Surfing, with some pretty consistent waves, big waves at time, and the future looks pretty good for us to continue on with at least waves breaking all the way through finals day.
Yeah, and I think that this is actually very conducive to good longboarding here. Being that where you've got this little fuller tide, it's not so crunchy beach break.
Oh, look, remember, Taka needs a 5.34. Inoue waiting for the number, gets a 5.27, a harsh heartbreak number for our Japanese competitor.
5/500ths of a point away. One judge said he liked it. He to a point of, but everyone else was below the cut line there.
Man, it can be brutal, but that's just how it goes. So close. We had a feeling it was going to be very close.
Well, after I got to see that the 10 wasn't actually 10,
yeah,
I'm agreeing with it being just under.
And here goes Kevin going towards the pier again. Beautiful drop knee to some cross step in, gets back on the tip, glides on the nose through a flat section, and again on the inside, redirecting on the backhand for another 5. Banks it in the whitewater for the finish. Stylish little look back, and slams on the brakes in the shore break.
Well, did Kevin improve on the 5.87? Man, it's another wave that's right in that same realm. I mean, if it's going to be an improvement, it'll just be ever so slightest of margins. So Taka may have another chance here.
Oh no, there goes those piling good. Here we go, heat leader, Taylor Jensen. Just a little off the top, and likely a ride in, knowing that he's confident that he's going to skip that round number 3, that elimination round, and move on to round number 4 after this performance.
Is Taka going to get one more chance?
Well, the clock says probably not, as we're down to just a second. That's going to be it. Taylor Jensen in first, Kevin Skvarna in second, and Taka Inoue, we're going to see him again in round 3, the elimination round. And there's the numbers. We're coming back with more of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. When we return, the women will be in the water.
As the great Rick Ocasek from the Cars once said, let the good times roll, and we are rolling through more rounds here of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes. We got 3 surfers entering the lineup. 2 of these surfers, if they get enough points, will move through into the next round. 1 surfer will head on home, potentially practicing for the finals that are coming up at Malibu. That's around the corner. For now, we're live from Huntington Beach Pier. The waves have hung in there all day long. It looks really fun for logging out there. I think the tide is helping a little bit, you know, flattening things out through that midsection that gives these surfers the potential for those unique lines from the outside all the way to the beach.
Yeah, it's kind of prime time right now. We're pretty much on high tide. Alice Lemoyne, who's currently in this heat, just reported to AJ McCord, our sideline reporter, before that she was really excited. This is the time of her heat today. She feels like she's been watching the conditions, and that tide is prime, and I'm ready to see these women hit the lineup.
Very excited. A good batch of surfers heading out for round 2, heat 1. Alice Lemoyne, Sophia Culhane, Maria Fernanda Reyes, Peru, Hawaii, France, an international superheat on our hands. We've got 30 minutes on the clock. And we've been talking a lot about the subtle differences between the judging in longboarding versus shortboarding, style, flow, grace. All of those things have been on display. And I really like that we're going man, woman, switching off back and forth between heats. It's really cool because you just get to see, of course, more unique surfing and a lot of different styles on display.
Yeah, it's been really fun. It's something that the Longboard Tour has adapted over the last few years. Really, honestly, recognizing that women's longboarding is the peak of where longboarding is at. Men's longboarding is fantastic and super difficult as well. But this is sort of the pinnacle of what we see in world longboarding right now. Maria getting her opening ride. She's been competing on the tour for a long time, coming out of Peru. Her and the Peruvian crew in the draw, Lucas Gareda-Leca as well, they've been down here supporting the likes of the Peruvian surfers in the Challenger Series, which has been really fun to see.
Here's Sophia Culhane. I'm all for a good pier spray. Nice turn there. And she sees those pilings rearing up in front of her. She's going to fade right. And that wave did not do the classic Huntington reform. She's going to ride it all the way to the beach. One of the good things about riding a longboard is paddle times. You're going to get right back out there with the quickness. Alice Lemoyne now. Beautiful little nose ride, subtle fade back into the white water. Cross stepping. And gets those toes deeply over the nose, almost curling those toes all the way over. Doesn't get a clean finish, but a lot of action on that wave for Alice.
That was such a nice wave from Alice. I love that little soul arch to start out the back and then connect it all the way through. We'll get more into on the replay.
Maria Fernanda Reyes. Nice start this wave. Cross stepping up to the nose, hangs 5. Kind of that cross step, drop knee, cut back. Elegance under fire as this wave is all over the place. She's already been on the nose 3 times on this wave alone. I was just about to say rides it out for a good clean finish, but either way, the damage had been done on the outside section. A great wave for Maria Fernanda Reyes.
Yeah, that was a really good exchange. I'm excited to check through replays, kind of get a feeling for where this round 2 for the women's is sitting as far as scores go. Alice definitely getting the best of the exchange. That outside nose ride was really, really good and really critical. And then she had tons of control and just kind of worked through a few different maneuvers on her way through to the inside with a clean finish as well. She just came off of a huge win last year. She won the Jeep Malibu Classic, which was the World Championship event. Now, based off of her results, she didn't win the world title last year. That went to Honolua Blomfield for a 3rd time. But for Alice, it was an absolute career highlight. It's the best result she's ever had on the World Longboard Tour. It's to take away a win on the Longboard Tour. So really solid, and has her coming through as one of the higher seeds in the year.
Yeah, and I feel like right now we're starting to see a little bit more clearly who will be competing at the end of the WSL Longboard Tour. We still have a lot of surfing yet to come, and in the rear view, another great heat from the men's division. Round 2, Heat 6 is all wrapped up. That gives us the chance to catch up with TJ and AJ.
So Taylor, coming out of the water, you just told me it was a really challenging heat. What about the conditions made it so challenging?
Yeah, it's really random. Like, there's no set peak. It's kind of everywhere. The current's really strong. You got to keep running around, going around the pier. It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, but you got the work done. And what was your first time surfing at Huntington Beach since 2008, you told me? What's it like to be back?
It's great. I mean, 2008 was for the U.S. Open, and I ended up winning. So, yeah, coming back's like kind of all deja vu, and it feels good. I don't know. I've always had good results here, and I live in Oceanside, pretty similar waves. So, yeah, I'm stoked. Kind of feels like home.
Yeah, there's a pier there, too, as well, right? Yeah. So 3-time world champ. What is your mindset for this year?
I've just been putting in a lot of work on the off season and just tuning up boards and figuring things out, and a little transition to single fins for the events, and yeah, just trying to smooth it out and make my heats and put myself in a hunt for a world title at the end of the year.
There you go. You're one step closer. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, Taylor Jensen has been winning for 20 years plus. I mean, he is one of the most dominant competitors on the longboard scene for a long time, and he's just doing what Taylor Jensen does.
Just winning heats. He won his first world title back in 2011. And there you can see one of the women in the lineup just ditches her board, wearing a leash. So there's been a little bit of chat today around leashes, no leashes, what's the go? In these kind of conditions, honestly, it's such a good idea to have one on, because we've been seeing boards go through into the pier. Also, with those big sets, it's nearly impossible to duck dive. A guy as big as Taylor Jensen, with the shoulders that he has on him and the strength, he also rides kind of smaller boards in comparison to his body and the size of a lot of other surfers. He's able to duck dive probably most of these sets, which is really impressive. But for the majority of the women in the lineup, as many push-ups as they're doing, it's really difficult for them to get those boards through those waves. So even doing a turtle roll, sometimes that board can get ripped out of your hand. So having that leash on, especially in competition when there is so much on the line, being that we're currently in that second stop of the World Tour this year and world titles are already in conversation, it's just a really smart decision to be able to keep that equipment.
Yeah, and it doesn't really look like it's impeding any of the cross-stepping. I think a lot of these surfers are obviously used to that, being that, you know, these are mostly veteran competitors. As you see Alice Lemoyne right now. And, I mean, if you didn't really look close, you wouldn't even know she's wearing a leash. It's well hidden. This is a basic question. I know the answer, but maybe people out there don't know. But explain why the leashes that they're wearing are up right underneath their knee.
Well, the purpose of that, having a calf leash or a knee leash, is that as a longboarder, the goal is to ride the entire length of the board. We need to utilize everything in order to get the best score, so from the tail all the way to the nose. And you're literally walking up and back on the board. So typically, while cross-stepping, you're not going to get caught in that leash, but having it up off the ankle really helps to help that problem.
All right, problem solved. Here we go. This is Sophia Colhane. She's just got a 3.67 to start, but this wave most likely will be much better than that. Nicely done through that little backwash on the inside, and that is the graceful finish that we and the judges like to see. All the way to the sand. Just cruising. It's a nice leisurely afternoon down here. We're actually kind of lucky that we have a little bit of an overcast sky. It's kept the temperatures down. It's been about 85 degrees throughout the whole week So this is a little bit of a good respite from the heat. And you can tell the waves are still pumping. Here is a look at Alice Lemoyne.
So she's got that 517 that she opened up with. This one had a shorter nose ride to start. She made it around that section, didn't get back to the nose on that next section either, just a couple of cutbacks here. Nice style, nice control. Love kind of that placement of her arms. Good footwork pedaling back off of the nose on that inside nose ride as well. I kind of would be maybe in favor of her previous wave, but we'll see where the judges go with it. Sophia Kalane has a 5 on the scoreboard so far. I believe we're waiting for the score for this wave now. And sorry, she's got a 3.67 on the scoreboard so far. So this might come in a bit better than that one. Nice control from her as well. Gets that really nice locked in hang 5. You can see a little bit of distance underneath the nose, which means that it's in the right section of the wave. You don't want to see the nose glued to the surface of the ocean and pushing water off of it. You want to actually see distance. If the sun is shining and it's not quite as gloomy, you can literally see the shadow from the nose of the board hitting under the curl. Those are kind of some of the indicators that it's a nose ride that's in the critical pocket and that's actually at a high degree of difficulty, which is what she had on the inside section. And most of those really good inside connectors, we've seen nose rides like that. The 5s and the 10s have had that good distance and pocket underneath them. The conditions are definitely looking pretty fun right now. The outside section is actually manageable finally.
100%. 18:45 to go. So we do have a new head judge for the WSL Longboard Tour, an incredibly talented surfer, Tori Gilkerson. I could see her in any of these heats, and she would make it a very tight matchup for sure. But what is Tori telling our panel? Because we do have judges that have been going through men and women on the Challenger Series, and they're transitioning now into duct tape competition. So what is she telling them before these heats? Obviously, they all surf. They've all been around long enough. They're all veterans in the sport of judging, I'll call it. So what does she have to kind of remind them of to get them in the mindset to switch over from shortboarding to longboarding?
Yeah, I think the 3 key words within it, so we talk speed, power, flow for shortboarding, and there is speed, there is a lot of power, and obviously flow is part of the conversation within longboarding, but the 3 words that kind of determine it are style, flow, and grace. And we want to see everything judged against that. We want to see surfers making difficult maneuvers look really easy. So if you see someone doing something and it looks a little bit sloppy, a little bit wild, that lack of control or actually being able to tell that it was difficult usually will come into the mindset of someone like Tori in the judging panel going, okay, maybe it was a good maneuver, but it was lacking in that graceful element. They're really paying attention to the surfers that can get those really critical maneuvers in the critical sections of the wave while making it look very easy. Also, within that judging panel, I did have a step upstairs this morning during the first few heats, and I heard Tori talking to the panel, just making sure that they're aware those outside sections really need to be capitalized on. Same in shortboarding. You want to see a risky maneuver at the start. So in a shortboard, maybe you want to see Kolohe Andino do a big air out the back and then connect a few turns together. In longboarding, we want to see surfers find a critical good section out the back, get a good nose ride in, and then start to use that rail, especially here in Huntington, make that smooth connection through to the inside, and then capitalize on another nose ride or two. She was very specifically making sure that those scores, in order to get something above that 5-point range, were capitalizing on the outside section, and the surfers were unlikely to be able to get a score above a 5 if they were just doing really good nose rides or critical rail turns, but they were only on the inside section.
Right. So same, but different.
Same, but different. Very different style. Some of the same elements coming into play, obviously, and the panel upstairs is so good at what they do. I just literally am so thankful I'm not a judge. I think that's the most terrifying job at a contest. I don't think they get the credit often that they're due to the fact that it's pretty difficult.
Thankless as well. Like they don't, surfers don't tend to go up there and thank the judges for a great score.
It's usually the opposite.
Flip side of that, yeah, they, but in those arguments that I feel like are pretty rare, judging calls, I feel like the judges are very good at basically explaining the process that goes into it, and there's a lot of trust involved with our judging panel because this is the pinnacle of our sport. These are the best in the business, so they really make mistakes, and if the surfer thinks they've made a mistake, they will take the time and sit there and explain the process that they went through, and more often than not the surfer agrees and has to just take it out. I always tell any surfer that will listen, look, don't leave it up to the judges. Make it abundantly clear that you're in control of the heat You know, don't make any silly priority mistakes. All of that is easy on paper. It's easy to say from right here. In the heat of the moment, sometimes things can go awry. But right now, in control of this heat, Maria Fernanda Reyes. She's got 3 waves ridden, 2 of them keepers, 6.07 and a 5, 11.07 total. There's Maria right there representing Peru, one of our founding surf nations. They've been surfing in Peru for many, many years. So many good surfers from that country as well. Quick look, you see Alice there representing France. France has a vibrant longboarding scene.
It's a huge longboarding scene. Biarritz, that whole community, there's so many good surfers coming out of that region. Alice originally is from Reunion Island, but spends most of her time living in that Biarritz-Hossegor area. And that's also really good. Obviously, we have that conversation with so many surfers coming out of Reunion Island that relocate to France because they just have more opportunity. Maybe a little bit colder, but they're able to get in the water a lot. They're able to have some good sponsorship, some good community around them as well. And that's what Alice has found herself in, living in that Biarritz space. And that just has so many fun waves. That would be a dream location to have back on the World Longboard Tour. Years and years ago it was. And it would be a really fun destination because the whole culture and community of that area south of Hossegor is focused around longboarding.
Yeah, it's definitely a global hub. Here we go, Alice Lemoyne. Nicely done to maintain control in a pretty wild section. Nice kind of quick turn there. Just look closely at the footwork that Alice has on display for us now. She has utilized the whole board. Runs back to the tail to ride out of that, and a nice fun little jump off into the white water.
It looks like that wind has come into play just a little bit now too. It's looking a little bit more like there's a little more texture back on the surface of the lineup. Alice did really well with that wave though. I will be curious to see when she can get herself above a 6. Maria's last wave came through as the highest of the heat so far with a 6.07.
Yeah, the situation still stands with Maria Fernanda Reyes in the lead. Will that change? Stay tuned to find out. You're watching the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Women are in the lineup. More action to come right after this break.
I came out today to honestly learn more about restoring some of the oysters here in the local area of California where I'm from. The more I can learn about the environment and how to help and what's going on, the better. So just for my own personal knowledge and growth and to be a helping hand.
Today we are going to be stringing Pacific oyster shells so that we can put them into our restoration site.
We're working on some oyster restoration. These will get placed over in Long Beach Harbor and help attract the oyster larvae to reproduce.
To come here and to have an organization that will give back to these oceans here locally, it's so important.
It really touches on our original lifestyle, particularly as Indigenous people, on what it took for us to sustain ourselves
We are trying to restore our coastal ecosystems to make them clean, fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and enjoyable for everybody that comes to visit.
weareoneocean.org. I almost mixed up oyster and ocean because all I can think about are those oysters, and how thankful I am that Shiseido and the WSL have partnered up, and they pick kind of causes per region, whether it's on the North Shore trying to get some vegetation on the beach, or as we saw there, the crew helping to help repopulate our local oyster population. I would be excited to eat some Long Beach oysters, you know?
I'm not a fan.
No.
I'm a fan of using them to, you know, do what we were doing with Pure.
Okay, I'll eat them, you cheer for
I'm not quite a fan of
them.
putting it in my mouth.
9:20 to go here, and during the break, the situation switched. Alice Lemoyne, her last web comes through at a 6.17. So with 3 surfers in the water now, this really is kind of a positioning play in terms of the bracket moving forward. So unlike the shortboarding that we've been watching all week, which is Challenger Series surfing, that is just straight up cutthroat, you show up, you lose, you're going home style, where this being a championship tour event, technically, this is what we'd see on the championship tour for shortboarding as well. These first heats, non-elimination rounds, as we see Chloe Kalman making her way out there. I mean, she's a fan favorite and a sponsor favorite. She is hooked up with that
She
board.
has so many stickers.
Lucky.
Sticker
Well,
lady.
I guess it's not luck, it's pure skill.
It's pure skill.
She's a very good surfer.
She's a great surfer. She just has such a good community that backs her out of Brazil as well, so that'll be exciting to see her paddling out in the next heat. Got another line there. Alice jumped in the lead with that last one.
Alice Lemoyne here, flying down the line. Nice, long, extended carve. Cross-stepping up to the hang 5. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all over the nose. Reacting to the Makaha style. Backwash on the inside section. Nicely done. I feel like we're seeing a momentum shift. Alice Lemoyne now. That's the wave right after her 6-7. There's Maria Fernanda Reyes to the beach. She makes it through. So the judges now are going to lock in these last 2 scores. Maria just taking it all the way to the sand, walking off the board onto dry sand, loving every second of it. 7:30 to go. Luisa is hanging out with some really cool characters, and I believe they're from the country of Peru.
Yeah, guys, I am here in the VIP zone where the athletes hang out the entire day. There's a lot of samba zone flowing, you know, fueling everybody who's here. And we do have a VIP view of the ocean, but I just made myself part of the Peruvian crew. I have Hugo, Luca Garridoleca, Luca Messinas, everybody's here just giving advice to Maria Fernanda. When she was here before, I was talking to her earlier. She was one of the few female athletes who actually got here very early in the day and was studying the ocean, and she was telling me it was her first time actually surfing in Huntington Beach. She was trying to understand every little move and every little thing, and with these guys here it seems like it's paying off.
Thank you, Luisa. And I see Luca Messinas in the background waving the Peruvian flag. He's got something to cheer about for now because Maria Fernanda Reyes is in second place. Sophia currently in third.
Sophia's part of the Waikiki crew that's here. There's a good contingency that's kind of come up and through the ranks the last couple of years and started to be part of that world title conversation as well. Her best friend, Khalees Kaleopa'a, is in the draw coming up later today and has been really close to that conversation. And Sophia's only she might be 16 by now. I think in Sydney she was maybe still 15. But she came onto the scene around 14 years old, had never surfed a WSL event in her life, paddled out at Noosa in a field of 64 women at an event of this level, and walked away second place to her best friend in Khalees, which was super impressive. Maria is really impressing me in this heat as well. Her surfing has just smoothed out so much over the years. She's got such grace. She's got beautiful footwork. And she's getting those really critical moments on the nose. Even that was really quick, nice touch to it, but she came off, pedaled back really easily and maintained some control moving forward. And then this one from Alice, sitting in the lead. She's really been looking for those rights the entire heat. I actually don't know that she's gone left She's clearly identified that that's the peak she wants to take off on. And then this is that one, and I think it has to do with the shape of her board being really wide in the nose, that she was able to cut through that sort of flat section outside the pocket, but for a really long nose ride and maintain that control coming through to the inside again. And judges liked it with the best score so far. So in my opinion, I do feel like Alice has kind of had the best wave selection so far. She's been putting that board right in the pocket, and she's been getting some really smooth combination surfing. Maria right behind that. The only thing, there's been just a couple of those little moments maybe where she hasn't had quite as much control. Still surfing really well. And then Sophia just hasn't been able to find the rhythm, I think, with getting the right waves for this heat. She is the younger competitor in the lineup as well, so the kind of tricky conditions we have on offer today, I think, going in favor of Alice and Maria, who just have years and years of competitive experience behind them and kind of know how to manage shifty conditions like this.
Yeah, I'm impressed with all three of these surfers being able to react to kind of the wild style of waves that's coming at them. Alice, the momentum shift still with her, 6.67 on her last wave, and definitely had my favorite finish. You know, kind of up on the nose, running back, so quick, transitioning into a little snap right on the inside shore break. Really cool way for her to finish up. And now we see all three surfers potentially identifying a peak on the outside. You got Alice out the back, knee paddling, maybe just getting a little bit better of a view of what's about to happen. 3:43 to go.
Yeah, it's a good looking set rolling through.
Yeah, we got non-elimination surfing, but it feels like elimination surfing because you can tell they all want it.
They all want to just be able to leapfrog the round 3. It'll be 2 heats of 3 surfers in. Oh, that was a hard section.
I believe that's what you call walking the plank.
Walking the plank straight off the nose.
Old pirate terminology.
Happens often enough when you're running on a longboard on a big outside section that's actually just closing out. Sometimes it's best to just kick yourself off. But yeah, it's great to know it's non-elimination right now, so each surfer is going to have another chance. Where that opening round this morning was an elimination round, so it was just the top 2 surfers that advanced through and filled out the last 2 spots within round 2. We had 2 wild cards in those heats. We also had the 2 lowest seeds coming into the event that had to battle it out for a chance to try to advance through into round 2, which kind of sits as the main round. And then past this, there's going to be an elimination round in round 3, and then those surfers will join together for round 4, which is essentially that round of 16.
Well, 2 minutes and 35 seconds here. Sophia doesn't look too stressed out. I mean, she knows she has another opportunity after this if she does wind up in 3rd place.
She always travels with her mom to all of her events. She's got a brother in the scene as well. There's her mom on screen wearing that bright yellow jacket. She told me this morning she stole it off of Sophia because she liked the color so much. And also kind of a good spot. If she's giving any kind of little signals out there to anyone, then she's going to be easy to spot for Sophia in the lineup.
Yeah, it's like a wearable comfort blanket. You look in, okay, there's mom. I feel better.
Exactly.
1 minute 57 to go. You're in for a fun afternoon of vlogging. Some of the best in the world in the lineup now. I like that the Duct Tape crew has kind of partnered up with the World Surf League crew. One big happy longboard family here today. 1 minute 35 to go. Alice on it again. This is her 6th wave ridden. She's already got a pair of 6s under her belt, and now she's weaving her way to the inside. Gets those toes over. That was one of the rare hang 10 floaters.
That was hectic.
Quite come back to her, but that was really cool looking.
Those are like those moments where you could end up snapping your board because it's just so shallow in the sand right there. Thankfully, her board looks to be okay, but that's kind of how we saw Jules snap his board earlier, or snap Tosh's board actually in round 1 on the men's side. Similar little section where that nose just hit into the sand, dug straight in.
Yeah, you know, that's one of the risks you take when you loan somebody your board, but I don't think he would have done anything different. I think Tosh has about 400 surfboards out of his house, so he's going to be okay.
He's got a big enough quiver to pull from.
40 seconds to go, and pretty calm out the back. So most likely, France's Alice Lemoyne will get through in 1st place, and she will be skipping around along with Maria Fernanda Reyes.
For Alice, this is what we would have expected. She's coming through as the #2 seed in the world this year. She fell short of a world title just by actually the world champion, Honolua, advancing through the heat she needed to. So Hono won the world title a few heats before Alice actually won the world title event. But yeah, incredible season from her last year. Love seeing her find a little momentum. She looks super comfortable in the lineup as well, and that high tide worked in her favor.
And with that, time is up. Alice and Maria will skip around and move on through. Sophia will be heading into the next round where she will face extremely talented field. Well, we've got a special guest coming into the next heat, as well as incredible surfers hitting the lineup. Don't go anywhere. This is the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Welcome back to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. We are live from Huntington Beach, California, and this is part of the world's largest action sports party on the beach, the Vans US Open of Surfing. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes to talk you through round 2, heat 2, and we are joined by a very special guest who made the long commute all the way from Newport Beach.
So far.
Grant Noble.
Huntington Beach.
Oh, so there's even shorter commute.
I rode my
Thank
bike
you.
here.
Perfect.
Nice.
So Grant, as a Vans team rider, as a beloved member of the local longboard community, you came in here saying you've had a very busy week filled with fun activities.
Oh man, it was like, it is the longest week. Like, got here on Saturday, 8:30 in the morning, and then I had obligations between 8:05, or Firestone Walker, I'm sorry, and Vans, so it was just running back and forth between the two tents, and a little bit of skateboarding here, a little bit of surfing there, pushing kids into the waves, and just showing up for the nightlife.
I love it. MVP so far of the week. So Grant, we're looking at round 2, heat 2 action, and some amazing names coming across the board. Chloe Kalman, Lindsay Steinreit, and Karina Razunko. I know you've surfed with all 3 of these surfers, I'm sure, around the world and back, especially Karina being part of the Vans team. So we've been having a fun conversation talking about, you know, the duct tape and the WSL coming together, making for this eclectic, unique field. Karina coming through as a wild card, but she is definitely surfing like a title threat today.
This is a great wave to start off for Lindsay, just to get those feet in the wax, as we say. Gets that nice carve back. She's the 2011 world champion, and she's just such a steady, I think just such a steady competitor on the tour for so many years. Finds that 5 to 10 combo. I really like the look of this that she took off on during the break right at the start of the heat. Gets that nice finish as well. And it only came through as a 4.33 on the scoreboard, but I think that'll kind of set the tone for her, and she'll know what to be looking for next.
26:16 on the clock. We got Grant Noble in here. I got to ask you about the new edit, Shell. You guys went in June down to a beautiful tropical location with the Robots from Outer Space crew and put together an edit with some of your friends.
Yeah, that was incredible. We kind of got skunked on waves a little bit. Like, I thought the swell was going to be like, oh, we're riding shortboard every day. But it turned into like a longboard, just like the most perfect left point you could ever surf. Like, I couldn't be more psyched to be there.
Speaking of left point, Chloe Kalman screaming down the line from the outside.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to be in this heat. This would be a fun one.
Yeah, this one is wild. I mean, look at, and Chloe, you know, the way she was speeding through down the outside, building so much speed, it almost looked like she was going so fast she didn't know what to do next, flying towards the pier. Obviously, she's been in this position a million times. She's been around the world and back and in thousands of longboard events, you know, as a, you know, one of the preeminent surfers in the longboard scene right now. We'll wait for the judges to see what Chloe Kalman earned on that last wave. While we wait, let's go down to the glass where AJ is standing by with Alice Lemoyne.
Alice Lemoyne's, whose style I want just to compliment on camera as well, because I've been complimenting her off camera the entire day. But your style in the water, also something to compliment. What was your strategy?
Oh, I didn't have a strategy. I was like super exciting to go in the water. I watched the boy all day. So yeah, I just want to go in the water and surf. Maybe I take like too many waves, but I enjoy it.
And that's what matters, right? Is that you enjoyed it, and it also gave you an advantage because you won this heat, so you get to skip around. How big of an advantage is that for you?
Oh, it's so good because I can rest now, can do some shopping and have fun. So yes, I was pretty happy to make it and to didn't go to the repêchage.
Yeah, very good. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
I'm looking forward to seeing more of Alice Lemoyne surf. She is really a pleasure to watch. And right now, 24:01, time is flying by. Kalman comes through with a 5.5, surfing out of Brazil, and I'm seeing more and more Brazilian longboarders coming across the scoreboard here. The Brazilian longboard scene is growing as well. I mean, obviously we know about the Brazilian storm and all the happenings in the shortboard realm, but tell me about the Brazilian longboard scene and some of the surfers coming from there.
I couldn't tell you too much about it, but I'm so stoked. It's like a full different spectrum of people surfing, you know? You have like your shortboard guys that kind of have like, they're very into the contest and like that kind of stuff. But it's cool to see like the Brazilian side of longboarding where it's just like they're practically Californians at this point. Like they just want to surf and have fun, and I guess you can say soul surf.
Speaking of soul surf right there, Karina Rozunko, I mean, she stands up on the board and it's just, okay, every second of this wave is going to be cool looking. And, you know, the style that she has, I mean, there's a reason why she's probably starred in more edits and more surf films than anybody in the whole field. Definitely a fan favorite, and she just, you know, on camera, I mean, she's just made for celluloid. She is so good and makes it look so easy. And, I mean, fashion sense alone. Look at this wetsuit. I want that wetsuit.
She just always looks so good. I love this wave as well. I always just love the positioning of her arms. I even love that knock-knee approach that she has. It's really classic of her style, kind of like the likes of Cassia Mirador and what we saw of her in the early days. Got a good nose right at the start as well. That board looking really smooth under her feet. Actually, a friend of hers shaped it, and she just surfed it a few times, which is pretty impressive. Like, he hasn't been shaping for that long. I'm blanking on his name.
I think it might be Nick Melanson.
Okay, so it's a new to him as far as like shaping a ton of boards, if that's correct.
He's an incredible shaper. Like, he learned from Tyler Warren, so he's kind of got like, he's very well in the right direction.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood her and it's new for her, maybe riding his boards.
I only assume that it's him.
Yeah, and she's just loving it. So I love the look of that board under her feet. I think her style is coming through really well. She hasn't gotten a huge score for that wave. It was a little bit smaller in size, where we have seen some of these solid sets still coming through. But if she commits and goes for one of those big outside sections, Cote, we could be looking at a pretty solid score.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be one of those heats where we'll see scores up in the teens in terms of who's getting those top spots. 21:30 sets on the horizon. A big element of duct tape competition is skateboarding. Grant, I know you're an amazing skater. Hopefully we get a session in the park here. Maybe you can sneak me in there. You're a Vans team rider. But there really is it's a creative community, and I feel like, you know, in just doing a little bit of research, digging around Instagram and checking out the profiles of all the surfers we have in the draw here, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of creativity attached to the names that we're seeing in this. Artists, skaters, I mean, musicians. Does it feel like that from the inside of the crew?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, from what like myself and like a few others were like born and what we saw growing up, you always had like Alex Snow having art shows, playing music, skateboarding, surfing, so he kind of set the bar for everyone to do, like, not going to say follow in his footsteps, but to like pick out the different things and hobbies that you have other than surfing, because it's more of a lifestyle than, I guess, a sport. You ride a longboard.
Fair. Yeah, no, that is a fair assessment. 20:29 to go. Karina Rizunko makes her way back out in the lineup. She got a 4 in her last wave.
I think it's also really fitting, being where we are in Southern California, that tie between having surfing and having skateboarding just so naturally fluid and so much music. I mean, Caity, you know this more than the rest of us, even better. But just knowing the history of surfing coming out of, you know, kind of kicking off in the area, and then skaters deciding to create skateboards so that they could then surf on land, and the whole evolution of everything really has its roots so deeply here in Southern California, and it's really cool to see that tie in here for the Vans US Open and tie all of those elements together.
Yeah, I was actually just skating back from my car midday, and this guy kind of gave me a dirty look on skating on the sidewalk, and I looked at him and go, "We're in Huntington Beach, bro," and just skated by him. Like, you can't yell at someone for skateboarding in Huntington Beach.
You can't.
It's just, it's what happens around here. 19:30 to go. Chloe Kalman in the lead with a 5.5. Like, nice cadence in this heat. Every surfer has a wave. There's still plenty of time to go. So Grant, you ride Russell surfboards.
Yeah.
And in looking at the boards, I mean, there are subtle differences, but tell me about the boards that you like to ride and that you like to see ridden by your fellow friends out here.
So for Russell surfboards, I shape like my own like line, I guess you can say, off the side. But I make boards to like nose ride in the pocket. Like, I don't want to see anyone doing like shoulder nose rides. Like, no one really wants to see that. So I try to make a board line up for what Lindsay's about to do in the pocket nose ride. But it's hard to like differ, because it gets harder the narrower of a nose that you go. So it's like, oh, what's the happy medium for the boards that I want to make?
Right. And obviously you have a lot of, you know, research that you can lean on back from the 50s, basically. But
exactly.
What's more challenging, shaping a twin fin fish or a log?
I mean, they both have like their two sides, you know. Like with a longboard, you're using a lot of the planer, it's a lot of busy work. But then when you make a shortboard, it's a lot of like those fine like precision little like, oh, there's got to be concave here. If you have too much concave, you're gonna bog, and if it's too little, it's just not gonna turn. So it's tedious, a lot more tedious, you know.
Yeah.
It's two different like spectrums.
I like that focus in shaping to create boards, especially within longboarding, that just nose right in the pocket. That's my favorite thing to do on a longboard. Obviously, doing good turns also feels really good, but to be able to get an actual nose ride when you're in the pocket and you have that little bit of levitation coming out of it as well, it's just such a different feeling to nose riding on the shoulder. And so shaping boards that make you do that is a really great thing. That was a solid size wave out the back for Chloe. Got that quick tap to the nose. You can see that texture, like really kind of that rippy tendency on the face here, where she's not going to be able to connect. You can see that frustration in her as well. Chloe coming out of Brazil, as you were talking about the Brazilian kind of longboard crew, Caity, earlier. There's a great pack of them. We've got a 2-time world champion in the draw right now in Phil Rajman, who's from Brazil, kind of has changed his style up a little bit from the way he used to surf to really taking on that classic California style, like you mentioned, Grant. And that's filtered into the likes of Chloe Kalman. They kind of spent a lot of years surfing here, probably like 5 to 8 years ago, just spending a lot of time surfing waves like San Onofre, waves like Malibu, and really refining their equipment to suit waves here and the style of surfing coming out of California. And that's like Chloe to almost being a world champion. She's been runner-up a couple times. I think she's probably the most mistaken when it comes to titles, that most people in the world who are familiar with competitive longboarding assume Chloe has multiple world titles, but she's just come shy of it. So she's always that one that's probably most hungry to find it.
I assumed that as well. Just by the looks of that last wave, I'm like, oh, she probably has 3 titles. Karina Rizunko now, and I could not tell you her stance, because she definitely switches it up throughout the wave, trying to get that connector there. I think in looking at her board, she is one of the brave souls that doesn't even have a leash plug. She says, I'm never wearing a leash, don't put a plug in it, I don't want to know about it. And she's become an expert in basically falling on top of her board and saving it from the pilings and from the rocks at the places she surfs around the world. Do you ever get requests, Grant, for no leash plug logs?
Absolutely, but you know that board's going to come back into the shop with dings.
It's good. Then you get the return customer to repair the dings on the board you ship.
It's a very good financial decision for you.
The 15:38 to go. We got Grant Noble in the booth with us. Grant, the local longboard scene I know is really spotlighted down at Blackie's. I mean, that is a place that for years and years has always provided such rad talent and, of course, amazing video parts. I know Halloween is a huge festivity down at Blackie's, but what about the future? You know, we've got Tosh and Judah Tudor, the Tudor brothers that are, kind of some of the young kids doing it and making it look so nice. What's the future scene looking like at Blackie's these days?
It kind of had its falling out, like after Alex, Tanner Prairie, and they had their spotlight, and then I feel like a few, like my age people, like Ross Schwartz, Joey Bookout, Tanner Barrett, they're kind of like the next in line, but they were, in a sense, like in the shadows, which kind of sucked. It was hard to like get them, like, let's do a contest, and they're like, no, like, we don't want to do that. So relying on video parts for them was kind of like a hard thing to do, you know?
And you guys have a crew, right? The Robots from Outer Space crew?
Oh, yeah. He's like one of my best friends. He just picked up the camera and he moved here from the South Bay, actually. And he's like, hey, like, let's film, let's do cool stuff. Like, let's make videos, whether it's surfing, skating, anything on a board. Like, let's just make something happen. Like, we need to showcase Costa Mesa.
Yeah, and is that all focused around showcasing specifically from the surf side what is happening in Costa Mesa, or do you guys have some kind of future spots in mind where you'd love to go get some good trips in?
I always have like a fascination with Mexico, and just like to do like a oh wow, what's this? Chloe?
Oh, that is scary.
Oh no, that's so bad.
Is this broken board number 3? Or did she save it?
Hold your breath.
She's just
Where is she? Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
It's a good thing she was like still just kind of this side of the tee instead of all the way through it, because she would have gotten pushed back into it. Also, I had a chat with Victoria Vergara, who broke her board in that opening round this morning. It was like that solid size left coming into the pier. When we thought maybe she broke it on the pier, she actually went to turtle roll, so she was laying upside down with her board exposed to the lip, and she felt her board snap in her hands. And then obviously that's where we saw it kind of pop up on either side of the pilings. It's a dangerous thing. Surfing Big Huntington, honestly, on a longboard, like this is where I grew up surfing as well, and I'm a longboarder. I've been longboarding my whole life. It is like, I have some of the scariest surfs. Think of my childhood just right out here on big swells like this.
It's terrifying. Like, I couldn't believe we saw 2 broken boards in the first 2 heats of the day. Like, that's unheard of. I've never even seen a broken longboard at Huntington.
yeah, it's crazy. It's just, even with that low tide that we had this morning, like it's so steep and sucky on that outside section. Talking to so many of the surfers like Tosh Tudor and a couple of the other guys coming through, Karina after her heat, Victoria breaking the board, they were all saying that it was just so difficult because those rights weren't really lining up that well, that were gonna maybe be a little bit softer, and the lefts were going so fast towards the pier, and you had to just like commit to the nose ride, but you have so much speed that sometimes when you're actually going that fast on the nose, it's like almost impossible to maintain control.
It's terrifying. I'm glad I'm not out there. They're putting on a great show.
They're doing an excellent job.
Well, we got 12 minutes to go. We got Chloe Kalman on top for now. We'll see if Lindsay and Karina have anything to say about that, and it's going to be Lindsay fading right, getting up to the nose, just a little tip touch right there with her tippy toes, and she's back now in the power source, waiting for this wave to form up, easily making the transition from the outside to the inside. Here's where things can get sketchy. Quick little 5 right there. Little swivel over the backwash. Nice rail turn right there for Lindsay. So well done. Second place there. 11:30 to go. Kalman in the lead. Now we're going to let the judges react to Lindsay's last wave. We'll see. Was it good enough to get her in the top spot? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. More Vans Duct Tape Invitational coming up next. Welcome back to Surf City, USA. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing, the world's largest action sports festival. You're watching the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. This is Championship Tour Surfing, part of the World Surf League Longboard Tour. 3 surfers in the lineup now. This is non-elimination round surfing. So all 3 of these surfers will get another chance. If you finish first or second, you advance beyond the next round, which is pretty much considered a repechage round. That's where we do start to see eliminations go down. Kalman is in the lead for now. She does have priority as well. You got Lindsay Steinride in second and Karina Rozunko in third. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes, joined by Grant Noble, shaper, surfer, skater. Grant, one of my favorite follows on Instagram is Log Rap.
Oh, yeah.
This is where traditional, classic, awesome longboarding is paired with hip-hop, Wu-Tang Clan, DMX, I mean, everything right there. So Log Rap is kind of a, I guess it would be, you know, it's kind of like the balance of opposites, right? You've got this fluid surfing with hardcore hip-hop.
I never thought that kind of music would have gone with longboarding. I was like, oh, like we're all listening to like the surf rock, cute stuff, and then all of a sudden I was like, wait, he's onto something. He's doing great things.
Yeah, follow Log Rap if you're wanting something new and unique on Instagram. It's a great juxtaposition of music and surfing. 8:10 to go, and I like the leisurely pace. You know, plenty of waves ridden. Got Chloe Kalman with 6 waves, Karina with 4. Lindsay hanging tough there with a 4.33 and a 5.17 in second place with 3 waves ridden. 8 minutes to go, and I'm feeling like the tide that was kind of favoring the last few heats might be switching up a little bit. Maybe the wind's kicking up just a notch, just seeing a little less open face for the surfers in this heat than we saw in previous heats.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that shutdown, which is just unfortunate because it also makes it really difficult. I mean, the heavier the longboards, maybe the easier they can kind of cut through some of those chops. But it's really hard once you start trying to have little redirection changes, and you would know this best, probably, Grant, but sometimes that tiny bit of bump, you'll catch a rail and go flying.
Exactly. If you have like the lighter the board, the worse it is for that. But if you have one of those like heavy like tankers of a longboard, it'll just plow right through it.
That's where I think we're seeing probably Karina's equipment maybe looking the best, but her wave selection hasn't quite been there. And that's where I think Chloe and Lindsay's scores have been. You can see, seriously though, I mean, Karina's having so much fun right now, but that board, it's got to be pretty heavy. It's going to have a heavy glass job, just the style of equipment she likes to surf. And it just cut through a wave that literally didn't break until it hit the sand.
And she was able to do a spinner and a triple hop.
So fun. I love knowing that she got that call up for the wild card. She advanced through her first round, which is really great. And she's up against Chloe Kalman, who's sitting at number 2 in the world right now. She walked away with a 2nd place finish to Honolua Blomfield for our first event, which ran in Manly at the Sydney Surf Pro about 2 months ago. So she's really in a good position coming into the rest of the season.
Chloe, quick nose ride. So Honolua Blomfield will be coming up in the next heat. What has made her such a dominant force in competition? She seems so mellow and almost like she doesn't want to be beating everybody, but she just does it time and time again. So, Grant, what makes Honolua such a great surfer?
She can ride a longboard in any conditions. I've seen her like do nose rides when it's like 10 foot. I'm just like scared out of my mind. I'm like, oh, wow, she's gnarly.
And Shannon, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's so much of it. That's actually a great point because she's from the North Shore. She's not one of the South Shore crew that's coming out of Waikiki surfing big surf in the summer and big south swells, but kind of small Waikiki or Queens most of the time. She's a North Shore local who charges Haleiwa on her longboard on big days. Chuns is the most mellow of waves, and for a lot of surfers around the world, Chuns would be kind of intimidating on a solid-sized day. Yep. She is paddling out at Pupukea at the beach break next to Pipe. I surfed out there with her in January of 2019, and it was all time. I was also on my log, and I was terrified out of my mind, like freight train running rights, and she was just running straight up to the nose, getting the longest nose rides, and then also not afraid of the falls and bumping off the sand and everything. So she does have that kind of tenacity within her where she comes across as being one of the most mellow people of all time, quiet character, not always up for big conversation, but the moment she's on a longboard, she just is fearless. And she just knows how to get the job done. She's also one of the tougher competitors. Her 3 world title wins that she's had have been the 3 years over the last 15 that we have had multiple events on the Longboard Tour. So she's actually the most consistent of the women in the field. All the other world titles that have come have been in years where we've had just a single event to crown the world champ, which we've gotten away from finally, and is a great thing. And Honolua has been able to capitalize for the last few years because of that.
Yeah, it comes from a ripping surf family of the long history of North Shore prowess. As we see Karina still smiling on her way back out, even though that last wave didn't do anything for her score line. I don't think she's really thinking score line. I think she's thinking put on a show, have some fun. And it's always fun every time she stands up on a wave. So hopefully we'll see more from Karina Razunko. The situation still stands. Chloe Kalman in the lead. Lindsay in second, Karina third. And we just saw one of the bigger sets we've seen of the afternoon, and just in time for Honolua to see it as she's making her way back out going, oh, here we go. There's no place like home, and she's got to be feeling it, seeing that big wave coming through. If you can match the size of the face of the wave to a 9-foot longboard, that tells you the story right there. Here we go. Momentum down the line. Lindsay opts out. So you can see that wave just kind of crumbles around her. She
And
needs a
there's-
497 if she
Yeah.
wants to get in the top spot.
Even with that, like, you know that she knows that the judging panel upstairs is thinking she didn't get anything done on that first section. It kind of just shut down on her. So it's not even worth trying to milk it through for the inside when she's chasing the score she's chasing to even try and change up the situation.
So with under 3, surfers all back out there. In a longboard competition in history, has there always been priority? I know in duct tape contest, no priority, no problem. Party waves all day. But did priority come into play in longboard competition the same time it came into play in shortboard competition?
You know, I don't have an answer for that. I'll have to ask around, and then we'll get some clarification. It's definitely been in the conversation for kind of the recent history of professional longboarding, which is huge because it just means that the best waves are actually getting ridden. We're not losing waves because of paddle battles and people pushing each other out of position. We want to see good waves ridden, same as shortboarding, and so priority's been part of that conversation for a while. And the longboarders take it just as seriously. Especially this pack. Maybe Karina, because she stepped away from competition for a while. She's kind of in a little bit more mellow vibe as far as competitive surfing goes, but I think she'd still be hungry being back in the jersey this week. Chloe and Lindsay, though, they're very serious competitors. So they know how to use priority to their advantage, and it's just the same as you'd see in any Challenger Series heat this week.
So with a minute 40 to go, Karina is looking for a 5.5. As we look at Chloe Kalman now on another gem of a wave. Her wave selection has been just prime time throughout this whole heat. She's got a 5.5, a 4.63. She's got a lot of throwaways, so that means she's been putting in a lot of effort to find these diamonds in the rough. But this one lets her pass through that mid portion of the wave relatively easily. She'll hang on all the way to the sand. Going to give the judges something to think about. It could be right there with that 4.6. We'll see what happens when the judges put pen to paper. Grand Noble, it's been great talking to you throughout this heat, and I know you're one of the surfers riding your own self-shaped surfboards. Do you know any other competitors competing here this week riding a self-shape?
I couldn't tell you. Tosh is, and he's on a Thomas, right? Yeah, I actually don't know.
Kai Salas, he's a shaper. He's riding his own boards.
That's right.
Ben Skinner is riding his own boards. Taylor Jensen's riding his own model of boards, but there's a lot of surfers doing that. But it would be between Kai and Ben, I think. I'd have to take a look at the list. Who are kind of those two really sitting in that full shaper surfer conversation.
It is fun to walk by the board rack right now. It's filled with gems. I mean, some of the coolest looking boards you'll ever see. Quick paddle here for Lindsay Steinreich. She didn't get that one. That gives us a chance to get back to Grant. Grant, what do we got coming up next? I know you got a couple more days left of this marathon that is the Vans US Open, but what else is popping for you?
Like as in like the events?
Surf trips, surfboard shapes. What do you got coming up for us?
So I've been shaping since COVID, it's been like I've been in the shop like 5 days a week, just grinding and then getting a chance to surf. Like I'll surf the mornings if it's good, and then straight to work after that. But I've got a couple trips to Mexico planned, maybe like a Scorpion Bay trip, maybe a Saladita trip. But for the most part,
surf, skate, shape.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of what I've been working with.
That's the good life. Hey, give this guy a follow on Instagram. He has some great photos and videos all up and down the stream. So we'll be following what you got going on. Thank you for joining us here in the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. We got more surfing to come. It was all about Chloe Kalman in that last heat. Will it be all about Honolua Blomfield in the next one? Stay tuned to find out. You're in for a good show of surfing, and we'll be right back.
Watching the paddle here out of the gate. While White having a look. Soroka. Now watching. Oh, that was red, it looked like. Honolua. So this heat starting out right there on the pier where all three ladies.
It's the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, Huntington Beach, South Side. 3 surfers in the water. 2 surfers going to skip the next round. One's going to be in the elimination round, and we got a great heat in the water here. 2 surfers from Hawaii and 1 3-time world champ right here, Honolua Blomfield and Hono. First to strike, and the high tide conditions a little fuller than what we've seen this morning. So Honolua biding her time, weaving through the deep section, waiting for this wave to steepen up on the inside. And just a little roller coaster finish for Honolua Blomfield from the north shore of Oahu. And just looking calm, cool, and collected. This is Kaipo, and I'm with the future Hall of Famer Peter Mel on the call.
So we're good now.
We've been good.
Yeah, we're good. Honolua, Lani Akea.
Chan's Reef, brah.
She's been very consistent, unbelievably consistent in regards to her world titles. I don't know how she does it, but she just has the ability to just connect with any spot you put her at to win those world titles. Backhand, forehand, switch foot, she does it all. So this is one of the best of the women on the longboard.
Yeah, she's just sneaky good. And remember though, she's pretty much born to be a surfer. Dad, Kolohe, excellent surfer from North Shore lifeguard. So she kind of grew up around that ocean environment where a lot of her skill is very intuitive, but there's a certain grace to Honolua Blomfield that has to be acknowledged.
Yeah, it does, and you say the word grace, and I feel like it's right in that judging criteria, and that's why she is that 3-time world champion.
Well, it is it's a pace to start for Honolua Blomfield on that first ride. You know, didn't get a lot of nose time on that. Some footwork, gliding through that flat section, but I'm expecting kind of a mid-range score for the start of Honolua Blomfield, and it's actually a little bit below mid-range at 3.83, Peter. Here's the replay.
Yeah, I mean, she outside section, she really didn't get the opportunity to jump to the nose, so that section went kind of just more this little carve, didn't really get to engage the rail, so a lot of the outside work, which is where you would say most of the score should happen. The gliding and the grace through the inside, though, beautiful. It really was. This little tap of the nose here, bang, right back to it. There's that footwork, and then the finish. Nice little glide up and over, so smooth. And then that little stylish. Her arm work is always so good. Same, you see all of the, you know, best longboarders and the women. They're just so quiet in the the upper body. It's really kind of movement down in the lower body with the footwork, very clean and smooth. And then the arms are very graceful. So yeah, we do expect bigger numbers from Honolua, but a lot of that outside work has to get done.
This is our Japanese competitor, Hiroka Yoshikawa. Made it through that opening kind of like wild card heat this morning. And the fuller tide, Pete, really changing the personality right now of the waves.
Well, that, and we're seeing a bit of a decline too. So we're not going to see those bigger sets as consistently as we did earlier this morning. That full tide kind of helps with that lower consistency, but also the swell, it's dropping a bit, you know, and fingers crossed that it holds through the next couple days. I feel like the longboarders are going to benefit in this higher tide conditions. We're not going to have to see them Huntington hopping, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They're going to be gliding through most likely, no worries. And then tomorrow we'll have a bunch of longboarding as well.
So I was on the surfers deck just, you know, poking around, talking to folks there, and really my question was, to leash or not to leash?
This is something that you're advocating no leash, because
well, I was advocating no leash as a purist, but then I can see the functionality of having a leash. Connie Stewart said, hey man, like I'm comfortable with a leash. I see what happens, and I don't want to have any, you know, doubts in my mind if I'm going left into the pier, or if, you know, you slip up and fall, you got to take a swim. That's going to eat up time off the clock.
Yeah, and if you're wanting world titles, why would you have something that you're legally allowed to save tons of time? Or do you just want to make your life a little bit more challenging?
Or just smoother. Look at Honolua Blomfield, leashless right now, and that's enabled her to make some quick footwork back and forth on the board, utilizing the entire length of the longboard. That's key to the criteria, along with style, grace, and flow.
Well, that, and she just glides over the double up, so she's going to beach this one. This is going to be a better score. A lot more movement on the surfboard from start to finish. Also had a wave of Sally as well.
Yeah, Sally Cohen. Nice to see Sally back in competition here. And Sally's just going to open up with a fractional score. Replay now of Honolua Blomfield.
There's the tip. That was a quick hang of the 10, which is always so challenging. Love the little white and black stripes off the tip there. Then that gracefulness of the toes on the 5, but see how quickly she just moves back and forth with those feet. And again, it's just below the knees is where all that movement happens. You don't see the thighs move as much. You know, the hips will move kind of back and forth, almost like a gyro, you know, as they move through the inside.
Yeah, make those corrections, right? It's those subtle corrections that enable you to really nose ride. Score in for Honolua Blomfield of 5.17. So again, early advantage to the 3-time world champ. Plenty of time on the clock. 21 minutes and 25 seconds. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat, and she was actually, you know, a finalist with Honolua Blomfield at the first stop in Manly. Chloe Kalman just keeps on showing great form. She's with AJ.
That's right. So Chloe, coming back, competing at Huntington Beach, a little bit of a full circle moment for you, because 12 years ago is when you first came to California. Tell me what this moment means to you.
Yeah, so my first time in California 12 years ago, I came to Huntington Beach, and that was like my entry to the Californian longboard culture. And it has always been such a special place for me, and it's my first time competing at the US Open, and I've never seen that huge of a crowd on a surf contest, and I was like, I cannot believe they're all watching me surf. This is a bit scary, but yeah, it was like a dream coming true to surf my heat today. And at the beginning I was a little bit nervous, because also like first heat of the contest, you just have all like the days like before the event just getting ready, and but it was just nice to get some waves off. I almost got caught up by the pier by a big set over there. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna die now. But at the end, it was nice. I really like Karina and Lindsay. We are good friends, and we were even chatting like, are you okay after that set? Like, you're doing good over there. So it's just nice to be here competing among the best surfers in the world, and yeah, I'm stoked to make it through.
How did you get through those butterflies at the beginning of the heat when you realized how many people were going to be watching?
Like, Chloe, you're just gonna surf. You surf every single day for the past, I don't know, 20 years. So it's not like I'm doing a whole new thing today, you know? And although like every time I compete, I have butterflies, but it's just what I love to do the most. I cannot see myself doing any other thing than competing. So you really, like, that's my fuel every day when I go out, and I have fun doing it.
Is there anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my mom and my sister that are back in Brazil watching, and to everyone over here watching, so thank you.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chloe, come on. It's about 7 p.m. back home in Brazil for her. And that story is a really interesting story. She came here as a kid. She signed with her sponsor, who's still her sponsor to this day. And as a young girl, her dad told her, they came down here to the U.S. Open of surfing, and her dad told her, Chloe, one day you're going to be out here and doing this exact thing, to kind of like, you know, influence her and bring her out. And now that she's at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, part of the Vans US Open for the first time, she brought her father here so he can see her compete. So it's a great story.
Yeah, of course. And that's a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling. Because as a father myself, and as you, Kaipo, you try and instill inspiration in your children. And, if you're going to have something that's so impactful, even just walking out on this pier.
Yeah.
If you don't have these big piers like you have around the world, and all of a sudden you're just here and it's just this crazy atmosphere, people watching in Orange County in this whole zone is just amazing, right? So it's going to be an impactful moment for any young person.
Yeah.
And you're going to remember that. And to have her actually go and fulfill that dream, fulfill that moment with her dad, and actually get to share it, it's just incredible.
Let's look at some deep stats powered by Hydro Flask for Honolua Blomfield. And they're pretty impressive numbers here for Honolua. Heat winning percentage for the career, 77.78%. That's a very high heat winning percentage. Career event wins, 11 of them, and of course, 3 world titles, Peter.
Yeah, it's incredible. And she keeps winning them. She keeps getting better. I would say that she's the favorite here to, she won the last event,
yeah.
Right? So it is nonstop with her, and anytime that she doesn't win, it's kind of a surprise. So kind of like Quintal, he wins a lot of those events too.
Here's Sally Cohen, also from Oahu, and Sally just has to straighten out there. Is she going to go for a beach run? I wonder what this strategy is right now. Well, she's definitely taking the wave to the beach, so we'll see what happens with Sally Cohen. Yeah. Honolua spots the wave she likes with priority. She's going to utilize that priority. Looks left. She's going left into the pier.
Ooh.
Up and out for Honolua Blomfield. So
I would love, just real quick, guys, if I can request a replay just of that paddle in. I want to show us real subtleties. I mean, even though it was not a wave and not a great wave, I'd just love to see it again. But watch what she does when she starts to paddle for it. We got a moment, guys, right? Come on, show me a quick replay. There we go. Watch this paddle. So she's paddling into this thing. Watch what she does with her hands as she's starting to stand up. The stall. She actually puts her hands down to slow down ever so slightly to set her up so she could ride it. She didn't like what she saw there, but those just little subtleties are such just hints into what you got to do with a surfboard in order to just set the trim right. I mean, that was before she even got to her feet.
Well,
she was able to.
So the stall is because she wants to do is set herself up for a high line. That high line, that upper third of the wave, is where you can have a nose ride. So if you get a nose ride right off the beginning, that's how you're going to maximize your points.
Yeah, it's so cool to see. And it's just those little subtleties that you don't necessarily think about doing. And like I actually was talking about like paddling over tops of waves and stuff like that. Like sometimes you paddle over a wave, you're like people that don't have the experience, they'll slap their board.
Yeah, they paddle straight over instead of at an angle.
And you can go to the angle and you can use your hands to kind of go over the top of waves. And like when you punch through, you can do things with your feet. And these are all things that you just have to learn off of experience.
Hiroka Yoshikawa finds this one through, and maintaining her balance, gets the 5. Nice little pose there. This thing's going to bottom out.
Ooh.
And saw that one coming.
Well, that's that straighter rocker. It's not going to react as quick right in that shore break section.
Yeah, you got to get way back on the board if you want to pull that out when you don't have a lot of nose rocker. But to your point on the paddling, you know, even with a longboard, and maybe it's with you with a gun. I don't know if you ever do it. I learned it from Beach Boys, is dragging a foot.
Yep.
So dragging a foot behind you is almost like a rudder. So a big board, you can turn it while you're paddling.
It's like a canoe paddle, same thing. You're doing the same thing. It's just, you know, it's stuff that you learn and you have to learn by experience, but also if you know about it earlier, you can actually start using it and trying to figure that stuff out. As you see that beautiful style right there, little arch, you know, as she's got the 5 there, that's that kind of steezy style that we like to see. Just unfortunate there, she wasn't able to complete that, so it's not going to be a real good score just because of the fall at the end.
Yeah, this is true. Now she's going to paddle to the north side of the pier and take advantage of the current on the way out.
And just, you know, Hiroka is not she's kind of a smaller statured woman. She's got a bigger board, so it's, you know, she's got a lot more foam to try and move around on.
Yeah, that foam equals glide and trim, but it's also really important on these little tips that we're talking about, the hand and the feet and your body positioning, to be able to line that board up, because Peter, you know this, is there's 2 parts of paddling for a wave. 1 is paddling into position, and then 2 is actually paddling into a wave. And then with the longer equipment like this, 3 is actually like getting that board in a line that's applicable for that particular wave.
Yeah, and the trim, you know, because again, a longboard's not going to take a very steep drop.
You don't want to drop straight into the wave,
yeah,
ever.
Not on a steep.
Not on a 9.7, 9.8.
No,
right?
You want to have a little angle to it. And there's, you know, all these things. I mean, a lot of times, you know, people that are just now learning or just trying to figure stuff out, they'll purl because they're either too far forward or they haven't set that trim up, that you're going to have a little angle on it. Because if you just go straight down, straight lines and curves, they end up just hitting each other and stopping.
100%. Well, all right, well, we're going to take a break right now in the action. We'll be back with more. We're on the south side of Huntington Pier. This is the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, and I'd like to see you back after this break.
Position now, pretty solid, our surfer in white. So put the pressure now on Sally with priority. Surfer in blue looking for a 4.61. Hiroko getting a solid score on that right coming at us, Mitch.
Yeah, and that was definitely what she needed. It was something where she picked all the right spots to go back and forth on her board. Finished out strong. Looks like off the back we got Hano up and riding. Straight to the nose, quick 5. Another 5. Cut back. You can stay a little closer to the pier and make this inside section. See if this will line up for her. Right up to the nose again, do a quick 5, and Superman is on the inside there.
Yeah, luckily she's far enough to the pier that she will have to swim in now to get that board.
Yeah, that's a tough inside. That'll give you a run for your money. I'll be back. Ooh, up and riding. Sally. Nice little cross step to the nose. She can make this little inside section. She's weaving back and forth. Back up to the nose. Quick little 5. Now for Sally. There's a good little rock there. That will probably be her best rock and her best wave.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shock attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Make or Break. Check it out on Apple TV+, plus a 7-part series documenting the behind the scenes of the 2021 Championship Tour at the World Surf League. It's an incredible series with some glances at some emotional, inspirational, and sometimes hectic moments, Pete.
Yeah, well, you saw Italo. He didn't like the way that one heat ended up, and that poor surfboard paid the price.
While we were away, this happened.
Yeah, look at that. Again, nice trim, right up to the nose twice. before she glides back to the whitewater here. Again, so graceful and flowing. There again, all the way to the tip, back again. Oh, and wasn't able to get back quickly enough.
And this is Hiroka Yoshikawa.
This is Sally. Sally on the tip.
Sorry.
Quickly, and this wave flattens out, but she's weaving her way through, no worries. Keeps that glide going. Here's where it's getting nice and steep. Again, quickly back to the tail block to keep that nose above. And looking for scores. I think Sally's still waiting, but
yeah, sorry about that, Pete.
It's all good.
I was focused on Hiroka because she dropped a 5.6.
And she had the fall.
Big number,
wave.
Right, exactly. So
a lot of the work done on the outside, getting rewarded for that.
And I guess that shows really what's going on with the judging. You got to get that work done on the outside. 5.6. As a contrast, we just saw Sally Cohen on that replay just with a 4.4. So you can see the comparison right there.
Yeah, and mainly you think about the wave that Sally was on. It was a very, higher tide, flatter face, not those critical sections. You need him to be standing up, and that's what we saw. Hiroko's mid part of that wave stood up critically.
Yeah.
And she was on the tip when that happened.
Yeah, nose ride in a steep, critical section equals great scores. So, Yoshikawa currently in second place, but that's just because she has no backup to that 5.6. That 5.6 is the single highest wave score right now, and it would be interesting to see how she's going to back up that wave score.
How quickly does he go by? Man, we're already at 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes.
Here we go. Let's take a look. This is the 5.6.
Yeah, and that's what happens. I mean, this one actually didn't stand up on that outside section as much. But right here, this is where it goes onto the tip. And she's on the tip as this thing lights up. And then the fall.
Here we go. Live action. Talking about backing that score up. Yoshikawa doing just that. Gliding through here. Gotta stick with it through the whitewater, hoping for more open face.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That wave never really truly opened up. I don't expect it to be much of a bigger number, especially when there's that little loss of control. She was trying to find her balance. Again, heading towards that pier. It's a good way to get right back out. On the other side, especially today with the current not as strong.
Yeah, that's a new strategy.
Waves. Yeah, well, there's no waves breaking on right next to the pier like that. It's once you get out past the first tee, there's a big hole on that side, so you can easily paddle out with not worrying. And that's the hardest part, I think, of getting out through the break here is the fact that if you have to punch through waves, it always pushes you back, especially with a nice big surfboard like they've got here.
Well, 2.6 is the backup for Hiroka Yoshikawa. She remains in second place. Honolua Blomfield in first place. If Yoshikawa wants to go into first place, she needs a 4.24. But more importantly for Sally Cohen, she needs a 3.81 to get into second place and skip that elimination round. How are we doing on tide right now, Peter? We past high tide?
We are.
The glass looks full to me. It looks
3 o'clock, 3:12.
Yeah.
It does feel that way. I mean, to be honest, I have no idea how they even determine to the minute about tides.
Because it's not real.
Yeah, right?
Because there is no real actual to the minute high tide. That's it's actually what they're doing is they're kind of averaging and guessing because bodies of water, the bathymetry we've talked about before, where you are in relationship to latitudes and stuff. We've had some deep conversations, I think, with the guys at Surfline. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, we got islands also.
Yeah.
Which affect. I mean, we all know if you watch water move through anything, right? It moves at different moments, right?
Yes.
And there's bulges and all that stuff. So yes, I agree. And so, maybe at this time right now we're seeing that the tide.
It could be high tide.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a variance. There is a little variance.
I would say there is, and it depends on every surf spot. It depends on every, if there's bays and if there's, bodies of water that are on the inside. Like, I mean, Sakurema is a prime example of this huge body of water that sits and feeds out of this river. And we have an actual pretty big harbor at Huntington Harbor, which is a big body, an estuary that feeds out to the north of us.
The island of Oahu is another example. There's a different high tide time on the north side of Oahu as opposed to the south side of Oahu.
There you go. So it's not an exact time, even though that seems like it's exact time.
Yes.
Is what we're saying.
Exactly.
Simply.
And you know what we're doing is Peter Mel and myself, we're trying to just bring you guys the real news.
Here we go, Honolua.
Little tap to the nose for the 5. Little cross that back. Fading through this, kind of that middle, I wouldn't say boring section, but I will say dead water section until it stands up on the inside. Little.
Oh, look at that. She read the backwash
perfectly
nice.
timed that.
Yeah, considering she knew that backwash was going to come. We do have a pretty steep beach, and with this full of tide, you're going to see waves come off the shoreline and actually head back out in the lineup. And so it actually meets it right when you have that shore break section. So you have to be able to read that. And Honolulu did it very well. I mean, again, she's got that, ocean lifestyle. I mean, whether she's surfing, body surfing, shortboarding, she spends a lot of time in the ocean, lives directly across the street from Laniakea and Chun's.
Let's check in with Chris Cote. He's with Holly Wan.
I got some breaking news. The reviews are in. Holly Wan is an awesome surfboard shaper. Congratulations.
Righto.
You made some really cool looking boards, some unique shapes. I know you had a lot of fun making these. Did this give you a new respect for your personal surfboard shaper?
Yeah, it definitely did. And it's a lot of work, especially when you're hand shaping. So many different processes to go through and so much sanding and so much dust, and it just takes forever to get where you want to get. So I don't know. I got to a certain point and I was just like, I'm done.
All right, so you've shaped 2 boards in your career now. Are you going to be shaping any more after this?
Maybe. I don't know. See what I feel like, but I'm definitely done for the next 6 months.
Have you talked to any strangers that have ridden your board, and what did they say?
No strangers, but I spoke to Imai, and he was kind of ripping on the board, so I'm going to have a go on it later today.
Well, I believe Imai and I believe in you, and my one question for you is my board done yet?
You can take one of these.
So it is done. Thank you. Duct Tape Festival is raging. Holly Wan's board's here. Zion's board's here. Dakota Roach, are you kidding me? You write a BMX legend board? Come on, let's do this.
The Duct Tape Festival has many facets to it. Not just the Duct Tape Invitational. We got boards getting shaped on the beach. We got demo boards. We got a plethora of activities happening here, all celebrating surfing and action sports in general, actually.
Well, Skate's practicing right now. They've got that all set up. A little revamp from the Waffle. What do they call it? The Waffle Classic, right? Which there was the BMX that happened this weekend. So they did some subtle changes for the skate features, and that's going to be exciting. Which I think practice and then
practice and then qualifiers on Friday.
Tomorrow.
I think Saturday we're going to have the finals and best trick Sunday.
All right, so scores in for this one. This is Honolua's best. The glide that she carries so beautifully. You talked about that midsection, and I think there's always that, trying to set yourself a little bit apart from everyone else that's coming through these midsections, because, it can be a little bit quiet. And I think the grace and flow that she carried through there, it did translate into a better number. So she got herself the 5.5 and just added to her 2-wave total. With 2 minutes to go, it's exactly what she needed to do.
There we go. And those are all the numbers. Hey, look it. A judge went as high as a 6.2 for that ride. And you talked about it before. You don't mind the spread, huh, Pete? There's a 4.7, 6.2.
I want all of the judges to have their individuals.
That way they have independent thinking, correct?
Yes. I mean, and again, it's a high and a low that's taken out. This is why you have 5 judges. I mean, if not, why don't you just have 1 judge? Right? That's not the case.
That's right, because this is a surf competition. It's not a court.
This is true.
We don't just have 1 judge. You got to impress 5 judges. And if you get 3 go your way, because the high and the low get thrown out anyway. So you actually have to really impress 3 judges if you really think about it.
This is true. But you can't always impress those same 3 judges every single time.
No. Yep. That's right. And you know what? The competitors have been talking about just getting familiar with priority. And the priority game right now is Honolulu was paddling for that wave. And it looked like Yoshikawa paddled for that wave as well. But no, it took off, so that's not going to affect. Here's priority with Sally Cohen paddling for that wave with priority. We'll see if the priority switches now.
Oh, it did.
On cue. They're getting used to just the concept of priority, and that was a priority error.
But I almost disagree. I don't think she really gave a committed paddle. She just looked at it and saw, oh, no, I'm not in a good position for it, and she shied away from it. But, hey, I'm not the priority judge. Now am I?
No, you're not. That was definitely a paddle. Here's Hiroka Yoshikawa on this wave. She started off with a nice hang 5 on the backhand, looking for the connection through the flats here, and touches the tip again before straightening out. Good job. Just needs a 5.07 to take the lead off of Honolua Blomfield.
Well,
my gut is it's getting pretty close there.
I would say so. Well, but Honolua's up.
Bloomfield on the way in, and however this finishes up, it is going to be Honolua Blomfield and Hiroka Yoshikawa moving into the next round, into round 4. Sally Cohen going into the elimination round, and we're going into a commercial break. But it's not going to be a long one, so stick around. We'll be right back with the Duct Tape Invitational and the special guests.
Floyd.
Yeah.
Vans Duct Tape Invitational, and the women are out in the water. Round 2, heat 4. And we're going to continue on. When I went to break, I promised you guys a special guest, and I'm delivering again. Troy Elmore, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I've never done this, so this is pretty exciting.
This is going to be really fun.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah.
Can we guarantee that, Pete?
I'm just going to take a rest and let him kind of explain everything.
No.
Yeah.
Because I'm actually really excited because Troy, you're a shaper. You create boards, and you're also a Vans teamer. You've participated in this event as well.
Yeah.
But I want Pete to get into the conversation because
I'll join.
Pete builds boards as well.
Yeah. I've been stepped back a little bit of it, but I grew up in a surfboard factory, so yeah, I understand foam and resin, and I also in retail. I grew up in a surf shop.
Yeah.
So I guess I understand that. But I actually would say that he is a creator, not just a surfboard shaper, but a creator, because you do a lot of different stuff, right? I mean, just anything that's creative.
Yeah, I try to, and just, I don't know, that's what stuck. I've always been into like doing stuff with my hands, and I don't know. So surfboard shaping just made the most sense with surfing and stuff. So.
And how did you get into it originally?
The first board I made was so bad that I just wanted to like keep bettering myself. Yeah, so I just like wanted to figure it out, and I got a good feeling from surfing the board, so just stuck with it.
And did you actually have a place that you could go and build boards, or did you actually do it right in your backyard?
The first board I did was in my friend's like side shed garage. He had some makeshift lights and a tarp, and then
that works.
The like second board I went to like shaped at Pure Glass in Costa Mesa. They let me use a room, and then I just went from there.
Nice.
That's rad, because the boys up at Pure Glass, they've got a pretty cool little
It's a great service, right?
Yeah.
It's a creative outlet.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can get anything. You can get blanks, so you can do your own DIY, right?
Yeah.
All the materials are there. You even rent a shaping room if you need be. So pretty cool that whole service is there.
Yeah, all in one. You can get the blanks there, get your boards glass there, make a mess. It's awesome.
Well, every surfer should at least shape one board.
For sure.
Because then you have an appreciation for the real shapers.
Not just shape it, though. I actually say create the entire thing.
Yeah.
You got to glass it. You got to put the fin boxes in. You got to measure everything. You got to sand it.
That's so gnarly. Yeah, I'm still learning the rest of the stuff. I spent a lot of time shaping, but yeah, I need to learn more about lambing and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I mean, that's the thing. There's such an art to it. I mean, you can make a board, heavy. You can ruin a surfboard.
Yeah,
glassing it.
Yeah, a glasser or sander can ruin a board.
Absolutely,
in good shape. But you know what, you guys, I want to touch on the start of this heat with Soleil Erico, as well as Tully White and Caitlin Michelson, or is it Mickelson? Do you know?
Mickelson.
Because their heat just started. No waves ridden as of yet, but we do have another world champ in the water, former world champ, Soleil Erico, 2018 world longboard champ. So she's in the red jersey. She's the top seed in this heat, and she's, on paper, she's going to be the favorite. I've enjoyed a lot of Soleil's surfing for years. She's now a college student, growing up in the Malibu area. What a perfect wave to be a longboarder, huh, Troy?
Yeah, I mean, definitely today compared to at Malibu, yes, 100%. I wish I was a regular footer so I can really enjoy surfing that wave.
So no waves going yet, and but this, Troy, this is a different kind of vibe in the Duct Tape Invitational. In the past it seemed like it was more like a free surf session.
Yeah, totally. This is definitely more of a real contest, Like, I didn't know. I saw some people wearing leashes. I didn't, that was been like one of the first duct tape rules.
Right.
No leashes. And then also there's no shared waves, so people have priority. You can't burn your friend. So this is the real deal. This is serious.
Wow. Nice start, you guys, for Blue. Tully White out of Manly Beach, Australia. That's the way to get a heat going.
And, I would say that there's a certain art to riding an LB in beach break.
Yeah.
Right. And obviously growing up in Manly, she's going to have those little tight quarters to be able to ride a bigger board on it. So she's got some experience there, and you can tell just the quickness that she was able to get to the tip, the glide, how she was able to get back to the tail block and get the finish. She used the rail very nicely, went all the way through that maneuver. So I like what she did there on those two maneuvers on the inside. And it seems like the most critical sections at this point, Kaipo, with this kind of tide and this size of swell, has been on the inside.
Yeah.
So we've seen that kind of transition as far as the judging goes too.
I think because the fuller tide, the steep section is on the inside, and so that's going to allow you to get those nose rides.
Totally.
That's one thing that I think there's been emphasis on. I mean, because we've been talking about the judging and how you judge longboarding. Because these judges, obviously they know what they're doing, but it's different than shortboarding. And so it's the subtleties you have to see and notice and reward.
For sure.
Well, Tully got rewarded with a 4.33. And again, the entire use of the board, footwork, nose time, style, flow, grace, all in the criteria. But Troy, talk us through this, Troy.
So not much she could work with right there, just kind of waiting for that inside section like what you were saying, where it stands up. But still just trimming, good style. Gets a little hang 5 right there. And then a really nice cutback. Just, good way to pivot off the tail and super smooth. So I think for what she was offered, surfed it the best she could.
Yeah, and I think one thing that a little bit suppressed the score is that the footwork to get back from the tail to the tail, it took a little bit of time. It was a little small hesitation. It's nicer if you could actually do it all in one kind of clean
one fluid motion.
Yeah.
Not pausing, I look for that a lot when people come off their nose ride and take the 2 steps back straight into a cutback, I think that looks really great.
And it's difficult. That's hard to do and make it look clean without a stumble or a little bit of a off balance.
Graceful footwork, right? And it takes a lot of time to actually have that coordination to do that, move up and down the board, and to wire that footwork, especially cross-stepping.
Yeah, for sure. Longboarding, timing is key, and I feel like that's one of the things that Joel's always said and stuff with all that. It's just timing, wave positioning, and critical sections and stuff.
Making the difficult look easy.
Yeah, another thing. But this is a competition. This is the second stop of the World Longboard Tour. So, it's changed in facets now that we have priority out there. We actually have seating in this one. Leashes are allowed, which were not allowed before at the Duct Tape Invitational.
Kaipo has a problem with that.
I'm not a giant leash fan when on a longboard. I would prefer not to have a leash.
And there's a reason behind it too, right? As we watch this replay here, a little bit of a moment. This is something here. Looks like she made a little motion as in, "Hey, I got blocked."
Yeah.
Is there going to be
It'd be a paddling interference because there's no priority set as of
the
yet.
competition has started.
And so this is when we talk about
drama.
Soleil Erico kicking out that one as we cut to that. So we'll see if the judges rule anything on that. I don't think there's going to be a call on a interference.
Well, there's definitely no priority. So in a no priority situation, there's a little bit more leniency in that regard because you're both looking at the wave with no priority.
Right.
So you're trying to find position and get a positive position to catch the wave. And if you were, say, in the way and she had priority, different story. Then you start to look at that a little bit more going, hey, did she actually block?
Yeah, I think if she was committed, like gliding in and that happened, for sure.
Troy, what's your favorite board to shape? Is it a longboard? Is it a fish?
Lately, I really like shaping longboards. I feel like there's a little bit, even though it takes longer, but it's just more time to like enjoy and, I don't know, spread out and stuff. And yeah, it just feels good.
I like a bit of more of a challenge too. I mean, at least for me, I know that just to have a planer and run a planer along a blank and have it be uniform, especially both rails when you're running, 10 feet up a board.
Yeah,
it's a challenge.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed walking with the planer and trying to get it as like perfect as I can
like
with
walking
that
the board.
space.
So you're a planer guy. You don't get them machined at all.
No, like I've done that before, but I really am just like driven to learn and like really perfect boards with my hands, I guess. I don't know. Like I feel
like it.
What's your planer of choice?
I use an Accurate.
Accurate. Okay. Well, that's basically a Skill 100 modified.
Modified, the knob.
Yeah. Well, it can't get skills anymore. That's the main thing.
I have a few skills, Hitachi and Accurate.
And you prefer the Accurate.
The Accurate's like a race car for sure.
It's a little lighter, right? Because it's aluminum. It's it's a little bit lighter overall.
So what we're doing is actually, I got to fill in the audience. We're talking about planers to shape surfboards, gang. And a lot of people surf, but a lot of people don't know how boards are actually created. That's why it's cool that we have a shaping booth right on the sand over here. But so the planer is how you're going to shape a surfboard. Now, nobody makes planers specifically for shaping surfboards.
Except for Accurate.
Planers are made for
they were
doors.
for I guess like making doors smaller to fit into those. Yeah. So and they had like notches on the planer, and then shapers started modifying them by like hammering back that so that the shoe can open freely, and then cutting the bases and stuff. So pretty rad.
Here's Soleil Erico on this replay. We're waiting for this score. We're going to enjoy this replay, but I still want to ask Peter Mel a question. I was not aware that an Accurate's actually a surfboard planer made for surfboards.
Jed Knoll.
Yep.
Jed Knoll designed it. Jed Knoll designed it off of the fact that we didn't have the skills anymore. So they basically made and created a Skill 100, but it's modified a little bit different to be lighter. They have a long version and a short version, which you talked about cutting the boot off, which basically means that the machine is like 2.5 feet long for the longer ones, right? And it's a little easier to use as far as cutting bigger boards, whereas when you have to have little tighter arcs, you have a shorter planer boot. That's what that Accurate planer is. So it's
I like that a lot, but the knob's up front to adjust the depth, right?
Yeah, but that's the Hitachi has a knob.
Yeah.
And the Skill actually has a lever on the very front, and that's what they used to
So you
modify.
like the lever?
Well, it used to be a modified. You could actually have it go in notches of an 1/8 inch, quarter inch, and stuff, and then they actually filed that off, so you could actually have it flow.
Slide it,
so you can flow it, and that's what the Accurate is now. Is it actually allows you to flow and cut your depths as you're making one continuous cut.
I love this. Okay, great talk, but we went down a rabbit hole, so we got to get to an interview.
This is a talk show, dude. We got some action in between.
I definitely want to talk about planers more.
Okay, we're going to get back to the planer conversation after we check in with the last heat winner. Honolua Blomfield is with Louisa.
Yeah. Hono, 3-time champ on these waves. Does it make it better? Does it make it easier?
I feel like every contest is different and every wave is different. I kind of love this wave because it's just like peaky and all over the place, so you just never really know where to sit, but something could just jump up, and that's what kind of happened for me out there. I was just kind of scratching for everything I saw, and then I caught a couple that I could cruise and do my thing on, so
Well, I was listening to your interview with the lineup. By the way, audience, if you want to get this girl better, please watch that and listen to that interview. And you were saying that you have a very mathematical brain. You're shy. You were just telling me right here off camera. How does that like mental game works in the water for you?
I think it kind of helps because I just take every heat like a new heat. I never think like, oh, I won this one, so I'm gonna do good in the next one. I start from scratch every time, and like it's heat by heat. So like depending on like how the scores are in the heat, that's what I mean by mathematical, I guess. I'm like, okay, I only need this score, or I only need that, and so I just make sure to get the wave, I guess, and yeah.
Did you know where you're going with this heat in your brain?
I mean, it's the first heat. I haven't surfed Huntington in a while, so I was just kind of feeling it out.
Saying hi to a friend again?
Yeah. I like this wave though, so yeah.
Amazing, congratulations. And I asked her if she could ask me if she could teach me some steps, but she was like, I'm so shy, so I'm gonna let you go. Keep it a secret. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Back to you guys.
All right, back to action here with Soleil Erico in the flats, on the nose, warbled water, and that wave doesn't really eventuate. So I do, what do you want to say?
Mention with Honolua, just in regards to how she had said that she really likes Huntington Beach, and the reason why is that stuff pops up, and I just started thinking about it. Like, there's certain surf places and places you surf where you're engaged the entire time, right? Like a place like Malibu or whatever, you wait for the biggest wave and you sit outside. But if you're in a place like a wedge or anything where you're literally engaged the entire session, you're trying to find good waves, you're trying to find little wedge, and you're paying attention, that keeps you in the moment for a way longer time. I love those types of sessions, and I think that's kind of where she's at. She's like, oh yeah, at any time, a good wave will pop up.
Yeah, let me touch on another thing with that Honolua interview, in that Louisa was talking about the lineup. That is a podcast with Dave Proden. You can check it out, the lineup, anywhere you get your podcast. You can check out Honolua Blomfield. We got Connor Coffin coming up on the podcast and the lineup with Dave Proden, and Keith Malloy is also going to be on another episode there. So check it out. You interested in surf talk? It's the lineup with Proden. Okay,
let's go back to planers.
Now we're going to go back to planers because I love the
Hold off,
planers.
ladies. We don't need you to surf yet, right?
Okay, where were we going with this? We had the Hitachi, we had the Accurate.
I mean, the Accurate, it's cool. It's like higher RPM than this old Skills. You know, you can like kind of run with the player with that planer without tearing the foam. I mean, they're just so smooth and like a little bit lighter, like he was saying. It has the aluminum body. You can buy them in the short bed, long bed. But yeah, basically the planers, that's like you're roughing out the board. You know, that's your big tool to make a surfboard.
I mean, we touched on it because computers are now basically, you know, a way to consistently make a replica of a board. But if you're trying to design something and you're trying to hand make something and have it be something more
something new,
or just a piece of art, like you're basically putting your own hands and your own eyes and all of that into it, rather than a computer who's going to die cut it out.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that, you know, the top professionals are going to try and replicate their favorite boards, and that's something that's really important.
So is this too harsh of a comparison? A painting versus a coloring book? When we look at,
it might be a little harsh.
I know. I went all the way over there. But you know what I mean. With a CNC machine, you're more of a designer. You're typing in numbers. You're moving it around.
Yeah.
It's all on a 3D digital screen that goes into a machine,
and it
gets computer cut. And then after that, you're just using a sanding block and a screen and taking that.
And there's
with a
something to
planer,
be said
you're
about
actually
doing
like you're going somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And there's, like I said, there's something to be said about that. There's something cool that you can replicate something back, and even do the finer tweaks of a board. If you have a plug that works really well, and then all of a sudden you go in and hand shape a little differences to the rail, a little subtle differences, you're going to feel those, and those are important.
What do you think, Troy?
I think it's rad. You know, you have a magic board that you hand shape. You could scan it. You can like continue to make that model. That's really cool. And I don't know, like the designing on the program, I've never done that, and sometimes I feel like that's cheating when someone's put so much.
I've never done it either.
Okay, yeah, I've never done that. I've scanned some boards, but you put so much hard work into like learning how to do this craft, and then some people go and like, oh, I've shaped like 5 boards, and I have a surfboard company designing on Shape 3D. To me, I'm like,
It's not the same. Yeah, I mean, it's good if you're like a Timmy Patterson who can literally do everything. Right?
He's the best. And, you know, and like he needs to make a lot of boards, so he scans some boards and stuff. Like when you're a production shaper and you're trying to make like a consistent high performance, just like beast, totally necessary.
Well, I mean, I'm going to go here where there's shapers, still like great shapers like a Glenn Minami who does everything's a hand shape. And Glenn
sick.
Minami shaped boards, you know,
My dad's that
for
way.
Martin Potter, and that Potts earned the world title on, you know, and still to this day, Minami is just hand shaping.
Yeah.
Here's
Replay
Sole
here.
Erico on the replay, and we're going to wait for the score, and it looks like a good wave.
Well, you saw that, again, great technique, and the way she was able to get to the tip was that she saw that subtle little fade and that whip to the board. It allows to stall everything, keeps the board way high up in the trim, right? And then she runs to the tip, and then she's able to be there for the bit till all of a sudden the speed picks up and you have to get back on the tail block. So those techniques you see a lot from these longboarders to be able to get on the tip right out of the gates.
So expecting a good number for Sole Erico. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to give you that score. We got more for you of surfing, talking shaping. It's all happening here at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
Welcome back to the Vans US Open of Surfing. We got a lot of shaping talk going on right now, so I figured I'd make my way down to the official shaping bay at the Vans US Open of Surfing. We're in the village where there's a whole lot of stuff going on, including during the day there's live shaping happening. So you can see the blank up here. Guys, I thought I'd do a little bit of trivia for you, okay? Are you ready coming back from this? I want you to tell me, without looking, what kind of planer is this?
AJ, I'm going to go with Makita.
Oh my goodness.
He had to steal that. That was his. He knew it was Makita.
You guys are too good.
Thanks, AJ, for following us over there.
So you've got the little cutter, right? Can you turn the knob? Is it click or does it actually flow? She's gone. Dang it.
That's awesome. AJ McCord out there, and you know what? We can always count on her to catch a story. And that was awesome. We talk about shaping. She makes her way to the shaping bay, and even a little planer trivia.
Well, that, and she actually showed us what a planer was, and that's the machine. I mean, that's a blank. You see where it was right there. That's the template you have to cut out. You have to actually draw your own template on there, and that's part of the magic too, is getting your templates together.
And blanks come in different sizes, densities, molds. There's a lot of variables, right, Troy, when you're even picking a blank for your board.
Yeah, for sure. Knowing the blank and like knowing the rockers and stuff, that's really gonna help your board. If you shape it out of the wrong blank, you're just kind of bummed.
You're fighting it, right?
Yeah, totally. Especially with like, tail rockers and stuff like that. Like you could put them in, you could take them out, but at the end of the day, you want like a good blank.
And now there's, you know, since, you know, we no longer have Clark Foam, which was once a monopoly on surfboard blanks, now we have a lot of different choices with different blank companies.
Yeah. So US blanks, they're kind of like maybe one of the biggest, especially for guys around here. In the Golden State like duct tape shaping booth, there's the Arctic blanks, and those are really cool because they're doing like a more of an eco-friendly version of like the PU blanks that have like a nut oil.
Right.
Really cool. So.
Well, there's an algae one as well, right?
Yeah, that's algae. I think so. Maybe it's a nut now though. is what they were saying, but I've shaped a few of those. They're great.
This is a 5.5 for Soleil Erico. This is putting Soleil into the lead. And we're going to try to guess what blank this is under her foot just in a bit.
Where's her board from?
Yeah,
that'll help.
But you know what? Honestly, like most of my boards, I think, are Arctic yellows.
Okay.
Is where my short boards come from.
Well,
but it's good to know where your board's born.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
I mean, in Hawaii, not in Hawaii, but in Australia, they use a lot of Burford blanks over there. So there is different companies that basically build them out throughout the world, and they all have little different rockers. So you can, I mean, the blank catalog can be 100 blanks deep.
Wait! You guys, we're at 6 minutes 45 seconds.
We haven't talked about the surfing much.
And we talked about the surfing. No, but Troy, I want to talk.
Yeah,
you got a collection coming out with Vans.
Yeah. So I have some.
He's a creator.
Yeah. I have a collection coming out with Vans, like Elmore surfboard stuff. It's these shoes right here. I got a hat that. I don't know if you've seen Chris Cote. He's been wearing the whole time.
Oh, he's gorgeous in it.
Good model for me. Got some trunks, and everything's just kind of like stuff that I've been inspired by, like 60s stuff, like the Duke surf shoes. So that's kind of where these came from. I don't know if they could see them. And just like things that I'm into. Live action right now.
Yeah, here's Tully White. She's currently in second place with a 4.33 and a 2.03, gliding through here. And she's in a pretty, soft second place in a way because Caitlin has a 4.87. So it really is a battle for second in my eyes at this moment. And she will finish off this ride looking to better her 2.03 and extend her lead over Caitlin. And here's Caitlin right behind her. Gets to the nose, glides through the section. Nice pivot turn there. Some great footwork, cross-stepping. Little redirection on the inside. Wave steepens up, decides to go left into the pier. Let's see what she's got on the inside. Laid up there and gets knocked off.
Well, she's going to go into second in my eyes. Just needed a 1.49 to do that.
And Soleil Erico, our heat leader. Graceful, but just pokes a little bit of the nose in that steep inside shore break for Soleil. So we're going to have 3 scores owed to us by the judges. And to really set the situation, we're after the 5-minute warning, clock ticking down. Again, I'm Kaipo. I'm with Peter Mel and Troy Elmore, and we're talking about the collection, Troy, that you have. There's the kicks right there.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you could see these. They're like some Duke surfer shoes with the floral print. Yeah, just stuff that I've always thought was cool, and I don't know, you see certain photos of like a time, their trunks that they're wearing, and you
like them.
Yeah, for sure. You're like, right? I want those. So everything's kind of been like that, and like, yeah, I've always just looked at like the Duke surfer shoe old Vans ad. I'm like, that's so cool. So, and the floral print is pretty fitting with Vans and stuff. But yeah, it's just all fun, goofy stuff.
Yeah, it's classic stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's part of our culture. It's part of our heritage. You can look at a lot of those like old Hoffman fabrics that were coming through that were really surf inspired, and and that stuff is all part of our history. So it's when you bring it back, you're recognizing that history, and we got deep roots in surfing.
For sure.
And we respect it. That's the other part I think about our culture, is that we respect our elders. It's similar to like an indigenous culture in that you always are telling your stories, right? I mean, we respect all of that, and we honor that.
And we have folklore, right? We have tales about surfing, surfboards, surfers.
Yeah.
Before the internet, that you're just magazine articles or stories. Yeah. But that's things that we have to preserve in our surf culture because we are a culture.
Yeah,
it's so true. I mean, and I grew up in Santa Cruz, and that was, our elders are basically what taught us our lessons. They smacked us down, they, tied us to a pole, or did whatever they had to do to teach us respect and understand that we respect our elders, and also to learn the culture, and also learn and get inspired, by our surf sessions, and like, hey, that's what you got to do when you go out there. You got to do it. I learned by doing aerials by Kevin Reed, or surfing big waves by Richie Schmidt. Like those are the guys I looked up to.
And Pete, I grew up with Waikiki Beach Boys, right? So like the uncles and the legends and the guys that you just called uncles as a kid, later on, you grow up to be an adult, and you go, oh my goodness.
And now you're
my
an uncle.
uncle's
Yeah.
a legend. You know, Paul Stroud. You know, I
For
just call him
sure.
uncle. He paddles with my father and stuff. Guy invented the Cheater 5.
So
you know?
sick.
Like
Yeah.
it's Rabbit Cake High. You know,
Yeah.
you keep on going on this stuff. It is.
We can
it's
go
really
for another
interesting.
few heats, I think.
Yeah, you know what? We're having a great talk here, man.
Yeah. I think that's what's so rad about shaping and like the longboarding stuff. It's like you're forced to learn about like all of that. With like growing up, riding a shortboard, whatever, you're just like riding what's like in front of you, you know? And then I started riding longboards and learning about all these different boards and started shaping. It's like I didn't know about all this stuff until I really like got
dived into it,
yeah.
right? And I love that you had actually went out there and you knew you were going to be shaping a board in the shaping bay here on the beach, and you went, okay, we're in Huntington Beach. I'm going to honor some of the people that have inspired this Huntington Beach. You went out there and shaped a Carl Hayward twin fin, right, which is one of your old brand new first surfboards.
So
David Nueva also being honored there. You also shaped one of their boards.
The Carl Hayward twin fin. That is a tip of the hat. Good job, Troy.
Thank you.
Carl Hayward, local here, local hero, Goofy Foot. Really a guy that brought performance surfing on twin fins, you know, to the forefront. Was pushing progression at that time.
By the way, his
snapshot in
templates
surfing.
are still the
So
best.
beautiful. Like that rocket fish is insane. And yeah, I mean, he was the HB twin fin, you know, into the thruster guy though. And like, yeah, goofy footer. I'm a goofy footer. I was paying respect to the goofy footers.
Love
and
it. Absolutely love it.
And he actually passed away surfing Southside.
No.
Which is like, to me, I'm like, that's.
If you're going to go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Respect to the Hayward family. But yeah, he is like, I don't know. I think he's so rad.
This is awesome as we're peeling back the layers of surfing with now, in my eyes, two legends, Troy Elmore and already my legend friend, Peter Mel. You guys, thanks so much for this surf talk.
Yeah,
I mean,
and congratulations to Soleil. She took a win there.
Yeah, there you go.
Surfing great. Sorry we didn't touch too much on the surfing. We were really jiving with the shaping
It's all good.
stuff.
This is, you know, you have good, interesting conversation, but people want to learn things.
And this is a non-elimination heat too, so we'll see all these surfers again.
Yeah.
So don't worry. Soleil Erico is on. Tully White actually getting one more wave before the buzzer needs a 5.14. So we'll see if that was enough from Tully on that last wave to push her into second place. Not looking like it is. So she is kind of bound for the elimination round number 3 as the clock ticks down.
I think she was surfing. I mean, yeah, she's in third right now, but from what I saw, we were talking about shaping the whole time. She has really good style. I enjoyed watching her waves, and
yeah, she's got. She's gonna be in the elimination round. She gets to surf one more time.
She has another chance to surf.
Fun.
There's your results. Again, I want to thank Peter Mel, Troy Elmore. Thank you so much for the conversations.
Yeah,
Look
thank
for
you
Troy
guys. That was cool. Yeah,
and
thank you very
Elmore
much.
Surfboards collaboration dropping Vans right now in their stores. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. It was fun.
Right on.
Cool.
We'll be back with more action. We got 2 more heats to cap off the day, so stick around here at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
I'll see you tomorrow bright and early, and we'll welcome back in the booth, Mitch. All right, we're back. We're live, people. We're live again.
The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Pacifico, official beer of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Live life anchors up. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Foo Wax, official surf wax of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. And by Sambazon, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day. The official acai of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. This is the largest action sports festival on the planet. And we're excited to be a part of it. And speaking of excitement, we've been watching the Vans Duct Tape Invitational for the better part of the day. And we've seen some really great performances, some beautiful surfing, some wild style, cool techniques. This eclectic group of longboarders has really put on a show for us. We're enjoying every minute of it. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes. Let's talk about the lineup we have. I'm seeing some highly seeded surfers coming across the board.
We got a couple of number 5s in the world up against number 9. Natsume Teoka, Zoe Gospignon, and Mason Schremer. Natsumi has been part of the Longboard Tour for a long time now. She's had some great results. She actually just walked away, though she's had some better results, I think, within her career with her very first 9-point ride in the Longboard World Tour out at the Sydney Surf Pro just a couple of months ago. That was a really huge career highlight for her. She's had excellent scores before in that 8-point range. She had this incredibly good, really small, tiny running wave, got a 9 for it. Beautiful nose rides, all the things. She's a great surfer in the lineup out of Japan. Zoe Grospignon out of France, and Mason Schremer out of Hawaii, originally the east coast of Oahu, now resides in Noosa in Australia. And Zoe up and riding on that first wave.
Wow, Zoe with a lot of energy from the takeoff. This board is looking real fast. Looks like she's got absolute control of this 9-foot-plus board. So just a quick ride there for Zoe. She'll get under the pier and make her way back on the conveyor belt to get to the takeoff zone. These are 30-minute heats. Here in round 2, heat 5. So we have a full group of surfers for men and women, combining the OG duct tape crew with the World Surf League Tour. And what that's done, I feel like it's expanded the field, and all these surfers displaying artistic surfing as the judges have basically told them that they want to see creativity, an artistic approach to the waves that they're catching, flow, grace is a word I love to describe the current state of longboarding, because if you're making it look graceful, if you're making it look effortless while doing very difficult maneuvers and transitions on your board, you've done something really difficult to do and really pleasant to watch. So we see Mason now in white, and you can't watch that without thinking the word grace in your head. So fluid and stylish. It's a quick ride there, so I like that you can tell that Mason has an amazing style, even just by watching her stand up for 3 seconds.
Yeah, as so many of these surfers are. She'll be riding a Thomas out of Noosa, where she's living, studying at Sunshine Coast University. A lot of the surfers in the draw for the longboard side, they have to have other careers. They're not able to just be professional surfers. There's some of them in here that are able to just compete full-time and off of sponsorship make a living, but the vast majority of the longboard community are working in a different profession, and they're competing on the side, though they'd love to have a world tour that was giant, as big as the championship tour for shortboarding. It had 10 events in the season. So for Mason, she's working on school behind the scenes. She graduates in about a year. Zoe Grospignon, she's one of those surfers that's kind of got some other things figured out behind the scenes. In Natsume Teoka, that was a late takeoff for her, straight up into the nose, gets a couple cross steps on her way back. Seems really difficult to connect those waves together and actually find that inside section.
Yeah, kind of 3 of the same waves in a row. So we'll reset things in the lineup. 23:35 to go. Well, our surfers get ready for the next set to come through. Let's go down to Louisa Florence on the glass with the winner of round 2, heat 4.
Yeah, and I'm so glad, Shanna, you were talking about the life behind surfing, because she was just telling me she is in San Diego, first semester studying communication, and you know how big of a change for her was in this past, like, whatever, 6 months. But you know exactly what you're doing here. But I have a question for you. From 2018 to now, I wonder if you're checking all the boxes that you want to check, like physically, mentally, spiritually, to take you to the first place again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously every year I want to win, and I've had, like, after I won in 2018, I had, like, a couple really hard years where I was losing a lot, and I just, like, had, like, I didn't really have any rhythm, and it was really difficult. And last year I did better. I ended up with 5th, so I'm really hoping that I just keep, you know, progressing throughout, like, the event and at Malibu, which is going to be really exciting, so that's my home break. And yeah, I'm feeling good about this year.
And you were just telling me how exhausting it was for you, this heat. Can you just walk us through it?
That was probably, like, one of the most wild heats I've ever surfed. Like, literally so many sets came through in that heat that I was not expecting to come through. And I had, like, a few really close calls where I was, like, paddling, like, right next to the pier, and there's, like, a bomb set, and I just, like, literally didn't know what to do but just paddle out and just keep my head down. It was really gnarly. But I just, you know, I somehow found a couple rights, and it was just so wild. But yeah, I'm glad I made it.
I'm so glad you made it too. And before I send her home with the good luck, she wanted to show us her classic move on the board. Can we do it again?
Sure.
Okay, so let's do this, guy.
Okay. So when I'm setting up for nose ride, after I've done my first nose ride and I set up for another one, I kind of like to put my foot back like this and stall, and then come up and then cross up to the nose again.
That's it. Yeah. See? I'm ready to compete. Back to you guys.
She's ready.
Looks like you guys are ready to make a brand new hot TikTok dance.
Yes, that's exactly it.
I'm seeing the beginnings of it right there. We could call it the nose ride, the Soleil, you know, whatever you got, that right there, that could go viral.
The Soleil. She's got her own line of boards now as well, working alongside CJ Nelson. He's here in the athlete zone alongside her dad. He's been coaching her for a long time and been working on some great boards. She's now got boards. You can walk into so many surf shops across the Southern California strip and find Soleil's boards in the rack.
Will that help me surf like her? Because that's what I want.
Definitely.
20-40 to go. We see a wild, straight vertical elevator drop for Zoe. And she's back in control. I mean, she was in control that whole time. The wave was trying to get her out of her comfort zone, but she's looking pretty chill as she makes her way to the beach. That wave really just fighting against her the whole way.
So Zoe, I just got the word before I ran into the booth from the wax head, Matt Shinaki, who's been joining the commentary booth throughout today and our last event in Sydney as well. Zoe took her board to the ribs the other day in a warm-up session, and they're pretty sure she's got a cracked rib. So she's actually out there, maybe not quite with the favor of her medical team beside her, but she is absolutely charging, and she did not want to miss out on competing. She's a very fierce competitor, and she's decided to go for it and see if she can get herself through this heat. Anyways, there I think I can just tell she's kind of favoring that. She wants to make sure she doesn't make that injury worse. I'm amazed right now that she is paddling. That's incredible. She's definitely in a lot of pain. And so Zoe's out there with a pretty major injury. The team upstairs already know that if she does actually end up in trouble, she's waving her arms, that's what's happening with her already, is that she's got an injury. So we'll see how she goes in this heat, but what an absolute warrior for paddling out.
100%. And I give her full credit for that last wave. There's something about dropping into a vertical face like that on a giant longboard that is so scary. She made it look easy. Here's Mason. And Mason will make the transfer from the outside to the inside. There she goes. Just putting a little bit of pressure on the nose to get that board up and over the hump and all the way to the sand. Meanwhile, right behind her, Natsumi. Looks like it could be glassing off a little bit here as we reach golden hour. It is 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time here in Huntington Beach. Still a lot of heats coming up for you. And some amazing surfers still in the draw. These first rounds, or these second round heats, I should say, non-elimination. So this is where we seed the next few rounds of surfing here in the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
Yeah, coming up in the final heat of the day, we'll have Avalon Gull. She's from Laguna Beach, just down the road. Khalees Kaleopa'a is from Waikiki, and Rachel Tilley is from San Clemente. That'll be a good battle. Those three have had some heats against each other in their time, so that's gonna be an exciting one to finish out our day. I like that wave from Natsumi. Nice work out the back. Mason as well didn't really do anything for that first half of the wave, but it was just impressive that she found that trim point anyways on a wave that didn't break until the inside. Taking a look at the replays here now. Natsumi from Japan, nice footwork. She's also used to surfing beach breaks a lot, and when they do get bigger kind of bumpy swells like this, we've seen so many QSs running conditions like this in Japan. This is kind of what she's really able to thrive in. So I love seeing that control, no surprises, because she surfs stuff like this at home all the time. And that was a good wave. Couple good nose rides. Keeps that trim line coming all the way through to the inside. Good use of the board kind of from the tail up to the nose, and finding those pocket nose rides as well, which are really the important part of nose riding. You don't want to see anyone riding out onto the shoulder, as Grant Noble was saying when he was in the booth with us a couple heats ago. You want to see surfers really surfing in the curl. Same spot where a shortboarder will want to go up and do like a vertical snap right in the pocket. You want to see someone on the nose with a longboard.
Quick one there for Zoe. Wave selection in this heat is starting to warm up a little bit, and I think the good waves are just further in between now, with this tide really filling up, making it a little bit harder to transition from the outside to the inside. And it almost looks like the waves jump up a little quicker. They kind of come out of nowhere. But so far, all surfers on the board. Highest single wave score for now is Mason's 3.5. So you're surfing white in lead for now. That all will change. We've got 16 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
Coming into this heat, both Mason and Natsumi had the best starts at the Sydney Surf Pro for the first event. They both had quarterfinal finishes, didn't quite make it to the semis. For Zoe, she had, I believe, a 9th place finish there, so that'll definitely be a result she needs to replace, absolutely, coming into the Vans US Open if she wants to have that opportunity to, well, actually, she'll be in for Malibu anyways, but to really be in that world title conversation. Last year at Malibu, though, Zoe had an incredible run. Best run of her life. She walked away with a semifinal finish there, which was her best result at this level. She has been competing here, though, for the last decade, like so many of our other surfers, like Natsumi, who's been on tour for a number of years. Zoe's a little bit newer to it over the last couple of years, so for her to be consistently building, she's one of those names that's becoming really familiar in the longboard world community. She's had some duct tape invites as well, outside of just this one. And she's setting herself up. She really likes the look of these lefts that are running off into the pier. Didn't quite get to the nose there, a little bit lacking in control as well on the rail, which is something the judges will pay attention to for the outside section. It was big and bumpy. That's good footwork. Gets up to a nice tight hang 5 quickly, and she'll pedal back.
She's charging. She's got the biggest waves by far of this heat.
Yeah, she's absolutely charging. You can see her holding her ribs there for just a moment. So she's definitely in pain, but she's taking off. I think for her, that strategy is to go for the set waves, knowing that the judges are definitely rewarding that risk. If you can get a good nose ride off of the set, that's where you're at the top of the wave and you're in the pocket, and you can literally see that it would be almost as tall as the surfer is underneath them with the conditions today. Looking at this one again, I like that takeoff as well. I like the positioning kind of that. It's a little bit of a drop knee takeoff, which is a bit of a maneuver in itself, just a different style approach. And then here she found a really nice nose ride. She stuck with this really well, linked it up to the inside. Just that quick tap, not a stuck on, held on hang 5 in any way. So we'll see where the judges go with things on this, but a really solid section out the back.
And that last wave for Natsumi comes through at a 4.4. So she's in the lead 4 now with 13:50 to go. We're expecting a pretty decent number for Zoe's last wave. I really like that bottom turn, you know, kind of the classic style. You dropped her knee, arms kind of wide out to her sides, and just made it look really graceful in a fiery situation. Grace under fire, I guess you could say.
I like
Another element that the judges get excited about.
Yeah. Yeah, taking a look at the WLT, the World Longboard Judging Criteria specifically, surfers must perform controlled maneuvers in the critical section of a wave, utilizing the entire board, which means going from the tail all the way to the nose, while using traditional longboard surfing. Surfers who perform this to the highest degree of difficulty with style, flow, and grace, like we're about to see from Mason Trimmer right here, will receive the highest scores. So this wave looks really cruisy, really nice from the outside, but didn't actually break yet. She's now looking for a nose ride.
Gets those 5 toes over and straight to the bottom. And one dangerous element of riding a big log like this is when you fall. You know, we saw it earlier a few times. Surfers that fall come up with both hands above their heads. You do not want to make contact with this board with your head in the white water, because the board will win every one of those matchups. So, you know, while you look at the beauty and the grace involved here, there are danger elements as well when you're riding a board that big. 12:19 to go. We've got Natsumi Teoka in the lead for now. Will it change? Stay tuned to find out. You're watching the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, and we'll be right back.
Natsumi priority in first. In second, Mason in the 1.94 to get to the first. And in third, Zoe, the second priority, she's a 1.94 to get to the second. And we've got elimination round. We're looking at right about 11 minutes and 45 seconds left. Lots of time to get it done. Yeah, so all week, up to the weekend, there are all kinds of fun beach activities behind us. And during the village over there, all kinds of games, fun giveaways. They're interested in seeing how first boards are shaped. Glass, that's right behind us, is Golden State Glassing. All kinds of cool local shops, have their booths displaying their goods. If you are leaving the beach, please pick up your trash. Much appreciate it. Thank you. That was nice of you. Yeah, there's plenty of trash cans. We got a priority change. So Zoe, you got first priority now. Now, assuming you're the second priority, and Mason, you're still cruising. Attention, Dixie left. Yeah, I always want to make sure you get the beach cleaner and you found it. I know it's because when this is going on, there's plenty of trash.
Surf, skate, BMX, music, art, fun, and everything in between party down here at the Vans US Open of Surfing 2022. We're live from the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. This is the largest action sports festival in the world, and it's going to be happening all the way through Sunday. If you're anywhere close, my best advice would be to get down here. So much to do, fun for the whole family. We will start to see some skateboarding go down in the skate park tomorrow morning.
You gonna be in there?
I'm gonna try my best to sneak in there. I shouldn't have said that out loud on the broadcast. Coming all sweaty after my session, but here we go. Back to the business at hand. Zoe favoring that pier bowl left. This is a lot like that last wave that she got that just came through at a 2.90. So I feel like the judges want to see you in action on your board. You got to go from tail to nose, back and forth a few times at least on those waves. If you get your toes over the nose, the points increase. She's kind of got some good waves under her belt, but they've been pretty wild. They've been the bigger, kind of sketchier, straight vertical drops, which have been impressive, but they haven't been scoring as high as some of these medium-sized lefts and rights, as we see Mason now just caressing that outer rail. Style points there. Quick little cross step. Now she is creeping towards the nose. There's the toes over, all 10 of them. Got a visual from the tip of her board down to the water. It was a quick one, but it was effective. So now we'll see the difference of points with Mason really running up and down the board, cross-stepping, adding style elements, dropping 10 toes over. I think that's going to be a higher score than we saw from the last wave of Zoe, but of course we're going to leave that up to the judges.
So thankful I'm not sitting in the judging tower today. They've got a great job they're doing on their hands. Let's take a look at this though. So Natsumi took off on this during the break. It's come through at a 4.53, so we can kind of gauge things off of this. Nice nose ride to start. That section starts to go a bit slopey, and she does really well to engage the rail, that full rail, just to cut herself back into the foam. And then that little bottom push, that little pump off, if she would have been able to connect that nose ride on the inside, she would have been sitting with a really good score. For Zoe, like you said, she keeps going on these really big lefts that are going straight into the pier. And I like that commitment. I think she's going for something that has a critical section to it. But for the last two waves, she hasn't been able to find that nose ride that she needs. And the judges are going to continue penalizing her until she actually connects with the nose on the outside section, even if she gets some good work done through the inside, I think. Mason, we're waiting for the score to come through for this one now. And some good control as she cuts through. I like that little kind of crouching. It just helps you maintain control, especially when it's a little bit bumpy. For longboarders, a lot of the times we stand with our knees kind of really straight. We're not bent and crouched down as much. And Mason has that really nice tall style. But to crouch down and kind of almost grab the rails just means she's going to have a little bit more control through some of those bumpy sections. So waiting for that score to come through for her. I'm curious to see where the judges are going to go with it. She's already on the other side of the pier and paddling up. And that's been the resounding conversation among the athletes in the athlete zone, is just how thankful they are that they can get to the north side of the pier today and paddle back out because they can get to the top of the lineup so quickly.
Yeah, it's the turnaround time is way different than the past few days. You know, we're seeing surfers literally taking under a minute to get all the way back to the takeoff zone from the sand. So definitely easier for some elements, but in other instances, you know, today provides its own set of challenges, but it doesn't look like any of those challenges are affecting Natsumi Teoka right now. She's having a heck of a heat, 4.53 and a 4.4, and this is going to be another good score.
Okay, is she going to make that finish? That was a crazy section to come down on.
That was wild.
That was wild. That was good work done on the outside section. And maybe it will just kind of be similar to where she's sitting, maybe a little bit higher than that 4.53. Mason only got a 3.83 for her wave, which I think goes back to that outside section and the wave selection. So she's been picking off smaller waves. Some of them have had some okay shape, but she hasn't been able to connect anything on the start. So she's been getting really good nose rides when she gets to that inside section, really critical. But it's really going to be capitalizing on the outside for her to put kind of Zoe into a more challenging position.
Quick look from Zoe right there. 5 minutes to go. No losers in this round. Top two surfers skip around. Third place surfer will meet the rest of the third place finishers in round 3. And that's where we will see some eliminations go down.
Yeah, those are going to be some tough heats. A couple of the guys that have already been knocked into it. I was talking to Phil Rajman today. He was bummed that he's been knocked down, but he has that opportunity to surf again tomorrow. The conditions also should be dropping off a little bit. Hopefully that swell continues to just decrease enough to make it where we can really let this pack of surfers show us why they're the world's best. It's great to see what they're doing in this, and it's honestly crazy impressive, some of the rides that we've seen today, and anyone taking off on waves out the back. Most of them are well overhead, and that's really difficult to do, especially when it's bumpy on a longboard. But kind of the prime longboard surfing and the best that we get to actually witness is when the swell drops off just a little bit more. And you get to see these surfers with extremely good footwork and really technical rail work and nose rides. And it's just a little bit easier when the conditions are a bit softer. Well, not softer, just maybe smaller.
Yeah, when you think of kind of the dream longboard waves around the world, Malibu comes to mind, Noosa, you know, Byron Bay. And if you think in terms of what equipment, what board would you want to ride on a long, soft, you know, waist-high point break, the log is the exact prescription any surf doctor will tell you. It's cool to see, you know, a different look at modern traditional longboarding in a beach break scenario. I think it's a cool challenge to kind of throw at the field, because they're all surfing the same waves, relatively similar equipment. And it's fun to see who has risen to the challenge. I think Zoe's got the biggest, probably heaviest waves in this heat, but they haven't translated score-wise. So maybe she'll need to kind of rethink her wave selection, maybe grab something on the medium side. But of course, that's all easy to say from right here. When you're sitting out the back, all these waves probably have a similar look to them.
Yeah, that is an interesting one for Zoe, because those two big ones, kind of the last two that she's taken off on into the pier, they have really high scoring potential, but she hasn't been able to capitalize on it. This is the one that she's been looking for, Natsumi. That was such a nice nose ride to start, nice big down carve, and she's gonna crouch low to try and maintain control and then hope for that reform through to the inside. Just grabs those rails for a moment, and she's gonna get this little section, this bonus section through here. Beautiful little S-turn, love that style coming through, really just using kind of her waist down and her knees to move around. Doesn't get to another nose ride there at all, but that outside section was the commitment that Zoe's actually been looking for this entire heat.
Yeah, I think like she felt the pier's presence right there, jumped off her board in time. Now she skirts through there and get to the other side, so she is officially in the safe zone as she takes the conveyor belt back out. She's got under 2 minutes now. Another set coming through. Here we go, Zoe. Better start there. She gets to the nose, but gets thrown off. That wave had a weird bump come up the face just at the wrong time. So Zoe is out of that wave. Crew on the beach, fired up.
Such a great support crew here for all the Japanese competitors that have been in both the Challenger Series and in duct tape. It's been really fun to see. Take a look at this one. Just perfect footwork all the way up, and gets that commitment to the hang five. Also on her backhand, which is really challenging to do on a wave of that size. And then this is where it would have been so cool to see it just have that little reform where, I mean, she gets another cross step in there, has kind of that control element and that really sweet little S-turn. I think she would have been looking at probably significantly the better score had she been able to get another one of those reforms like we've seen Mason on, where she gets a proper nose right through the inside. But that will come through probably as the best wave of the heat anyways.
Zoe back at it. 38 seconds left. That wave dissipates underneath her feet, so she'll have to go back to the drawing board. I mean, full credit to even have her back out there with a cracked rib. I mean, that is probably a worst case scenario when you think about, you know, paddling one of these big boards out there. Quick look from Mason there, elegantly stepping her way to the nose. Kind of just scanning the inside section to see which way to go. She fades left. Another quick little five off the tip. Straightens out. Style for miles from Mason Schremer. And that's going to be it for round 2, heat 5. As it stands now, Natsumi Teoka gets the win. We'll wait to make it official. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action from the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. A special guest commentator. This is going to be awesome. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
These little sexual police, she's
Welcome back to the 2022 Vans Duct Tape Invitational, part of the Vans US Open of Surfing. Another big heat in the lineup, round 2, heat 6. We're going to start it off with surfer in white, Rachel Tilley. She is going up against Caity Simmers and Avalon Gall. Rachel on a great looking wave to start this heat. These are 30-minute heats, non-elimination round surfing for now. And that was a really cool, drawn out bottom turn to get back into the zone. She's going to make her way to the beach and eventually back out to the lineup. Well, I promised you a special guest, and you've got one. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes, joined by Elise Lemion. Thank you so much for joining us. Did I butcher your name just now and make you laugh?
That's true. No. Yes, I'm super happy to be with you guys. Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us. It's always such a pleasure to see you around the contest site and to get to see you surf today. You did so well out in the water. How did you like it?
It was so fun. Like, I was super excited to go in the water. I watched like all day long the boys, and they smash it. I say, oh, I can't wait to go in the water.
We were talking about the challenges of surfing a big beach break like this, and you think of your dream longboard wave as a long, beautiful point break. So what's it like to have to change everything up and surf waves that are closing out and wild things happening down the line?
I stayed like many times in Biarritz. It's kind of the same. Like many times I surf like a beach break, like hard wave like this. So yeah, it's good to change and to have this wave. And by the way, we have some wave.
So you're used to waves like this. I like to hear that. As we look out into the lineup, so we had Rachel Tilley in here earlier, and Khalees, Avalon, all three of these surfers are getting right to work. Let's start with this wave from Rachel Tilley. It was a 6.83, a huge score.
Whoa. That is a super solid start for Rachel. Great nose ride at the beginning, had a good clean section as well, and then just did so good. Got a little power out of that rail turn as well as she connects through to the inside, so she made really good use of that outside section. Little stylish bottom turn, and that was a challenging section to hold on to, Alice, at the finish.
Yeah, that was a good wave for Rachel. Like the first one, 6.83, that's a good one.
So what makes Rachel Tilley such a fun surfer to watch? What makes her performance, you know, world champion caliber? She did it back in 2015. She's still competing at the highest level. You know, what do you owe to her success in the world of longboarding?
She works really hard at it. She's someone that's really dedicated to her craft. She also knows her equipment extremely well, so I think there's a few different things that have come into play with it, but she has a nice, lively approach. I think that wave, even for her, for the kickoff, just really speaks to the level of surfing that she's constantly performing at and the style that we've seen from her for so many years.
Yeah, and she's happy to be back on the tour after 1 year. Like, she didn't compete, so she's like super excited to be here.
Yeah, it's been a pretty wild last season. She wasn't able, she was living in Australia, and just because of travel restrictions with her job that she had, she decided to stick it out there, continued keeping the job she had, rather than actually leaving Australia, maybe not being able to get back for a while, which meant she had to bow out of her spot on the World Longboard Tour. So this year she's been given the replacement or the wildcard opportunities into the first 2 events of the season. She walked away with a quarterfinal finish in Sydney, which was good enough to get her another call up here.
So obviously the Challenger Series that we've been watching all week long is how surfers make their way into the big show on the championship tour. What is the system like, the feeder system, as we're in a World Championship Tour competition right now in front of us. So Gall having a look right there. What's the feeder system like to get into these events?
It's a little bit complicated at the moment, right, Alice? There are regional qualifiers around the world. So at the moment, there's a spot that's gone to a surfer, the highest seeded surfer out of each region that's done well in a QS, a longboard QS or something running in their area. And then there are a bunch of surfers that have been able to keep themselves, say, in that top 10 conversation. Yeah. For every season. So right now there's 10 surfers in the draw, yourself included, Alice, because you finished runner-up in the world last year, which is amazing. We'll get to more of that. But there's 10 surfers in the draw this week and for this year's World Tour that are guaranteed a spot because they finished in the top 10 last year. And then there's some other spots that kind of filter through from those regional qualifiers, same as the QS filters into the Challenger Series and that sort of idea kind of prior to the championship tour. So it does allow like a spot per region. And then there's a lot of surfers that have huge accolades to their names that would be given wild cards outside of those sponsorship wild cards as well.
All right, makes sense. It is complicated, but it does make sense, and I think we definitely have filled all of our spots here with highly talented, capable surfers. 24:19 on the clock. The highest single wave score is by Rachel Tilley so far with that 6.83.
Oh, Caity's on the wave.
Whoa.
That's a beautiful callback.
Oh, that was looking like it was going to be a very cool wave. It's so awesome when they do those tight arcs on these big boards and make it look so smooth like that. Avalon Gall now just getting started. This is her first wave ridden. Trying to make the transfer from outside to the inside. She's not going to do it. So 23:48 to go. Now, Alice, I want to talk about Malibu here in a minute, but these surfers are not letting us get to that story as they are performing, which is fine. Story time will come. Rachel Tilley now cutting back into the white water. Soul arching through that turn. Another hang five all the way up to 10. Utilizing the speed of this wave perfectly. Almost gets to finish, gets flung off her board.
That was a good one. Like free nose right. Perfect.
Found the hang 10 as well.
Yeah.
Kept that speed and that transition going like really smooth all the way through.
Yeah.
Except for the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the end, it's hard like to do it, like because there are so many like bump on the wave. So you're like, okay, I need to grab my board to do it, and yeah.
What does it feel like when you're flying down the line so fast and you got the sand and the fans coming up and a little closeout inside? It must feel pretty rough, pretty hard to control your board in that situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Taking another look at this one from Rachel, loving this close-up on that 5 to 10. You can see those ankles are literally locked together, right, Alice? I mean, that's such a tight 10. And then that little section there, I mean, maybe even better because you never know if you're going to get an injury on a little section like that or even kind of damage the board in the middle.
But by the way, the nose ride was in the pocket, so that's going to be a good ride.
22:17 on the clock. Looks like our surfers are preparing for the next set. This one goes by them, so I'd love to talk about your experience at Malibu last year. A dream scenario coming true. Tell us what it was like to compete not only at one of the most iconic waves in the entire world, but also to do so well there and you know, shine at a place that was basically created to be the ultimate longboard venue.
Yeah, it was like, we surfed like a perfect wave for longboard, so I was like super exciting to go there, and it was like the last compete for the Longboard Tour. And we started in Australia, so I didn't do well, so I say, okay, I need to do like well in Malibu to stay on the top 10. So I was pretty excited, but we got some very good wave, and it was good to do your surf like on this like a long ride, so it was amazing.
And for you, winning at Malibu, winning a World Longboard Tour event was the best of your career?
Yeah, I think so.
In comparison to, did you win an ISA gold medal before? Yeah, I just remembered in Biarritz.
Like in Biarritz it was great because they are all my friends, and it was for my country. It's not the same, but in Malibu it's like, how do you say, like iconic wave, and it's like a dream to win there, and it's like the world championship in WSL, so that was great.
It was so fun to be able to watch it too, literally to be able to see the world's best actually surfing a wave that was really made for that. And for you, Alice, even coming into that event, you kind of had some goals where you were in that world title conversation, and in order for you to be able to achieve it, you had to win the contest.
Yeah.
Now we know that Honolua also did what she needed to do, and she ended up winning, I think, by the quarterfinals.
Exactly.
But how did it feel for you to achieve that goal, even though it was outside your hands to even winning the world title, but you achieved your goal of needing to win to have a chance?
Yeah, like I know if Hono make the quarterfinal was hard for us to win the title, but like it's good to win the contest and to be like second on the ranking. So I was pretty happy, and every year I make a step on the ranking, so maybe one time.
It's coming. The title is coming for sure. 19:45 to go.
Rachel,
huge number.
Point.
Flying across the scoreboard, an 8-point ride for Rachel Tilley. She's already back out there. And she's got to be feeling good about what's happening right now. She has a 14.83 heat total, one of the highest of the entire duct tape event so far. 6.83 and an 8-point ride. That's how you do it.
That's
Elise
my
and-
roommate.
There you go.
Alice and Rachel have been traveling together for a long time.
Yeah.
And that's actually the first excellent score of the women's event.
Yeah.
Getting into the 8s.
She just got the news there, and you can tell she's kind of feeling that cruisy vibe. All right, now I can just wait, pick whatever wave I want, and take my time. I've already got a huge heat total built, so and plenty of time to go. 1850. It's going to be
And we
fun.
can have like a good dinner tonight.
There you go. Should have made a bet before. Whoever gets the highest heat total buys dinner. We can do that tomorrow.
Dinner on Rachel tonight?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, what do you think of, you had a great experience at Malibu. You're already having a great experience here in Huntington Beach. What do you think of the longboard scene here in California?
Oh, like we have all. Oh, Avalon on the good one. Oof.
It was good for a second.
It was solid. That was a big wave.
It's great, like to be in California, and because we are all the contests here now, like almost. So it's great to be here.
This is a really nice wave coming through to the inside. Avalon tends to ride probably the biggest boards of the women's tour. Would you say, Alice?
Yeah.
She usually rides, like, when she came onto the scene when she was only about 16 maybe in Taiwan, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, she was riding a 9.8. A 9.8 Tyler Warren at that time. That is a lot.
That's a lot of
That's a lot of
surfboard.
footage underneath your feet. I'm not sure exactly what that board is under her feet now as far as length goes. It's a Michael Takayama. She's made the changeover maybe in the last year or two. But it looks really good under her feet, and it's incredible to me. She's always able to control just so much length, especially on such a big
No leash.
wave. Yeah, no leash either. Yeah, that was a super solid takeoff, wave overhead, massive board under her feet. I'm going to go ahead and just say that that's probably 9.8 as well, because once you find as a longboarder a length even that you're comfortable with, it just kind of usually makes the most sense to keep going with the same one. You might change up dimensions in other ways, but have you found that, Alice, with your equipment, that you kind of have some go-tos as far as the length that you're riding or maybe the style?
Yeah, exactly. I changed, like, before I have a 9.1, and now I have like a 9.4, and they change, like, to go on the nose, like it's not the same. So yeah, when you change your board, like something change on your surf. So it's great to understand your equipment too.
Khalees now gliding through. She's got an open path to the shore break. Right there, straightening out in the shadow of the pier. So she'll make her way to the sand and then do the paddle back around. That was a decent wave. She's got a couple of ones that she needs to get rid of. Still within striking distance of second place, but Rachel Tilley at the moment has the field in a combination spot. 14.83 total. And now she's sitting out the back all by herself with priority in a very, very confident position.
She has done very well. She's been out here training. I mean, everyone's kind of been training maybe this last week. Rachel's been back in California for about 2 weeks now from Australia. So outside of the pack of Californians like Avalon, she's kind of maybe had the most time in the water here at Huntington. She's come up to surf multiple times this week just to be ready for conditions today, and it's proving to pay off.
We got 15:28 to go. Surfers making their way back to the outside section. Natsumi Teioka had a great heat in round 2, heat 5. She is standing by now with Louisa Florence.
I know that you're used to surfing hard waves, but how was this wave for you?
It was so hard. It's very strong current, so I paddling a lot, and then wave is so powerful. It's so hard, but I'm so happy to be in the heat.
She was just telling me that she speaks very little English, so I'm just going to make her feel very comfortable and send her a message to her fans in Japan.
ありがとうございます。Thank you. 日本で応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。もう必死に パドルして1位通過できました。もう今大会優勝できるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
I can't help but just see this scrape on your neck. Was everything okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Congratulations. We'll see you in your next heat.
Thank you.
She's so cute.
She is a rad surfer. I mean, she made it look easy throughout that entire last heat. Got a solid score, 10.60. So with 14 minutes now, Avalon Gall is in third. She needs a 4.01 if she wants to get above Khalees in that second place spot to skip around. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action in the last heat of the day. But, of course, we got post shows and a lot happening next. Stay tuned.
Taking a look, Rachel. She was nice and picky. She's got a little mini one here. She doesn't have any stuff, though. She just wants to get in the room. Kept the girls off of that one. She's got a follow. She's looking at the inside section set up for her. She's right to the throwing the can. Oh, throwing the cannonball off the nose. Fourth line through the air.
Well, that's an iconic piece of surf history right there, the Huntington Beach Pier. We're live from the south side. This is Surf City, USA. We are watching round 2, heat 6. Been having a good time here in the booth talking about all things log. Right now, Rachel Tilley is logging some big scores, an 8.0 matched with a 6.83. She's really doing it, Shannon.
She's really doing it. She's making us all proud. Her mom and dad are down on the beach with her brother Michael, and she's currently in the lead. Avalon with a good-looking wave here, though. A couple of cross steps, finds that quick tap to the nose, and then just engages that rail really well. Now setting it up here through the inside. All that length of board just cutting through that kind of bump really easily as well. Beautiful footwork, gets that weight on the back foot as well. That's something you'll notice a lot within longboarding, is that the surfers will pedal back from the nose and they'll get as much weight as they possibly can over that tail to keep the nose up, just to kind of miss the section on the inside.
Khalees had a nice start to this wave. Now you hear Khalees' name a lot when you talk about, some of the greats of longboarding. What makes her so special and unique in the world of longboarding?
Like Caity is like a very good longboarding. Like
so good.
Like the style is like just amazing. Looks like she danced on this board. Yeah, I love.
Khalees is like the next Kaylee Muniz.
Yeah.
Often talked about within that Waikiki community.
That's true.
Yeah. She took out the win at Noosa, which was the first event for the Longboard World Tour in 2020. And then with COVID, that event actually got counted into last year's results towards the World Championships in 2021. There's her mom, Malia, there, and her little brother, Moses. And then her cousin is Kanyella Stewart, actually, who's in the men's side of the draw. So the full family here supporting Khalees in the lineup right now. But she's had some really good results for being really young.
Yeah.
She was 15 years old when she won Noosa at the start of 2020. And put her in the world title campaign last year, which was pretty exceptional. What did you like about this one from Avalon, Alice?
That was a good one, huh? She get a 10, little cutback, and after she get the foam, to have another nose ride. I think she's pretty happy about this wave. You can see her smile.
Yeah, she is smiling. It took her a while to find it. She got a 4.6 for it. And Khalees just hasn't found any rhythm. She's got that 4.83, which is good. It's actually not a bad score on the board in comparison to what Avalon has. But she's going to need something probably more significant to actually put herself in the equation and to really make that race for second come alive.
So Avalon get the 4.60 on the last wave, no?
Yep, the 4.60 for last of Avalon, who grew up just south of here. Her dad's always hanging around the contest site as well, travels around the world with her. Both Avalon and Khalees were in the duct tape event, the last proper duct tape event outside of this one in association with the Longboard World Tour for the WSL that just ran at Muizenberg a few weeks ago in South Africa. And they had pretty good conditions. It was a little bit small and really windy offshore. But Muizenberg is like a really classic longboarding spot. It's a beach break, but it's kind of like the Sano of what you get out of South African longboarding, and it's a whole cultural experience. There's a lot of really cool surf shops right on the beach there, and the perfect venue for a duct tape event.
Yeah, you know, we haven't talked a lot about San Onofre. That right there is prime time. Not only do you have perfect longboarding waves out there, but you know the culture of surfing is alive and well. You do a drive through the parking lot at San Onofre, you're not only going to see classic boards, classic cars, classic individuals. There are some real characters at San Onofre. Seems like every iconic break, Malibu, San Onofre, Cardiff Reef, they have a really interesting cast of characters in the parking lots. Have you guys experienced San Onofre at its finest?
Oh yeah, all the time. That was kind of the spot. I grew up here in Huntington Beach, so driving to Sano on the weekends to surf or with friends when I was a little bit older was always like the goal anytime we knew that there were waves there. But have you had any waves at Sano since you've been back this time?
Yeah, we went there with Rachel to Sano. I remember like the first time like I met Rachel, like we went there. I was like impressed like how many longboard they have, like how many different longboard they have, like all the people stayed on the beach cruising all day long and surf. Like I love this lifestyle. It's
San Onofre
amazing.
is like a time machine.
Yeah.
You go back to 1974 when you go through the gate.
So great. I know, Alice, obviously you have spent some time living in Biarritz, but you're actually from Reunion Island. Biarritz would probably be the most similar to a San Onofre that you'd have out of France. Is there anywhere in Reunion Island that's kind of cultivating a longboard culture as well that got you interested in longboarding?
Not many people like doing like longboarding in Reunion because like the wave is like a reef. So Saint-Lô is like hard in longboard, but I love it. But yeah, so many people do some longboard.
What was it that sparked your interest? As we see Rach, man, that was a solid size wave as well.
Yeah.
She's gonna get herself out of that situation and just do the little paddle up the pier probably.
There's some set, huh?
Yeah, that was a really solid size set. There's the Tilly family.
Laurie.
Great to see them down at the beach always. What was it that got you interested in longboarding while growing up in a place like Reunion Island that was just so conducive to shortboarding?
Yeah, that's true. We have a lot of wave for shortboarding, and like we have like quality wave. Like, you know, like the wave is so perfect in Reunion, and when you arrive in Biarritz, we're like, oh, it's not the same. Like you need to understand like the beach break, the tide. I was like, the first time I was in Biarritz, I was saying, oh no, it's so complicated to surf there. But yeah, it's nice to sometimes like you enjoy Reunion, like quality wave, and go to Biarritz, and it's different.
So with 5:30 to go, Rachel Tilly still well into the lead. Avalon and Khalees are chipping away. A couple of fours on their score lines. So I feel like this is a battle for second place right now. Even though there is some time to go, Rachel's just been casually dominating. Her last two waves were no-goes, but when you're sitting on an 8 and a 6.83, you can throw a couple waves away, no problem. Yeah. I'm sure we'll see one more, at least one more solid wave ridden by Rachel Tilly. And as we've gotten through our entire round of women here in the duct tape, who do you feel like has the momentum moving forward into the next round? And you feel free to say Alice, Shannon, because I feel like she does have a lot of momentum. I'm not just saying that because she's right there. But,
everyone that won their heats today, and everyone else did great.
Who are the standouts for both of you so far in competition?
I think of the heats that I have seen, I mean, Rachel right now is the standout of the event. Putting down an excellent score is really impressive, especially in the conditions that have been really hard. Taking a look at some other ones, Honolua had a really good heat as well, and she's kind of that one that's just always so consistent. I mean, right, Alice? She's the one that's just always someone to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, exactly. She always like consistent on every hit.
I feel like this group is very friendly with each other. You know, you're traveling around and competing against each other. Is there any names that come to mind when you think of, ooh, I do not want to surf against her because she's so good? Is there any competitors that you don't want to draw in your heat?
Every girl ripping on the tour, so like you need to be like do your best every hit, but like we every girl like we hanging out, like we have like a good relation, so yeah, every hit is hard.
Everyone. That's a fine answer. I'll take that one as well.
You take that one? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. That was a good answer. That was, again, the field that we have now expanded from last year's, just small duct tape invitational crew, and I'm loving it because we get to see surfers like Caity, performing right now. She's trying to get back into this heat, 483 and a 180. And while the judges aren't putting, that much emphasis on the completed wave, I think you definitely got to go from the outside all the way to the sand if you want to get a number up in that 6 range.
Yeah, I think there's the chance. I guess maybe early this morning, we saw Tosh get into the 7s, and I think it was for one really good nose right out the back and like a down carve, and that was it. It was just that single outside section, but it was highly, highly difficult, and so the judges rewarded that. But for the most part, unless we're seeing something like that where there really is a good section, and it's pretty hard with the conditions at the moment, it seems like, Alice, to get that moment that's going to be such a standout on the outside that's all you really need.
Yeah, and I think like the judge want to see like a big nose ride at the beginning of the wave, like not like at the end of the wave. Like you need to to have a critical nose at the beginning.
Yeah, it's absolutely critical to be able to get that good nose ride out the back. And no one's really going to be getting a score that's above maybe a 4 or something if they're just getting something on the inside. Even if it's a really good critical nose ride, those inside sections, they're just not going to get those scores.
Yeah. To have like a 6 or 7 or like the 8 of Rachel, like you need like to make like 2 nose ride like on the critical part of the wave at the beginning.
I'd love to know for the rest of the year, obviously you got this week here in California, but with Malibu coming up and finishing off number 2 in the world, you've got your slot there for this year to continue competing. What's your plans between now and then?
I go to New Key straight away after this contest. We have like the European Championship. So like I finish the contest and I go to England.
Straight away.
Straight away.
Okay.
We would love to introduce you as the European champion at Malibu, so if you could win that for us, that would be great.
Okay, hold on. How many European championships do you have?
7.
He's a 7-time European champ.
All right, well then I guess we can. But I'm saying I'd like to introduce you as the 2022 year.
Exactly.
Those 7 were awesome, but the 8th, that's the one you want.
The best.
Well, 55 seconds to go.
You can see Glenn, the dad of Rachel.
He should be really relaxed with his little stretch right now. Come on, Glenn.
Come on, Glenn.
He's thinking, oh, 1 more 8, why not?
Really show him what you got.
Last look here for Avalon Gall. Love the way she surfs. Love the board she's on. Now, I'm going to go definitely take a walk by the board rack and check this thing out because it looks like a beast, but she is just casually throwing that board around, making it look easy.
She's so graceful on the wave, like with the arm like this. Oh, Rachel, the last one, maybe.
Yeah, Avalon's probably the most graceful. She's just always so graceful. Rachel with one last nice little stylish opportunity here. Caity just jumped up into 2nd place on really small scores. Rachel's done so well to control the whole heat, gets 1 more really fun wave, always smiling as well. But that real battle was down between Caity and Avalon, and that was a crazy finish. with scores still to come through. We could see Avalon actually jump ahead of Caity again, because she only is chasing a 2.71.
Yeah, it's going to be the waiting game now. You saw Rachel Tilley's dad, proud. Big claps there for the performance of his daughter. So Caity and Avalon now have to wait on the sand. Alice, thank you so much for joining us. Seven-time European champion, soon to be 8. Fingers crossed in just a few moments. We've seen a lot of great surfing today, and we will see more tomorrow. I believe we could be looking at more duct tape tomorrow. We'll, of course, wait for the call in the morning, and I know all of you will be tuned in then, but I also know that you're going to stay tuned. Now the 8:05 post show is about to begin. Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Shannon. For all you out there watching, stay tuned. We'll be right back. You're not going to want to miss this post show. It's going to be awesome. See you in a minute.
That's it. It's the 8:05 post show, all part of the Vans US Open of Surfing and the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, live from the beach here at Huntington. Zooming down on our complex here, and quite a structure it is. We have the Van Doren Village, our broadcast, our surfers deck. We got skateboarding. We've had BMX. We got the market. We got everything, engagements. It is the world's largest action sports festival. My name's Kaipo. This is Shannon Hughes. And the Hall of Famer, Peter Mel, is also joining
Not
me.
yet. I'm not there yet.
Almost soon to be Hall of Famer, Peter Mel.
Can't claim it too early.
Nah, he's been claiming it for like 2 months right now. Peter,
5 years?
Your thoughts on the day right now. Let's go.
Pretty cool. You know, Duct Tape Invitational, this, you know, conglomerate between the WSL Longboard Tour and the Duct Tape Invitational here at Huntington Beach. I've always enjoyed watching the Duct Tape Invitational over the years I've been able to commentate for this event. And then to see a little bit more competitive desire in it. You know, the duct tape was usually a little bit more low key and you know, more fun, but now there was a little bit of competitiveness in it, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, yeah. And your thoughts, Jen?
Oh, I'm happy. I'm in my element. I got to watch longboarding all day long. I got to hang out with all my friends, and the level of competition was excellent. It was really fun to have that duct tape element to it, but we got to remember this pack is looking towards a world title at Malibu, and so they're on their way.
Well, speaking of your friends, your friend just won the last heat of the day, Rachel Tilley, and she's with Louisa.
Yeah, and she was just telling me that she thought she got lucky. Is that right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was kind of, you know, I guess all about wave selection out there, and it's been really tough all day and changing constantly between each heat, and I kind of just got lucky with that first one with the girls being farther down the beach, which was my original strategy. And right before I paddled out, I decided, no, I'm actually going to sit next to the pier. And fortunately, that one just pulled right, like, you know, popped up, and got that one, and then got to get the second one back to back. And then I sat in a nice, comfortable place for the rest of the heat.
Amazing. And I think, like, you were the last heat, and you had that advantage of, like, watching every woman surfing today and understanding the scoring. So you got the highest score of the day, pretty much. So did you understand what the judges wanted and what you had to do to be here right now?
Yeah, I think it was trying to just find the waves that allowed a little bit more time to spend time on the nose out the back. And then the ones, if you got lucky, or if you were able to connect it into the inside and finish off at the end, kind of gave like a nice complete wave. So those are the ones I was trying to piece together.
And coming to a place that you have won before, is it impossible or is it possible to not compare yourself to 2015?
I mean, I try and use it as like a place to give me confidence rather than pressure. And I have a lot of experience out here at Huntington, so I'm trying to use all of that to just lend to my knowledge and advantages, hopefully, and we'll see what happens.
Amazing. I hope you guys feel this good vibe that she's giving us. She feels so light and so happy. Congratulations. I hope to see you thriving on your next heat again.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations to Rachel Tilley. You called that heat, and she did put a performance on out there.
She just found the right waves. I mean, she did exactly what the judging criteria called for. It reminded me of some waves that we saw from Conyella Stewart also, where it was just really fluid nose rides out the start, but also connecting everything together with a lot of grace and flow, which is part of the criteria, and she nailed it.
Yeah, checking all the boxes, and you know, wave selection, Pete, pretty important out here today.
Well, I love that she was able to just make an adjustment when she saw what was kind of happening and said, oh, well, I'll just go over here. And, you know, basically the Pier Bowl is going to be the most consistent region on this point, or on this beach break. So I like the decision making there. It also obviously paid off in a big way. She picked up her 2 waves really quick.
Oh, yeah. So, hey, switching subjects, let's take a look at the men's Duct Tape Invitational, and a guy that has won this numerous times, Justin Quintal. He put on a show again with Steven Sawyer as well. But look at Quintal as well as Tony Silvani. Quintal came really hot out the gates with some nose rides, Shannon.
Yeah, he is just so good at surfing big Huntington Beach. He won here the last time the duct tape event won. On waves just like that. Perfect hang 10, straight in the pocket, on really solid, fast running lefts from Hurricane Frank, which is the level of difficulty that he is performing at on these waves is honestly insane. Like,
talk about shooting the pier.
Nobody else can do this. This is all Jay Quinney all day long. For him to get some excellent scores out in the lineup and then shoot the pier and just be so comfortable doing that with no leg rope and no worry in the slightest. It's good to see him back in true form.
Yeah, Quintal continues his domination here at Huntington Beach. Really comfortable in the pilings and put up some big numbers. An 8.67 and a flat 7, 15 point near an excellent heat total, Pete.
Well, and you see Steven Sawyer put up a good number too, you know, so both those surfers doing very well. Unfortunately for Silvani, just really didn't get the quality waves in that heat. It happens, you know, sometimes the wave back is just not in your back pocket.
He also buckled his board, Tony Silvani, in that heat, so everything kind of went against him, but great performance from Quintal and Sawyer.
Yeah, great performance, but we had some unfinished business this morning. We had to finish off the women's round of 16 to set up the quarterfinals on the Challenger Series, and we saw an on-fire Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She was up against Sawyer Lindblad. Here's Betty Lou on the backhand, Shannon.
That was really exciting to see her come out firing this morning. Up against Sawyer, they're similar ages. They're kind of on that same trajectory and pathway within their professional careers. Betty Lou just a little bit ahead with some championship tour experience behind her now. And it was a really solid battle. I honestly felt like for Betty Lou, Sawyer was probably the hardest surfer to draw, but she found that 8-point ride. I think it was the first 8 in the women's side of the draw on the Challenger Series on a right. Everything else has been from left, and she just picked the cream of the crop.
Yeah, there you go, the numbers, 8 and a 5.5 for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Hey, some decent numbers from Sawyer Lindblad, who has a bright future, but I love the fact, Peter, that Betty Lou is really getting the confidence back after, you know, being a victim of that mid-season cup on the championship tour.
And it wasn't an easy draw. You know, like you had mentioned, Sawyer Lindblad was going to be a tough draw, especially here at Huntington Beach. So good job by her. She actually picked up that 8-point ride. Those 2 nice snaps on the outside were just beautiful.
Yeah, well, now that we've got through that women's round of 16, we have the quarterfinals all set for the Challenger Series here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Let's take a look at those quarterfinals, and let's dig right into it. I'm calling Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks. That's going to be an epic matchup. What do you think, Shannon?
I couldn't agree with you more. That's going to be outstanding. I also love at the moment that we have Caroline Marks, who's probably the informed surfer of the event, on the opposite side of the draw to Caity Simmers, who's our returning champion and has been doing really well to make it through some heats here. So we could see the two of them match up in the final.
Yeah, we sure could. And, you know, Caitlin Simmers, Sophie McCulloch, Peter, that is going to be another big matchup.
It is. You know, again, we saw those two match up in the finals in the last event. So I would say that that's going to be a matchup. And I think, you know, it's been really going really well for Caitlin, and I hate to bet against her, but I think Sophie's going to give her a little run.
Yeah, we're going to see
throw a little, you know, a little something out there.
Sophie's here. She's hungry. I agree with
and
you.
you can see it. I mean, I saw her today in that heat. She just looks good. So I think that's going to be a good matchup. In both of those quarterfinals, the bottom one's Caroline. Whoever is going to make it out of those, he's probably going to go all the way to the final. And the bottom two, whoever gets out of that, he's going to go all the way to the final.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, I think all the quarterfinals are stacked. But you know what? We have a lot of happenings here in addition to the surfing, as always. So really take a look at what we have over here. And this is the Duct Tape Festival over in the Van Dorn Village, where all these hand shapes are available to ride. What do you think, Pete? You're the board man.
I loved it. That's you know, that's actually the Carl Hayward one that we saw talking to Edward Shapes. I just love that there's a shaping bay, a glassing bay, and it's just honoring the whole entire process of surfboard manufacturing, and that's what that Duct Tape Festival is all about.
Shannon, we got the street market over here in the Van Dorn Village, where there's all kinds of stuff to shop through. And I love the individual little booths where you can see some pretty cool gear.
Yeah, there's just so much cool stuff that's been happening down here this whole week. So if you're in the area and you haven't come down to Huntington Beach for some reason, you've had work, you've had other requirements, reschedule. Get down here because it's worth it. It's all worth it for the Vans US Open.
Well, now it's time for the Stillhouse Unbreakable Top 5. Let's look at the top 5 moments of today, day number 6 here at the US Open. We're going to start out with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Pete.
Yeah, well, this is the heat we got to see. This was the highlight heat of the quarterfinals this morning, and this wave specifically was the one I was talking about. Just a beautiful snap, and then straight into another one, and just so aggressive in that final closeout move. That's why that went up to the 8-point range, especially with that low tide this morning. Very vertical face, very hard to find multiple sections.
Shannon, when we got into the Duct Tape Invitational, there was a little bit of carnage this morning as well.
First 2 heats of the event, we had 2 broken boards. Jules broke his into the sand. Nose went straight into the sand and just snapped it off with that white water. That was a bummer because it was a borrowed board from Tosh Tudor. It wasn't even his own board. And then you had to paddle out on another borrowed board. And then this from Victoria Vergara. Now, it looked like it snapped on the pier from what we saw earlier today, but chatting to her, she felt it snap in her hand doing that turtle roll because the wave broke straight on top.
Wow, that's crazy.
Harrison Roach, he's got style for days. He's number 3.
Yeah, and that's this was one of the highlights of that first round because this guy has been putting it together, you know, all year, all for the last decade. So it's good to see, and just so smooth. Look at the tide, though. This is a little bit later in the afternoon, and it definitely made for some great surfing.
There's a reason he's number 1 in the world.
Oh, yeah, and you can see why. Just smooth, connecting the dots, and That's just some shadows of things to come. Shannon, Rachel Tilley ended the day with a bang and put on a show out here.
Oh, highest heat total, found herself a high 6 for her opening ride, which was just an absolute gem in the rough. Had a nice little soul arch bottom turn there, finished off in a challenging section as well, and then backed it up with an 8. Great wave selection, as you said, Pete. Just found that momentum, put herself in the right position, had that kind of calm mentality about it. And I love the look of that ride, met the criteria perfectly, found an excellent hang 10 through that inside section, and then went for it on the finish. She got an 8 without even finishing off the wave because the rest of it was so good.
There you go. And number 1, Justin Quintal. Quinny continues to dominate at the Huntington Beach Pier. Peter?
I like to think that a lot of the reason his success here at Huntington Beach is the fact that he grew up on the East Coast and beach breaks, and I think he's just so quick because you've had to be, you've forced to be, and it's just understandable that he has it at the comfort level, that he comes here to Huntington Beach, he's got that winning feeling, and he brings it to the table every time he comes to this Duct Tape Invitational. Fun to watch, you know, and I'm sure, and he's such a sweetheart. He's just a great guy.
Yeah, he sure is. And look at this. This is the mastery of weaving through the pilings. These are some dangerous lines that he's able, in some troubled water, but no problem for Justin Quintal.
Moments like that, you can really tell that a board looks perfect under someone's feet, and what a way to kick things off for the reigning champ, the returning champion of the Vans US Open, the Duct Tape Invitational here.
Yeah, and he looks like he's going to be trouble for the other competitors. Okay, hey, you know what, gang? Let's just do this tomorrow. You ready to do this tomorrow again?
Oh, yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, we're going to do this tomorrow. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Peter. Thank you all for watching the 805 Post Show. Please enjoy today's highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow, 7:30 a.m.
We're going to have so many fans down here on the beach getting ready to go for another big day here at the Vans US Open of surfing.
Today, it just seems like that best day so far.
It's going to be a great day.
She's now taking off on the very first wave. Huge snap on her forehand.
What a way to start things off for young Bronte. Ooh, good wave here.
Betty Lou now on her forehand. Nice snap to start. Throws a lot of spray. Connects with the lip for that finish. The Johnson family feeling stoked.
Caity Simmers, speaking of style, snaps up on the top. Current #1 in the rankings, a prodigy.
All right, surf fans, this is your first look at the Duct Tape Invitational.
Look at that nose ride.
Tosh Tudor's been doing that since he's about 6 years old. And we see a Cheater 5 coffin ride.
Hot dogging that board around, sort of feeling really free off that tail.
There's a beautiful cross step forward to the nose.
Are you
another
kidding
broken
me?
board.
First time ever. We're making history the wrong way. 2 broken boards. We're going to need a lot of duct tape for that one.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.